on broad green leaves, ran along as a rivulet at the bottom. Unkempt locks of heather overhung the brow of each steep, whence at divers points a bramble swung forth into midair, snatching at their headdresses like a claw. They mounted the last crest, and the bay which was to be the end of their pilgrimage burst upon them. The ocean blueness deepened its color as it stretched to the foot of the crags, where it terminated in a fringe of white, silent at this distance, though moving and heaving like a counterpane upon a restless sleeper. The shadowed hollows of the purple and brown rocks would have been called blue had not that tint been so entirely appropriated by the water beside them. The carriage was put up at a little cottage with a shed attached, and an ostler and the coachman carried the hamper of provisions down to the shore. Knight found his opportunity. "I did not forget your wish," he began, when they were apart from their friends. Elfried looked as if she did not understand. "And I have brought you these," he continued, awkwardly pulling out the case and opening it while holding it towards her. "Oh, Mr. Knight," said Elfried confusedly, and turning to a lively red, "I didn't know you had any intention or meaning in what you said. I thought it a mere supposition. I don't want them." A thought which had flashed into her mind gave the reply a greater decisiveness than it might otherwise have possessed. Tomorrow was the day for Stephen's letter. "But will you not accept them?" Knight returned, feeling less her master than heretofore. "I would rather not." "They are beautiful, more beautiful than any I have ever seen," she answered earnestly, looking half wishfully at the temptation, as Eve may have looked at the apple. "But I don't want to have them, if you will kindly forgive me, Mr. Knight." "No kindness at all," said Mr. Knight, brought to a full stop at this unexpected turn of events. A silence followed. Knight held the open case, looking rather wofully at the glittering forms he had forsaken his orbit to procure, turning it about and holding it up as if, feeling his gift to be slighted by her, he were endeavoring to admire it very much himself. "Shut them up, and don't let me see them any longer, do," she said laughingly, and with a quaint mixture of reluctance and entreaty. "Why, Elfie?" "Not Elfie to you, Mr. Knight." "Oh, because I shall want them." "There, I am silly, I know, to say that. But I have a reason for not taking them now." She kept in the last word for a moment, intending to imply that her refusal was finite, but somehow the words slipped out and undid all the rest. "You will take them some day?" "I don't want to." "Why don't you want to, Elfried Swancourt?" "Because I don't. I don't like to take them." "I have read a fact of distressing significance in that," said Knight. "Since you like them, your dislike to having them must be towards me?" "No, it isn't." "What then? Do you like me?" Elfried deepened in tint and looked into the distance with features shaped to an expression of the nicest criticism as regarded her answer. "I like you pretty well," she at length murmured mildly. "Not very much?" "You are so sharp with me, and say hard things, and so how can I?" she replied evasively. "You think me a fogey, I suppose?" "No, I don't. I mean I do. I don't know what I think you, I mean." "Let us go to Papa," responded Elfried, with somewhat of a flurried delivery. "Well, I'll tell you my object in getting the present," said Knight, with a composure intended to remove from her mind any possible impression of his being what he was, her lover. "You see, it was the very least I could do in common civility." Elfried felt rather blank at this lucid statement. Knight continued, putting away the case, "I felt as anybody naturally would have, you know, that my words on your choice the other day were invidious and unfair, and thought an apology should take a practical shape." "Oh, yes." Elfried was sorry, she could not tell why, that he gave such a legitimate reason. It was a disappointment that he had all the time a cool motive, which might be stated to anybody without raising a smile. Had she known they were offered in that spirit, she would certainly have accepted the seductive gift. And the tantalizing feature was that perhaps he suspected her to imagine them offered as a lover's token, which was mortifying enough if they were not. Mrs. Swancourt came now to where they were sitting, to select a flat boulder for spreading their tablecloth upon, and, amid the discussion on that subject, the matter pending between Knight and Elfried was shelved for a while. He read her refusal so certainly as the bashfulness of a girl in a novel position, that, upon the whole, He could tolerate such a beginning. Could Knight have been told that it was a sense of fidelity struggling against new love, whilst no less assuring as to his ultimate victory, it might have entirely abstracted the wish to secure it. At the same time, a slight constraint of manner was visible between them for the remainder of the afternoon. The tide turned, and they were obliged to ascend to higher ground. The day glided on to its end with the usual quiet, dreamy passivity of such occasions, when every deed done and thing thought is in endeavoring to avoid doing and thinking more. Looking idly over the verge of a crag, they beheld their stone dining table gradually being splashed upon and their crumbs and fragments all washed away by the incoming sea. The vicar drew a moral lesson from the scene. Knight replied in the same satisfied strain. And then the waves rolled in furiously, the neutral green and blue tongues of water slid up the slopes and were metamorphosed into foam by a careless blow, falling back white and faint and leaving trailing followers behind. The passing of a heavy shower was the next scene, driving them to shelter in a shallow cave, after which the horses were put in, and they started to return homeward. By the time they reached the higher levels, the sky had again cleared, and the sunset rays glanced directly upon the wet uphill road they had climbed. The ruts formed by their carriage wheels on the ascent, a pair of Lilliputian canals, were as shining bars of gold, tapering to nothing in the distance. Upon this also they turned their backs, and night spread over the sea. The evening was chilly, and there was no moon. Knight sat close to Elfriede, and, when the darkness rendered the position of a person a matter of uncertainty, particularly close, Elfriede edged away. "I hope you allow me my place ungrudgingly," he whispered. "Oh yes, 'tis the least I can do in common civility," she said, accenting the words so that he might recognize them as his own returned. Both of them felt delicately balanced between two possibilities. Thus they reached home. Tonight this mild experience was delightful. It was to him a gentle, innocent time, a time which, though there may not be much in it, seldom repeats itself in a man's life, and has a peculiar dearness when glanced at retrospectively. He is not inconveniently deep in love, and is lulled by a peaceful sense of being able to enjoy the most trivial thing with a childlike enjoyment. The movement of a wave, the color of a stone, anything, was enough for Knight's drowsy thoughts of that day to precipitate themselves upon. Even the sermonizing platitudes the vicar had delivered himself of chiefly because something seemed to be professionally required of him in the presence of a man of Knight's proclivities were swallowed whole. The presence of Elfriede led him not merely to tolerate that kind of talk from the necessities of ordinary courtesy, but he listened to it, took in the ideas with an enjoyable make-believe that they were proper and necessary, and indulged in a conservative feeling that the face of things was complete. Entering her room that evening, Elfriede found a packet for herself on the dressing table. How it came there she did not know. She tremblingly undid the folds of white paper that covered it. Yes, it was the treasure of a morocco case, containing those treasures of ornament she had refused in the daytime. Elfriede dressed herself in them for a moment, looked at herself in the glass, blushed red, and put them away. They filled her dreams all that night. Never had she seen anything so lovely, and never was it more clear that as an honest woman she was in duty bound to refuse them. Why it was not equally clear to her that duty required more vigorous, coordinate conduct as well, let those who dissect her say. The next morning glared in like a spectre upon her. It was Stephen's letter day, and she was bound to meet the postman, to stealthily do a deed she had never liked, to secure an end she now had ceased to desire. But she went. There were two letters. One was from the bank at St. Lawrence, in which she had a small private deposit, probably something about interest. She put that in her pocket for a moment, and going indoors and upstairs to be safer from observation, tremblingly opened Stephen's. What was this he said to her? She was to go to the St. Lawrence bank and take a sum of money which they had received private advices to pay her. The sum was £200. There was no check, order, or anything of the nature of guarantee. In fact, the information amounted to this: the money was now in the St. Lawrence bank, standing in her name. She instantly opened the other letter. It contained a deposit note from the bank for the sum of £200, which had that day been added to her account. Stephen's information, then, was correct, and the transfer made. I have saved this in 1 year, Stephen's letter went on to say, and what's so proper as well as pleasant for me to do as to hand it over to you to keep for your use? I have plenty for myself, independently of this. Should you not be disposed to let it lie idle in the bank, get your father to invest it in your name on good security. It is a little present to you from your more than betrothed. He will, I think, Elfried, feel now that my pretensions to your hand are anything but the dream of a silly boy not worth rational consideration. With a natural delicacy, Elfried, in mentioning her father's marriage, had refrained from all allusion to the pecuniary resources of the lady. Leaving this matter-of-fact subject, he went on, somewhat after his boyish manner, "Do you remember, darling, that first morning of my arrival at your house, when your father read at prayers the miracle of healing the sick of the palsy, where he is told to take up his bed and walk?" I do, and I can now so well realize the force of that passage. The smallest piece of mat is the bed of the Oriental, and yesterday I saw a native perform the very action, which reminded me to mention it. But you are better read than I, and perhaps you knew all this long ago. One day I bought some small native idols to send home to you as curiosities, but afterwards finding they had been cast in England, made to look old, and shipped over, I threw them away in disgust. Speaking of this reminds me that we are obliged to import all our house-building ironwork from England. Never was such foresight required to be exercised in building houses as here. Before we begin, we have to order every column, lock, hinge, and screw that will be required. We cannot go into the next street, as in London, and get them cast at a minute's notice. Mr. L. says somebody will have to go to England very soon and superintend the selection of a large order of this kind. I only wish I may be the man. There before her lay the deposit receipt for the £200, and beside it the elegant present of night. Elfried grew cold, then her cheeks felt heated by beating blood. If by destroying the piece of paper the whole transaction could have been withdrawn from her experience, she would willingly have sacrificed the money it represented. She did not know what to do in either case. She almost feared to let the two articles lie in juxtaposition, so antagonistic were the interests they represented that a miraculous repulsion of one by the other was almost to be expected. That day she was seen little of. By the evening she had come to a resolution, and acted upon it. The packet was sealed up, with a tear of regret as she closed the case upon the pretty forms it contained, directed, and placed upon the writing-table in Knight's room. And a letter was written to Stephen, stating that as yet she hardly understood her position with regard to the money sent, but declaring that she was ready to fulfill her promise to marry him. After this letter had been written she delayed posting it, although never ceasing to feel strenuously that the deed must be done. Several days passed. There was another Indian letter for Elfried. Coming unexpectedly, her father saw it, but made no remark why, she could not tell. The news this time was absolutely overwhelming. Stephen, as he had wished, had been actually chosen as the most fitting to execute the ironwork commission he had alluded to as impending. This duty completed, he would have 3 months' leave. His letter continued that he should follow it in a week, and should take the opportunity to plainly ask her father to permit the engagement. Then came a page expressive of his delight and hers at the reunion, and finally, the information that he would write to the shipping agents, asking them to telegraph and tell her when the ship bringing him home should be in sight. Knowing how acceptable such information would be, Elfried lived and moved now as in a dream. Knight had at first become almost angry at her persistent refusal of his offering, and no less with the manner than the fact of it. But he saw that she began to look worn and ill, and his vexation lessened to simple perplexity. He ceased now to remain in the house for long hours together as before, but made it a mere center for antiquarian and geological excursions in the neighborhood. Throw up his cards and go away he fain would have done, but could not. And thus, availing himself of the privileges of a relative, he went in and out the premises as fancy led him, but still lingered on. "I don't wish to stay here another day if my presence is distasteful," he said one afternoon. "At first you used to imply that I was severe with you, and when I am kind you treat me unfairly." No, don't say so. The origin of their acquaintanceship had been such as to render their manner towards each other peculiar and uncommon. It was of a kind to cause them to speak out their minds on any feelings of objection and difference, to be reticent on gentler matters. "I have a good mind to go away and never trouble you again," continued Knight. She said nothing, but the eloquent expression of her eyes and wan face was enough to reproach him for harshness. "Do you like me to be here, then?" inquired Knight gently. "Yes," she said. Fidelity to the old love and truth to the new were ranged on opposite sides, and truth virtuously prevailed. "Then I'll stay a little longer," said Knight. "Don't be vexed if I keep by myself a good deal, will you? Perhaps something may happen, and I may tell you something." "Mere coyness," said Knight to himself, and went away with a lighter heart. The trick of reading truly the enigmatical forces at work in women at given times, which with some men is an unerring instinct, is peculiar to minds less direct and honest than Knight's. The next evening, about 5 o'clock, before Knight had returned from a pilgrimage along the shore, a man walked up to the house. He was a messenger from Camelton, a town a few miles off, to which place the railway had been advanced during the summer. A telegram for Miss Swancourt and 3 and 6 to pay for the special messenger. Miss Swancourt sent out the money, signed the paper, and opened her letter with a trembling hand. She read, "Johnson, Liverpool, to Miss Swancourt, Endlestowe, near Castle Botterill. Amaryllis telegraphed off Holyhead, 4 o'clock. Expect will dock and land passengers at Canning Space in 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Her father called her into the study. "Elfried, who sent you that message?" he asked suspiciously. "Johnson." "Who is Johnson, for heaven's sake?" "I don't know." "The deuce you don't. Who is to know then?" "I have never heard of him till now." "That's a singular story, isn't it?" "I don't know." Come, miss. What was the telegram?" "Do you really wish to know, Papa?" "Well, I do. Remember, I am a full-grown woman now." "Well, what then?" "Being a woman, and not a child, I may, I think, have a secret or two." "You will, it seems. Women have, as a rule. But don't keep them. So speak out." "If you will not press me now, I give my word to tell you the meaning of all this before the week is past." "On your honor?" "On my honor." "Very well. I have had a certain suspicion, you know, and I shall be glad to find it false." "I don't like your manner lately." "At the end of the week, I said, Papa." Her father did not reply, and Elfried left the room. She began to look out for the postman again. 3 mornings later, he brought an inland letter from Stephen. It contained very little matter, having been written in haste, but the meaning was bulky enough. Stephen said that, having executed a commission in Liverpool, he should arrive at his father's house, East Endlestowe, at 5 or 6 o'clock that same evening, that he would after dusk walk on to the next village, and meet her, if she would, in the church porch, as in the old time. He proposed this plan because he thought it unadvisable to call formally at her house so late in the evening, yet he could not sleep without having seen her. The minutes would seem hours till he clasped her in his arms. Elfried was still steadfast in her opinion that honor compelled her to meet him. Probably the very longing to avoid him lent additional weight to the conviction, for she was markedly one of those who sigh for the unattainable, to whom, superlatively, a hope is pleasing because not a possession. And she knew it so well that her intellect was inclined to exaggerate this defect in herself. So during the day she looked her duty steadfastly in the face, read Wordsworth's astringent yet depressing ode to that deity, committed herself to her guidance, and still felt the weight of chance desires. But she began to take a melancholy pleasure in contemplating the sacrifice of herself to the man whom a maidenly sense of propriety compelled her to regard as her only possible husband. She would meet him, and do all that lay in her power to marry him. To guard against a relapse, a note was at once dispatched to his father's cottage for Stephen on his arrival, fixing an hour for the interview. Chapter 21 On Thy Cold Grey Stones, O.C. Stephen had said that he should come by way of Bristol, and thence by a steamer to Castle Botterill, in order to avoid the long journey over the hills from St. Launce. He did not know of the extension of the railway to Camelton. During the afternoon a thought occurred to Elfried that from any cliff along the shore it would be possible to see the steamer some hours before its arrival. She had accumulated religious force enough to do an act of supererogation. The act was this: to go to some point of land and watch for the ship that brought her future husband home. It was a cloudy afternoon. Elfriede was often diverted from a purpose by a dull sky, and though she used to persuade herself that the weather was as fine as possible on the other side of the clouds, she could not bring about any practical result from this fancy. Now, her mood was such that the humid sky harmonized with it. Having ascended and passed over a hill behind the house, Elfriede came to a small stream. She used it as a guide to the coast. It was smaller than that in her own valley and flowed altogether at a higher level. Bushes lined the slopes of its shallow trough, but at the bottom, where the water ran, was a soft green carpet in a strip 2 or 3 yards wide. In winter, the water flowed over the grass. In summer, as now, it trickled along a channel in the midst. Elfriede had a sensation of eyes regarding her from somewhere. She turned, and there was Mr. Knight. He had dropped into the valley from the side of the hill. She felt a thrill of pleasure and rebelliously allowed it to exist. What utter loneliness to find you in. I am going to the shore by tracking the stream. I believe it empties itself not far off, in a silver thread of water over a cascade of great height. Why do you load yourself with that heavy telescope? To look over the sea with it, she said faintly. I'll carry it for you to your journey's end. And he took the glass from her unresisting hands. It cannot be half a mile further. See, there is the water. He pointed to a short fragment of level muddy gray color, cutting against the sky. Elfriede had already scanned the small surface of ocean visible, and had seen no ship. They walked along in company, sometimes with the brook between them, for it was no wider than a man's stride, sometimes close together. The green carpet grew swampy, and they kept higher up. One of the 2 ridges between which they walked dwindled lower and became insignificant. That on the right hand rose with their advance and terminated in a clearly defined edge against the light, as if it were abruptly sawn off. A little further, and the bed of the rivulet ended in the same fashion. They had come to a bank breast high, and over it the valley was no longer to be seen. It was withdrawn cleanly and completely. In its place was sky and boundless atmosphere, and perpendicularly down beneath them, small and far off, lay the corrugated surface of the Atlantic. The small stream here found its death. Running over the precipice, it was dispersed in spray before it was halfway down, and falling like rain upon projecting ledges, made minute grassy meadows of them. At the bottom the water drops soaked away amid the debris of the cliff. This was the inglorious end of the river. What are you looking for? Said Knight, following the direction of her eyes. She was gazing hard at a black object, nearer to the shore than to the horizon, from the summit of which came a nebulous haze, stretching like gauze over the sea. The Puffin, a little summer steamboat from Bristol to Castle Boterel, she said. I think that is it, look. Will you give me the glass? Knight pulled open the old-fashioned but powerful telescope and handed it to Elfriede, who had looked on with heavy eyes. I can't keep it up now, she said. Rest it on my shoulder. It is too high. Under my arm. Too low. You may look instead, she murmured weakly. Knight raised the glass to his eye and swept the sea till the Puffin entered its field. Yes, it is the Puffin, a tiny craft. I can see her figurehead distinctly, a bird with a beak as big as its head. Can you see the deck? Wait a minute. Yes, pretty clearly. And I can see the black forms of the passengers against its white surface. One of them has taken something from another, a glass, I think, yes, it is, and he is leveling it in this direction. Depend upon it, we are conspicuous objects against the sky to them. Now, it seems to rain upon them, and they put on overcoats and open umbrellas. They vanish and go below, all but that one who has borrowed the glass. He is a slim young fellow and still watches us. Elfriede grew pale and shifted her little feet uneasily. Knight lowered the glass. I think we had better return, he said. That cloud which is raining on them may soon reach us. Why, you look ill. How is that? Something in the air affects my face. Those fair cheeks are very fastidious, I fear, returned Knight tenderly. This air would make those rosy that were never so before. One would think, nature's spoilt child. Elfriede's color returned again. There is more to see behind us, after all, said Knight. She turned her back upon the boat and Stephen Smith, and saw, towering still higher than themselves, the vertical face of the hill on the right, which did not project seaward so far as the bed of the valley, but formed the back of a small cove, and so was visible like a concave wall, bending round from their position towards the left. The composition of the huge hill was revealed to its backbone and marrow here at its rent extremity. It consisted of a vast stratification of blackish-gray slate, unvaried in its whole height by a single change of shade. It is with cliffs and mountains as with persons, they have what is called a presence, which is not necessarily proportionate to their actual bulk. A little cliff will impress you powerfully, a great one not at all. It depends, as with man, upon the countenance of the cliff. I cannot bear to look at that cliff, said Elfried. It has a horrid personality, and makes me shudder. We will go. Can you climb? Said Knight. If so, we will ascend by that path over the grim old fellow's brow. Try me, said Elfried disdainfully. I have ascended steeper slopes than that. From where they had been loitering, a grassy path wound along inside a bank, placed as a safeguard for unwary pedestrians, to the top of the precipice and over it along the hill in an inland direction. Take my arm, Miss Swancourt, said Knight. I can get on better without it, thank you. When they were 1/4 of the way up, Elfried stopped to take breath. Knight stretched out his hand. She took it, and they ascended the remaining slope together. Reaching the very top, they sat down to rest by mutual consent. Heavens, what an altitude, said Knight between his pants and looking far over the sea. The cascade at the bottom of the slope appeared a mere span in height from where they were now. Elfried was looking to the left. The steamboat was in full view again, and by reason of the vast surface of sea their higher position uncovered it seemed almost close to the shore. Over that edge, said Knight, where nothing but vacancy appears, is a moving compact mass. The wind strikes the face of the rock, runs up it, rises like a fountain to a height far above our heads, curls over us in an arch, and disperses behind us. In fact, an inverted cascade is there, as perfect as the Niagara Falls, but rising instead of falling, and air instead of water. Now look here. Knight threw a stone over the bank, aiming it as if to go onward over the cliff. Reaching the verge, it towered into the air like a bird, turned back, and alighted on the ground behind them. They themselves were in a dead calm. A boat crosses Niagara immediately at the foot of the falls, where the water is quite still, the fallen mass curving under it. We are in precisely the same position with regard to our atmospheric cataract here. If you run back from the cliff 50 yards, you will be in a brisk wind. Now I dare say over the bank is a little backward current. Knight rose and leaned over the bank. No sooner was his head above it than his hat appeared to be sucked from his head, slipping over his forehead in a seaward direction. That's the backward eddy, as I told you, he cried, and vanished over the little bank after his hat. Elfried waited 1 minute. He did not return. She waited another, and there was no sign of him. A few drops of rain fell, then a sudden shower. She arose and looked over the bank. On the other side were 2 or 3 yards of level ground, then a short steep preparatory slope, then the verge of the precipice. On the slope was Knight, his hat on his head. He was on his hands and knees, trying to climb back to the level ground. The rain had wetted the shaly surface of the incline. A slight superficial wetting of the soil hereabout made it far more slippery to stand on than the same soil thoroughly drenched. The inner substance was still hard, and was lubricated by the moistened film. I find a difficulty in getting back, said Knight. Elfried's heart fell like lead. But you can get back? She wildly inquired. Knight strove with all his might for 2 or 3 minutes, and the drops of perspiration began to bead his brow. No, I am unable to do it, he answered. Elfried, by a wrench of thought, forced away from her mind the sensation that Knight was in bodily danger. But attempt to help him she must. She ventured upon the treacherous incline, propped herself with the closed telescope, and gave him her hand before he saw her movements. "Oh, Elfried, why did you?" said he. "I am afraid you have only endangered yourself." And as if to prove his statement, In making an endeavor by her assistance, they both slipped lower, and then he was again stayed. His foot was propped by a bracket of quartz rock, balanced on the verge of the precipice. Fixed by this, he steadied her, her head being about a foot below the beginning of the slope. Elfried had dropped the glass. It rolled to the edge and vanished over it into another sky. "Hold tightly to me," he said. She flung her arms round his neck with such a firm grasp that whilst he remained it was impossible for her to fall. "Don't be flurried," Knight continued. "So long as we stay above this block, we are perfectly safe. Wait a moment whilst I consider what we had better do." He turned his eyes to the dizzy depths beneath them and surveyed the position of affairs. 2 glances told him a tale with ghastly distinctness. It was that, unless they performed their feat of getting up the slope with the precision of machines, they were over the edge and whirling in midair. For this purpose it was necessary that he should recover the breath and strength which his previous efforts had cost him. So he still waited and looked in the face of the enemy. The crest of this terrible natural facade passed among the neighboring inhabitants as being 700 feet above the water it overhung. It had been proved by actual measurement to be not a foot less than 650. That is to say, it is nearly 3 times the height of Flamborough, half as high again as the South Foreland, 100 feet higher than Beachy Head, the loftiest promontory on the east or south side of this island, twice the height of St. Aldhelm's, thrice as high as the Lizard, and just double the height of St. Bees. One seaboard point on the western coast is known to surpass it in altitude, but only by a few feet. This is Great Orm's Head in Caernarvonshire. And it must be remembered that the cliff exhibits an intensifying feature, which some of those are without, sheer perpendicularity from the half-tide level. Yet this remarkable rampart forms no headland. It rather walls in an inlet, the promontory on each side being much lower. Thus, far from being salient, its horizontal section is concave. The sea, rolling direct from the shores of North America, has in fact eaten a chasm into the middle of a hill, and the giant, embayed and unobtrusive, stands in the rear of pygmy supporters. Not least singularly, neither hill, chasm, nor precipice has a name. On this account I will call the precipice the cliff without a name. See preface. What gave an added terror to its height was its blackness. And upon this dark face the beating of 10,000 west winds had formed a kind of bloom, which had a visual effect not unlike that of a Hambro grape. Moreover, it seemed to float off into the atmosphere and inspire terror through the lungs. "This piece of quartz, supporting my feet, is on the very nose of the cliff," said Knight, breaking the silence after his rigid stoical meditation. "Now what you are to do is this. Clamber up my body till your feet are on my shoulders. When you are there you will, I think, be able to climb on to level ground. What will you do? Wait whilst you run for assistance. I ought to have done that in the first place, ought I not? I was in the act of slipping, and should have reached no standpoint without your weight, in all probability. But don't let us talk. Be brave, Elfried, and climb." She prepared to ascend, saying, "This is the moment I anticipated when on the tower. I thought it would come." "This is not a time for superstition," said Knight. "Dismiss all that." "I will," she said humbly. "Now put your foot into my hand, next the other. That's good, well done. Hold to my shoulder." She placed her feet upon the stirrup he made of his hand, and was high enough to get a view of the natural surface of the hill over the bank. "Can you now climb on to level ground?" "I am afraid not." "I will try." "What can you see?" "The sloping common." "What upon it?" "Purple heather and some grass." "Nothing more? No man or human being of any kind?" "Nobody." "Now try to get higher in this way. You see that tuft of sea pink above you? Get that well into your hand, but don't trust to it entirely. Then step upon my shoulder, and I think you will reach the top." With trembling limbs she did exactly as he told her. The preternatural quiet and solemnity of his manner overspread upon herself and gave her a courage not her own. She made a spring from the top of his shoulder and was up. Then she turned to look at him. By an ill fate, the force downwards of her bound, added to his own weight, had been too much for the block of quartz upon which his feet depended. It was, indeed, originally an igneous protrusion into the enormous masses of black strata, which had since been worn away from the sides of the alien fragment by centuries of frost and rain, and now left it without much support. It moved. Knight seized a tuft of sea pink with each hand. The quartz rock which had been his salvation was worse than useless now. It rolled over, out of sight, and away into the same nether sky that had engulfed the telescope. One of the tufts by which he held came out at the root, and Knight began to follow the quartz. It was a terrible moment. Elfriede uttered a low wild wail of agony, bowed her head, and covered her face with her hands. Between the turf-covered slope and the gigantic perpendicular rock intervened a weather-worn series of jagged edges, forming a face yet steeper than the former slope. As he slowly slid inch by inch upon these, Knight made a last desperate dash at the lowest tuft of vegetation, the last outlying knot of starved herbage ere the rock appeared in all its bareness. It arrested his further descent. Knight was now literally suspended by his arms, but the incline of the brow being what engineers would call about 1/4, it was sufficient to relieve his arms of a portion of his weight, but was very far from offering an adequately flat face to support him. In spite of this dreadful tension of body and mind, Knight found time for a moment of thankfulness. Elfriede was safe. She lay on her side above him, her fingers clasped. Seeing him again steady, she jumped upon her feet. "Now, if I can only save you by running for help," she cried. "Oh, I would have died instead. Why did you try so hard to deliver me?" And she turned away wildly to run for assistance. "Elfriede, how long will it take you to run to Endelstow and back?" "3/4 of an hour." "That won't do. My hands will not hold out 10 minutes. And is there nobody nearer?" "No, unless a chance passer may happen to be. He would have nothing with him that could save me. Is there a pole or a stick of any kind on the common?" She gazed around. The common was bare of everything but heather and grass. A minute, perhaps more time, was passed in mute thought by both. On a sudden the blank and helpless agony left her face. She vanished over the bank from his sight. Knight felt himself in the presence of a personalized loneliness. Chapter 22: A Woman's Way. Haggard cliffs of every ugly altitude are as common as seafowl along the line of coast between Exmoor and Land's End, but this outflanked and encompassed specimen was the ugliest of them all. Their summits are not safe places for scientific experiment on the principles of air currents, as Knight had now found, to his dismay. He still clutched the face of the escarpment, not with the frenzied hold of despair, but with a dogged determination to make the most of his every jot of endurance, and so give the longest possible scope to Elfriede's intentions, whatever they might be. He reclined hand in hand with the world in its infancy. Not a blade, not an insect, which spoke of the present, was between him and the past. The inveterate antagonism of these black precipices to all strugglers for life is in no way more forcibly suggested than by the paucity of tufts of grass, lichens, or confervae on their outermost ledges. Knight pondered on the meaning of Elfriede's hasty disappearance, but could not avoid an instinctive conclusion that there existed but a doubtful hope for him. As far as he could judge, his sole chance of deliverance lay in the possibility of a rope or pole being brought, and this possibility was remote indeed. The soil upon these high downs was left so untended that they were unenclosed for miles, except by a casual bank or dry wall, and were rarely visited but for the purpose of collecting or counting the flock which found a scanty means of subsistence thereon. At first, when death appeared improbable, because it had never visited him before, Knight could think of no future, nor of anything connected with his past. He could only look sternly at nature's treacherous attempt to put an end to him, and strive to thwart her. From the fact that the cliff formed the inner face of the segment of a huge cylinder, having the sky for a top and the sea for a bottom, which enclosed the cove to the extent of more than a semicircle, he could see the vertical face curving round on each side of him. He looked far down the facade, and realized more thoroughly how it threatened him. Grimness was in every feature, and to its very bowels the inimical shape was desolation. by one of those familiar conjunctions of things wherewith the inanimate world baits the mind of man when he pauses in moments of suspense. Opposite Knight's eyes was an embedded fossil, standing forth in low relief from the rock. It was a creature with eyes. The eyes, dead and turned to stone, were even now regarding him. It was one of the early crustaceans called trilobites. Separated by millions of years in their lives, Knight and this underling seemed to have met in their death. It was the single instance within reach of his vision of anything that had ever been alive and had had a body to save, as he himself had now. The creature represented but a low type of animal existence, for never in their vernal years had the plains indicated by those numberless slaty layers been traversed by an intelligence worthy of the name. Zoophytes, mollusca, shellfish, were the highest developments of those ancient dates. The immense lapses of time each formation represented had known nothing of the dignity of man. They were grand times, but they were mean times too, and mean were their relics. He was to be with the small in his death. Knight was a geologist, and such is the supremacy of habit over occasion, as a pioneer of the thoughts of men, that at this dreadful juncture his mind found time to take in, by a momentary sweep, the varied scenes that had had their day between this creature's epoch and his own. There is no place like a cleft landscape for bringing home such imaginings as these. Time closed up like a fan before him. He saw himself at one extremity of the years, face to face with the beginning and all the intermediate centuries simultaneously. Fierce men, clothed in the hides of beasts and carrying, for defense and attack, huge clubs and pointed spears, rose from the rock, like the phantoms before the doomed Macbeth. They lived in hollows, woods, and mud huts, perhaps in caves of the neighboring rocks. Behind them stood an earlier band. No man was there. Huge elephantine forms, the mastodon, the hippopotamus, the tapir, antelopes of monstrous size, the megatherium, and the mylodon, all, for the moment, in juxtaposition. Further back, and overlapped by these, were perched huge-billed birds and swinish creatures as large as horses. Still more shadowy were the sinister crocodilian outlines, alligators, and other uncouth shapes, culminating in the colossal lizard, the iguanodon. Folded behind were dragon forms and clouds of flying reptiles. Still underneath were fishy beings of lower development, and so on, till the lifetime scenes of the fossil confronting him were a present and modern condition of things. These images passed before Knight's inner eye in less than half a minute, and he was again considering the actual present. Was he to die? The mental picture of Elfride in the world, without himself to cherish her, smote his heart like a whip. He had hoped for deliverance, but what could a girl do? He dared not move an inch. Was death really stretching out his hand? The previous sensation, that it was improbable he would die, was fainter now. However, Knight still clung to the cliff. To those musing weather-beaten West Country folk who pass the greater part of their days and nights out of doors, nature seems to have moods in other than a poetical sense, predilections for certain deeds at certain times, without any apparent law to govern or season to account for them. She is read as a person with a curious temper, as one who does not scatter kindnesses and cruelties alternately, impartially, and in order, but heartless severities or overwhelming generosities in lawless caprice. Man's case is always that of the prodigal's favorite or the miser's pensioner. In her unfriendly moments there seems a feline fun in her tricks, begotten by a foretaste of her pleasure in swallowing the victim. Such a way of thinking had been absurd tonight, but he began to adopt it now. He was first spitted onto a rock. New tortures followed. The rain increased and persecuted him with an exceptional persistency, which he was moved to believe owed its cause to the fact that he was in such a wretched state already. An entirely new order of things could be observed in this introduction of rain upon the scene. It rained upwards instead of down. The strong ascending air carried the raindrops with it in its race up the escarpment, coming to him with such velocity that they stuck into his flesh like cold needles. Each drop was virtually a shaft, and it pierced him to his skin. The water shafts seemed to lift him on their points. No downward rain ever had such a torturing effect. In a brief space he was drenched, except in two places. These were on the top of his shoulders and on the crown of his hat. The wind, though not intense in other situations, was strong here. It tugged at his coat and lifted it. We are mostly accustomed to look upon all opposition which is not animate as that of the stolid, inexorable hand of indifference, which wears out the patience more than the strength. Here, at any rate, hostility did not assume that slow and sickening form. It was a cosmic agency, active, lashing, eager for conquest, determination, not an insensate standing in the way. Night had overestimated the strength of his hands. They were getting weak already. She will never come again. She has been gone 10 minutes, he said to himself. This mistake arose from the unusual compression of his experiences just now. She had really been gone but 3. As many more minutes will be my end, he thought. Next came another instance of the incapacity of the mind to make comparisons at such times. This is a summer afternoon, he said, and there can never have been such a heavy and cold rain on a summer day in my life before. He was again mistaken. The rain was quite ordinary in quantity, the air in temperature. It was, as is usual, the menacing attitude in which they approached him that magnified their powers. He again looked straight downwards, the wind and the water dashes lifting his mustache, scudding up his cheeks, under his eyelids, and into his eyes. This is what he saw down there, the surface of the sea visually just past his toes, and under his feet, actually 1/8 of a mile, or more than 200 yards, below them. We color according to our moods the objects we survey. The sea would have been a deep neutral blue, had happier auspices attended the gazer. It was now no otherwise than distinctly black to his vision. That narrow white border was foam, he knew well, but its boisterous tosses were so distant as to appear a pulsation only, and its plashing was barely audible. A white border to a black sea, his funeral pall and its edging. The world was to some extent turned upside down for him. Rain descended from below. Beneath his feet was aerial space and the unknown. Above him was the firm, familiar ground, and upon it all that he loved best. Pitiless nature had then 2 voices, and 2 only. The nearer was the voice of the wind in his ears, rising and falling as it mauled and thrust him hard or softly. The second and distant one was the moan of that unplummeted ocean below and afar, rubbing its restless flank against the cliff without a name. Night perseveringly held fast. Had he any faith in Elfriede? Perhaps. Love is faith, and faith, like a gathered flower, will rootlessly live on. Nobody would have expected the sun to shine on such an evening as this. Yet it appeared, low down upon the sea. Not with its natural golden fringe, sweeping the furthest ends of the landscape, not with the strange glare of whiteness which it sometimes puts on as an alternative to color, but as a splotch of vermilion red upon a leaden ground. A red face looking on with a drunken leer. Most men who have brains know it, and few are so foolish as to disguise this fact from themselves or others, even though an ostentatious display may be called self-conceit. Night, without showing it much, knew that his intellect was above the average. And he thought, he could not help thinking, that his death would be a deliberate loss to earth of good material, that such an experiment in killing might have been practiced upon some less developed life. A fancy some people hold, when in a bitter mood, is that inexorable circumstance only tries to prevent what intelligence attempts. Renounce a desire for a long-contested position, and go on another tack, and after a while the prize is thrown at you, seemingly in disappointment that no more tantalizing is possible. Night gave up thoughts of life utterly and entirely, and turned to contemplate the dark valley and the unknown future beyond. Into the shadowy depths of these speculations we will not follow him. Let it suffice to state what ensued. At that moment of taking no more thought for this life, something disturbed the outline of the bank above him. A spot appeared. It was the head of Elfriede. Night immediately prepared to welcome life again. The expression of a face consigned to utter loneliness, when a friend first looks in upon it, is moving in the extreme. In rowing seaward to a light ship or seagirt lighthouse, where, without any immediate terror of death, the inmates experience the gloom of monotonous seclusion, the grateful eloquence of their countenances at the greeting, expressive of thankfulness for the visit, is enough to stir the emotions of the most careless observer. Knight's upward look at Elfried was of a nature with, but far transcending, such an instance as this. The lines of his face had deepened to furrows, and every one of them thanked her visibly. His lips moved to the word Elfried, though the emotion evolved no sound. His eyes passed all description in their combination of the whole diapason of eloquence, from lover's deep love to fellow man's gratitude for a token of remembrance from one of his kind. Elfried had come back. What she had come to do he did not know. She could only look on at his death, perhaps. Still, she had come back, and not deserted him utterly, and it was much. It was a novelty in the extreme to see Henry Knight, to whom Elfried was but a child, who had swayed her as a tree sways a bird's nest, who mastered her and made her weep most bitterly at her own insignificance, thus thankful for a sight of her face. She looked down upon him, her face glistening with rain and tears. He smiled faintly. How calm he is, she thought. How great and noble he is to be so calm. She would have died 10 times for him then. The gliding form of the steamboat caught her eye. She heeded it no longer. "How much longer can you wait?" came from her pale lips and along the wind to his position. "For minutes," said Knight in a weaker voice than her own. "But with a good hope of being saved?" 7 or 8. He now noticed that in her arms she bore a bundle of white linen, and that her form was singularly attenuated. So preternaturally thin and flexible was Elfried at this moment, that she appeared to bend under the light blows of the rain shafts, as they struck into her sides and bosom, and splintered into spray on her face. There is nothing like a thorough drenching for reducing the protuberances of clothes, but Elfried seemed to cling to her like a glove. Without heeding the attack of the clouds further than by raising her hand and wiping away the spurts of rain when they went more particularly into her eyes, she sat down and hurriedly began rending the linen into strips. These she knotted end to end, and afterwards twisted them like the strands of a cord. In a short space of time she had formed a perfect rope by this means, 6 or 7 yards long. "Can you wait while I bind it?" she said, anxiously extending her gaze down to him. "Yes, if not very long. Hope has given me a wonderful installment of strength." Elfried dropped her eyes again, tore the remaining material into narrow tape-like ligaments, knotted each to each as before, but on a smaller scale, and wound the lengthy string she had thus formed round and round the linen rope, which, without this binding, had a tendency to spread abroad. "Now," said Knight, who, watching the proceedings intently, had by this time not only grasped her scheme, but reasoned further on, "I can hold 3 minutes longer yet." "And do you use the time in testing the strength of the knots, one by one?" She at once obeyed, tested each singly by putting her foot on the rope between each knot, and pulling with her hands. One of the knots slipped. "Oh, think! It would have broken but for your forethought," Elfried exclaimed apprehensively. She retied the 2 ends. The rope was now firm in every part. "When you have let it down," said Knight, already resuming his position of ruling power, "go back from the edge of the slope and over the bank as far as the rope will allow you. Then lean down and hold the end with both hands." He had first thought of a safer plan for his own deliverance, but it involved the disadvantage of possibly endangering her life. "I have tied it round my waist," she cried, "and I will lean directly upon the bank, holding with my hands as well." It was the arrangement he had thought of, but would not suggest. "I will raise and drop it 3 times when I am behind the bank," she continued, "to signify that I am ready. Take care, oh, take the greatest care, I beg you." She dropped the rope over him, to learn how much of its length it would be necessary to expend on that side of the bank, went back, and disappeared as she had done before. The rope was trailing by Knight's shoulders. In a few moments it twitched 3 times. He waited yet a second or 2, then laid hold. The incline of this upper portion of the precipice, to the length only of a few feet, useless to a climber empty-handed, was invaluable now. Not more than half his weight depended entirely on the linen rope. Half a dozen extensions of the arms, alternating with half a dozen seizures of the rope with his feet, brought him up to the level of the soil. He was saved, and by Elfried. He extended his cramped limbs like an awakened sleeper and sprang over the bank. At sight of him, she leapt to her feet with almost a shriek of joy. Knight's eyes met hers, and with supreme eloquence the glance of each told a long-concealed tale of emotion in that short half-moment. Moved by an impulse neither could resist, they ran together and into each other's arms. At the moment of embracing, Elfride's eyes involuntarily flashed towards the Puffin steamboat. It had doubled the point and was no longer to be seen. An overwhelming rush of exultation at having delivered the man she revered from one of the most terrible forms of death shook the gentle girl to the center of her soul. It merged in a defiance of duty to Stephen and a total recklessness as to plighted faith. Every nerve of her will was now in entire subjection to her feeling volition as a guiding power had forsaken her. To remain passive as she remained now, encircled by his arms, was a sufficiently complete result, a glorious crown to all the years of her life. Perhaps he was only grateful and did not love her. No matter, it was infinitely more to be even the slave of the greater than the queen of the less. Some such sensation as this, though it was not recognized as a finished thought, raced along the impressionable soul of Elfride. Regarding their attitude, it was impossible for two persons to go nearer to a kiss than went Knight and Elfride during those minutes of impulsive embrace in the pelting rain. Yet they did not kiss. Knight's peculiarity of nature was such that it would not allow him to take advantage of the unguarded and passionate avowal she had tacitly made. Elfride recovered herself and gently struggled to be free. He reluctantly relinquished her and then surveyed her from crown to toe. She seemed as small as an infant. He perceived whence she had obtained the rope. "Elfride, my Elfride," he exclaimed in gratified amazement. "I must leave you now," she said, her face doubling its red, with an expression between gladness and shame. "You follow me, but at some distance. The rain and wind pierce you through. The chill will kill you. God bless you for such devotion. Take my coat and put it on." "No, I shall get warm running." Elfride had absolutely nothing between her and the weather but her exterior robe or costume. The door had been made upon a woman's wit, and it had found its way out. Behind the bank, whilst Knight reclined upon the dizzy slope waiting for death, she had taken off her whole clothing and replaced only her outer bodice and skirt. Every thread of the remainder lay upon the ground in the form of a woolen and cotton rope. "I am used to being wet through," she added. "I have been drenched on Pansy dozens of times. Goodbye till we meet, clothed and in our right minds, by the fireside at home." She then ran off from him through the pelting rain like a hare, or more like a pheasant when, scampering away with a lowered tail, it has a mind to fly, but does not. Elfride was soon out of sight. Knight felt uncomfortably wet and chilled, but glowing with fervor nevertheless. He fully appreciated Elfride's girlish delicacy in refusing his escort in the meager habiliments she wore, yet felt that necessary abstraction of herself for a short half-hour as a most grievous loss to him. He gathered up her knotted and twisted plumage of linen, lace, and embroidery work, and laid it across his arm. He noticed on the ground an envelope, limp and wet. In endeavoring to restore this to its proper shape, he loosened from the envelope a piece of paper it had contained, which was seized by the wind in falling from Knight's hand. It was blown to the right, blown to the left. It floated to the edge of the cliff and over the sea, where it was hurled aloft. It twirled in the air and then flew back over his head. Knight followed the paper and secured it. Having done so, he looked to discover if it had been worth securing. The troublesome sheet was a banker's receipt for £200, placed to the credit of Miss Swancourt, which the impractical girl had totally forgotten she carried with her. Knight folded it as carefully as its moist condition would allow, put it in his pocket, and followed Elfride. Chapter 23. Should Auld Acquaintance be Forgot? By this time Stephen Smith had stepped out upon the quay at Castle Botterill and breathed his native air. A darker skin, a more pronounced mustache, and an incipient beard were the chief additions and changes noticeable in his appearance. In spite of the falling rain, which had somewhat lessened, he took a small valise in his hand and, leaving the remainder of his luggage at the inn, ascended the hills towards East Endlestowe. This place lay in a vale of its own, further inland than the West Village, and though so near it, had little of physical feature in common with the latter. East Endlestowe was more wooded and fertile. It boasted of Lord Luxellian's mansion and park, and was free from those bleak open uplands which lent such an air of desolation to the vicinage of the coast, always excepting the small valley in which stood the vicarage and Mrs. Swancourt's old house, the Crags. Stephen had arrived nearly at the summit of the ridge when the rain again increased its volume, and, looking about for temporary shelter, he ascended a steep path which penetrated dense hazel bushes in the lower part of its course. Further up it emerged upon a ledge immediately over the turnpike road, and sheltered by an overhanging face of rubble rock, with bushes above. For a reason of his own, he made this spot his refuge from the storm, and, turning his face to the left, conned the landscape as a book. He was overlooking the valley containing Elfride's residence. From this point of observation, the prospect exhibited the peculiarity of being either brilliant foreground or the subdued tone of distance, a sudden dip in the surface of the country lowering out of sight all the intermediate prospect. In apparent contact with the trees and bushes growing close beside him appeared the distant tract, terminated suddenly by the brink of the series of cliffs, which culminated in the tall giant without a name, small and unimportant as here beheld. A leaf on a bough at Stephen's elbow blotted out a whole hill in the contrasting district far away. A green bunch of nuts covered a complete upland there, and the great cliff itself was outvied by a pygmy crag in the bank hard by him. Stephen had looked upon these things hundreds of times before today, but he had never viewed them with such tenderness as now. Stepping forward in this direction, yet a little further, he could see the tower of West Endlestowe Church, beneath which he was to meet his Elfride that night. And at the same time he noticed, coming over the hill from the cliffs, a white speck in motion. It seemed first to be a seagull flying low, but ultimately proved to be a human figure, running with great rapidity. The form flitted on, heedless of the rain which had caused Stephen's halt in this place, dropped down the heathery hill, entered the vale, and was out of sight. Whilst he meditated upon the meaning of this phenomenon, he was surprised to see swim into his ken from the same point of departure another moving speck, as different from the first as well could be, insomuch that it was perceptible only by its blackness. Slowly and regularly it took the same course, and there was not much doubt that this was the form of a man. He, too, gradually descended from the upper levels, and was lost in the valley below. The rain had by this time again abated, and Stephen returned to the road. Looking ahead, he saw two men and a cart. They were soon obscured by the intervention of a high hedge. Just before they emerged again, he heard voices and conversation. "A must soon be in the neighborhood, too, if so be he's a-coming," said a tenor tongue, which Stephen instantly recognized as Martin Cannister's. Must believe," said another voice, that of Stephen's father. Stephen stepped forward and came before them face to face. His father and Martin were walking, dressed in their second-best suits, and beside them rambled along a grizzle horse and brightly painted spring cart. "All right, Mr. Cannister, here's the lost man," exclaimed young Smith, entering at once upon the old style of greeting. "Father, here I am." "All right, my sonny, and glad I be for't," returned John Smith, overjoyed to see the young man. "How be ye?" "Well, come along home, and don't let's bide out here in the damp. Such weather must be terrible bad for a young chap just come from a fiery nation like Indy, hey, neighbor Cannister?" "True, true." "And about getting home his traps?" "Boxes, monstrous bales, and noble packages of foreign description, I make no doubt." "Hardly all that," said Stephen, laughing. "We brought the cart, meaning to go right on to Castle Boterel for ye." "Landed," said his father. "Put in the horse," says Martin. "Aye," says I, "so we will," and did it straightway. "Now, maybe Martin had better go on the cart for the things, and you and I walk home along. And I shall be back a'most as soon as you. Peggy is a pretty step still, though time begin to tell upon her as upon the rest o' us." Stephen told Martin where to find his baggage, and then continued his journey homeward in the company of his father. "Owing to your coming a day sooner than we first expected," said John, "you'll find us in a Turk of a mess, sir, says I to my own son. But you've gone up so, Stephen." We've killed the pig this morning for ye, thinking ye'd be hungry and glad of a morsel of fresh mate. And a won't be cut up till tonight. However, we can make ye a good supper of fry, which will chop well a dab o' mustard, and a few nice new taters, and a drop of shilling ale to wash it down. Your mother have scrubbed the house through because ye were coming, and dusted all the chimmer furniture, and bought a new basin and jug of a traveling crockery woman that came to our door, and scoured the candlesticks, and cleaned the winders. I don't know what a haunt a done. Never were such a steer a believe. Conversation of this kind and inquiries of Stephen for his mother's well-being occupied them for the remainder of the journey. When they drew near the river and the cottage behind it, they could hear the master mason's clock striking off the bygone hours of the day at intervals of a quarter of a minute, during which intervals Stephen's imagination readily pictured his mother's forefinger wandering round the dial in company with the minute hand. The clock stopped this morning, and your mother, in putting en right seemingly, said his father in an explanatory tone, and they went up the garden to the door. When they had entered, and Stephen had dutifully and warmly greeted his mother, who appeared in a cotton dress of a dark blue ground, covered broadcast with a multitude of new and full moons, stars, and planets, with an occasional dash of a comet-like aspect to diversify the scene, the crackle of cart wheels was heard outside, and Martin Canister stamped in at the doorway, in the form of a pair of legs beneath a great box, his body being nowhere visible. When the luggage had been all taken down, and Stephen had gone upstairs to change his clothes, Mrs. Smith's mind seemed to recover a lost thread. "Really, our clock is not worth a penny," she said, turning to it and attempting to start the pendulum. "Stopped again?" inquired Martin with commiseration. "Yes, sure," replied Mrs. Smith, and continued after the manner of certain matrons, to whose tongues the harmony of a subject with a casual mood is a greater recommendation than its pertinence to the occasion. John would spend pounds a year upon the gimcrack old thing if he might, in having it cleaned, when at the same time you may doctor it yourself as well. The clock stopped again. "John," I say to him. "Better have en cleaned," says he. "There's 5 shillings. That clock grinds again," I say to en. "Better have en cleaned," says again. "That clock strikes wrong, John," says I. "Better have en cleaned," he goes on. The wheels would have been polished to skeletons by this time if I had listened to en, and I assure you we could have bought a chainy-faced beauty. Why, the good money we've flung away these last 10 years upon this old green-faced mortal. And, Martin, you must be wet. My son is gone up to change. John is damper than I should like to be, but calls it nothing. Some of Mrs. Swancourt's servants have been here. They ran in out of the rain when going for a walk, and I assure you the state of their bonnets was frightful. How's the folks? We've been over to Castle Botterill, and what why running and stopping out of the storms. My poor head is beyond everything. Fizz, fizz, fizz. 'Tis frying o' fish from morning to night, said a cracked voice in the doorway at this instant. Lord so's, who's that? Said Mrs. Smith, in a private exclamation, and turning round saw William Worm, endeavoring to make himself look passing civil and friendly by overspreading his face with a large smile that seemed to have no connection with the humor he was in. Behind him stood a woman about twice his size, with a large umbrella over her head. This was Mrs. Worm, William's wife. "Come in, William," said John Smith. "We don't kill a pig every day. And you likewise, Mrs. Worm. I make you welcome. Since you left Parson Swancourt, William, I don't see much of ye. No, for to tell the truth, since I took to the Turnpike 8 line, I've been out but little, coming to church, Sundays not being my duty now, as 'twas in a parson's family, you see. However, our boy is able to mind the gate now, and I said, says I, Barbara, let's call and see John Smith. I am sorry to hear your poor head is so bad still. I assure you that frying o' fish is going on for nights and days. And, you know, sometimes 'tisn't only fish, but rashers o' bacon and onions. I can hear the fat pop and fizz as natural as life, can't I, Barbara? Mrs. Worm, who had been all this time engaged in closing her umbrella, corroborated this statement, and now, coming indoors, showed herself to be a wide-faced, comfortable-looking woman, with a wart upon her cheek, bearing a small tuft of hair in its center. "Have ye ever tried anything to cure your noise, Maester Worm?" inquired Martin Canister. "Oh, bless ye, I've tried everything." Providence is a merciful man, and I have hoped he'd have found it out by this time, living so many years in a parson's family, too, as I have, but don't seem to relieve me. I be a poor wambling man, and life's a mint o' trouble. True, mournful true, William Worm. 'Tis so. The world wants looking to, or 'tis all sixes and sevens why us. Take your things off, Mrs. Worm, said Mrs. Smith. We be rather in a muddle, to tell the truth, for my son is just dropped in from India a day sooner than we expected, and the pig killer is coming presently to cut up. Mrs. Barbara Worm, not wishing to take any mean advantage of persons in a muddle by observing them, removed her bonnet and mantle with eyes fixed upon the flowers in the plot outside the door. "What beautiful tiger lilies," said Mrs. Worm. "Yes, they be very well, but such a trouble to me on account of the children that come here. They will go eating the berries on the stem and call 'em currants. Taste why, Junival's is quite fancy really. And your snapdragons look as fierce as ever." "Well, really," answered Mrs. Smith, entering didactically into the subject, "they are more like Christians than flowers. But they make up well enough why the rest, and don't require much tending. And the same can be said o' these miller's wheels. 'Tis a flower I like very much, though so simple. John says he never cares about the flowers but men have no eye for anything neat. He says his favorite flower is a cauliflower. And I assure you I tremble in the springtime, for 'tis perfect murder." "You don't say so, Mrs. Smith. John digs round the roots, you know. In goes his blundering spade, through roots, bulbs, everything that hasn't got a good show above ground, turning 'em up cut all to slices. Only the very last fall I went and moved some tulips, when I found every bulb upside down and the stems crooked round. He had turned 'em over in the spring, and the cunning creatures had soon found that heaven was not where it used to be. What's that long-favored flower under the hedge? They? Oh Lord, they are the horrid Jacob's ladders. Instead of praising 'em, I be mad why 'em for being so ready to bide where they are not wanted. They be very well in their way, but I do not care for things that neglect won't kill. Do what I will, dig, drag, scrap, pull, I get too many of 'em. I chop the roots, up they'll come, trouble strong. Throw 'em over hedge, there they'll grow, staring me in the face like a hungry dog driven away, and creep back again in a week or two the same as before. 'Tis Jacob's ladder here, Jacob's ladder there, and plant 'em where nothing in the world will grow. You get crowds of 'em in a month or two. John made a new manure mixin' last summer, and he said, 'Maria, now if you've got any flowers or such like that you don't want, you may plant 'em round my mixin' so as to hide it a bit, though 'tis not likely anything of much value will grow there.' I thought, there's them Jacob's ladders. I'll put them there, since they can't do harm in such a place, and I planted the Jacob's ladders sure enough. They growed, and they growed, in the mixin and out of the mixin, all over the litter, covering it quite up. When John wanted to use it about the garden, said, 'Nation sees them Jacob's ladders of yours, Maria. They've eat the goodness out of every morsel of my manure, so that 'tis no better than sand itself.' Sure enough the hungry mortals had. 'Tis my belief that in the secret souls Jacob's ladders be weeds, and not flowers at all, if the truth was known." Robert Lickpan, pig killer and carrier, arrived at this moment. The fatted animal hanging in the back kitchen was cleft down the middle of its backbone, Mrs. Smith being meanwhile engaged in cooking supper. Between the cutting and chopping, ale was handed round, and Worm and the pig killer listened to John Smith's description of the meeting with Stephen, with eyes blankly fixed upon the tablecloth, in order that nothing in the external world should interrupt their efforts to conjure up the scene correctly. Stephen came downstairs in the middle of the story, and after the little interruption occasioned by his entrance and welcome, the narrative was again continued, precisely as if he had not been there at all, and was told inclusively to him, as to somebody who knew nothing about the matter. I said, as I catched sight through the brimbles, that's the lad, for I d no end by his grandfather's walk, for a stepped out like poor father for all the world. Still there was a touch, oh, the frisky that set me wondering. I got closer, and I said, that's the lad, for I d no end by his carrying a black case like a travelling man. Still, a road is common to all the world, and there be more travelling men than one. But I kept my eye cocked, and I said to Martin, 'Tis the boy now, for I d no end by the wold twirl o' the stick and the family step. Then a come closer, and a said, all right. I could swear to end then. Stephen's personal appearance was next criticized. He d look a deal thinner in face, surely, than when I seed en at the parson's, and never knowed en, if ye'll believe me, said Martin. I, there, said another, without removing his eyes from Stephen's face, I should ha knowed en anywhere. 'Tis his father's nose to a.t. It has been often remarked, said Stephen modestly. And he's certainly taller, said Martin, letting his glance run over Stephen's form from bottom to top. I was thinking I was exactly the same height, Worm replied. Bless thy soul, that's because he's bigger round likewise. And the united eyes all moved to Stephen's waist. I be a poor wambling man, but I can make allowances, said William Worm. Sure, and how he came as a stranger and pilgrim to Parson Swancourt's that time, not a soul knowing and after so many years. Aye, life's a strange picture, Stephen, but I suppose I must say sir to ye. Oh, it is not necessary at present, Stephen replied, though mentally resolving to avoid the vicinity of that familiar friend as soon as he had made pretensions to the hand of Elfride. Well, said Worm musingly, some would have looked for no less than a sir. There's a sight of difference in people. And in pigs likewise, observed John Smith, looking at the halved carcass of his own. Robert Lickpan, the pig killer, here seemed called upon to enter the lists of conversation. Yes, they've got their particular naters good now, he remarked initially. Many's the rum-tempered pig I've knowed. I don't doubt it, Master Lickpan, answered Martin, in a tone expressing that his convictions, no less than good manners, demanded the reply. Yes, continued the pig killer, as one accustomed to be heard. One that I knowed was deaf and dumb, and we couldn't make out what was the matter. Why, the pig. I would eat well enough when a seed the trough, but when his back was turned, you might rattled the bucket all day, the poor soul never heard ye. Ye could play tricks upon en behind his back, and a wouldn't find it out no quicker than poor deaf Grammar Cates. But a fatted well, and I never seed a pig open better when a was killed, and a was very tender eating, very, as pretty a bit of mate as ever you see, you could suck that mate through a quill. And another I knowed, resumed the killer, after quietly letting a pint of ale run down his throat of its own accord, and setting down the cup with mathematical exactness upon the spot from which he had raised it, another went out of his mind. How very mournful, murmured Mrs. Worm. Aye, poor thing, a did. As clean out of his mind as the cleverest Christian could go. In early life, I was very melancholy, and never seemed a hopeful pig by no means. 'Twas Andrew Stainer's pig, that's whose pig 'twas. I can mind the pig well enough, attested John Smith. And a pretty little porker, a was. And you all know Farmer Buckles. Sort? Every Jack o' suffer from the rheumatism to this day, owing to a damp sty they lived in when they were striplings, as 'twere. Well, now we'll weigh, said John. If so be he were not so fine, we'd weigh en whole, but as he is, we'll take a side at a time. John, you can mind my old jokey, why? I do so, though 'twas a good few years ago I first heard en. Yes, said Lickpan, that their old familiar joke have been in our family for generations, I may say. My father used that joke regular at pig killings for more than 45 years, the time he followed the calling. And told me that had it from his father when he was quite a chiel, who made use on just the same at every killing more or less, and pig killings were pig killings in those days. Truly they were. I've never heard the joke, said Mrs. Smith tentatively. Nor I, chimed in Mrs. Worm, who, being the only other lady in the room, felt bound by the laws of courtesy to feel like Mrs. Smith in everything. Surely you have, said the killer, looking skeptically at the benighted females. However, 'tisn't much, I don't wish to say it is. It commences like this. Bob will tell the weight of your pig, I believe, says I. The congregation of neighbors think I main my son Bob, naturally, but the secret is that I main the Bob o' the Steelyard. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, laughed Martin Canister, who had heard the explanation of this striking story for the 100th time. Ha ha ha, laughed John Smith, who had heard it for the 1000th. He, laughed William Worm, who had never heard it at all, but was afraid to say so. Thy grandfather, Robert, must have been a wide-awake chap to make that story, said Martin Canister, subsiding to a placid aspect of delighted criticism. He had a head, by all account. And, you see, as the firstborn of the Lickpans have all been Roberts, they've all been Bobs, so the story was handed down to the present day. Poor Joseph, your second boy, will never be able to bring it out in company, which is rather unfortunate, said Mrs. Worm thoughtfully. Won't. Yes, Grandfer was a clever chap, as you say, but I knowed a cleverer. 'Twas my Uncle Levi. Uncle Levi made a snuff-box that should be a puzzle to his friends to open. He used to hand 'en round at wedding parties, christenings, funerals, and in other jolly company, and let 'em try their skill. This extraordinary snuff-box had a spring behind that would push in and out, a hinge where seemed to be the cover, a slide at the end, a screw in front, and knobs and queer notches everywhere. One man would try the spring, another would try the screw, another would try the slide, but try as they would, the box wouldn't open. And they couldn't open and they didn't open. Now what might you think was the secret of that box? All put on an expression that their united thoughts were inadequate to the occasion. Why the box wouldn't open at all. Were made not to open, and ye might have tried till the end of Revelations, 'twould have been as naught, for the box were glued all round. A very deep man to have made such a box. Yes, 'twas like Uncle Levi all over. 'Twas. I can mind the man very well. Tallest man ever I seed. Was so. He never slept upon a bedstead after he growed up a hard boy chap, never could get one long enough. When I lived in that little small house by the pond, he used to have to leave open his chamber door every night at going to his bed, and let his feet poke out upon the landing. He's dead and gone now, nevertheless, poor man, as we all shall, observed Worm, to fill the pause which followed the conclusion of Robert Lickpan's speech. The weighing and cutting up was pursued amid an animated discourse on Stephen's travels, and at the finish, the first fruits of the day's slaughter, fried in onions, were then turned from the pan into a dish. On the table, each piece steaming and hissing till it reached their very mouths. It must be owned that the gentlemanly son of the house looked rather out of place in the course of this operation. Nor was his mind quite philosophic enough to allow him to be comfortable with these old established persons, his father's friends. He had never lived long at home, scarcely at all since his childhood. The presence of William Worm was the most awkward feature of the case, for, though Worm had left the house of Mr. Swancourt, the being hand-in-glove with a ci devant servitor reminded Stephen too forcibly of the vicar's classification of himself before he went from England. Mrs. Smith was conscious of the defect in her arrangements which had brought about the undesired conjunction. She spoke to Stephen privately. I am above having such people here, Stephen, but what could I do? And your father is so rough in his nature that he's more mixed up with them than need be. Never mind, mother, said Stephen. I'll put up with it now. When we leave my lord's service and get further up the country, as I hope we shall soon, it will be different. We shall be among fresh people and in a larger house, and shall keep ourselves up a bit, I hope. Is Miss Swancourt at home, do you know? Stephen inquired. Yes, your father saw her this morning. Do you often see her? Scarcely ever. Mr. Glim, the curate, calls occasionally, but the Swancourts don't come into the village now any more than to drive through it. They dine at my lord's oftener than they used. Here's a note was brought this morning for you by a boy. Stephen eagerly took the note and opened it, his mother watching him. He read what Elfride had written and sent before she started for the cliff that afternoon. Yes, I will meet you in the church at 9 tonight. I don't know, Stephen, his mother said meaningly. You still think about Miss Elfride, but if I were you I wouldn't concern about her. They say that none of old Mrs. Swancourt's money will come to her stepdaughter. I see the evening has turned out fine. I am going out for a little while to look round the place, he said, evading the direct query. Probably by the time I return our visitors will be gone, and we'll have a more confidential talk. Chapter 24. Breeze, bird, and flower confess the hour. The rain had ceased since the sunset, but it was a cloudy night, and the light of the moon, softened and dispersed by its misty veil, was distributed over the land in pale gray. A dark figure stepped from the doorway of John Smith's riverside cottage and strode rapidly towards West Endlestowe with a light footstep. Soon ascending from the lower levels, he turned a corner, followed a cart track, and saw the tower of the church he was in quest of distinctly shaped forth against the sky. In less than half an hour from the time of starting, he swung himself over the churchyard stile. The wild, irregular enclosure was as much as ever an integral part of the old hill. The grass was still long, the graves were shaped precisely as passing years chose to alter them from their orthodox form as laid down by Martin Canister and by Stephen's own grandfather before him. A sound sped into the air from the direction in which Castle Boterel lay. It was the striking of the church clock, distinct in the still atmosphere as if it had come from the tower hard by, which, wrapped in its solitary silentness, gave out no such sounds of life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Stephen carefully counted the strokes, though he well knew their number beforehand. 9 o'clock. It was the hour Elfride had herself named as the most convenient for meeting him. Stephen stood at the door of the porch and listened. He could have heard the softest breathing of any person within the porch. Nobody was there. He went inside the doorway, sat down upon the stone bench, and waited with a beating heart. The faint sounds heard only accentuated the silence. The rising and falling of the sea, far away along the coast, was the most important. A minor sound was the skirr of a distant nighthawk. Among the minutest, where all were minute, were the light settlement of gossamer fragments floating in the air, a toad humbly laboring along through the grass near the entrance, the crackle of a dead leaf which a worm was endeavoring to pull into the earth, a waft of air, getting nearer and nearer and expiring at his feet under the burden of a winged seed. Among all these soft sounds came not the only soft sound he cared to hear, the footfall of Elfride. For a whole quarter of an hour Stephen sat thus intent, without moving a muscle. At the end of that time he walked to the west front of the church. Turning the corner of the tower, a white form stared him in the face. He started back and recovered himself. It was the tomb of young Farmer Jethway, looking still as fresh and as new as when it was first erected, the white stone in which it was hewn having a singular weirdness amid the dark blue slabs from local quarries, of which the whole remaining gravestones were formed. He thought of the night when he had sat thereon with Elfride as his companion, and well remembered his regret that she had received, even unwillingly, earlier homage than his own. But his present tangible anxiety reduced such a feeling to sentimental nonsense in comparison, and he strolled on over the graves to the border of the churchyard, whence in the daytime could be clearly seen the vicarage and the present residence of the Swancourts. No footstep was discernible upon the path up the hill, but a light was shining from a window in the last-named house. Stephen knew there could be no mistake about the time or place, and no difficulty about keeping the engagement. He waited yet longer, passing from impatience into a mood which failed to take any account of the lapse of time. He was awakened from his reverie by Castle Boterel clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One little fall of the hammer in addition to the number it had been sharp pleasure to hear, and what a difference to him. He left the churchyard on the side opposite to his point of entrance and went down the hill. Slowly he drew near the gate of her house. This he softly opened, and walked up the gravel drive to the door. Here he paused for several minutes. At the expiration of that time the murmured speech of a manly voice came out to his ears through an open window behind the corner of the house. This was responded to by a clear, soft laugh. It was the laugh of Elfride. Stephen was conscious of a gnawing pain at his heart. He retreated as he had come. There are disappointments which wring us, and there are those which inflict a wound whose mark we bear to our graves. Such are so keen that no future gratification of the same desire can ever obliterate them. They become registered as a permanent loss of happiness. Such a one was Stephen's now. The crowning aureola of the dream had been the meeting here by stealth, and if Elfriede had come to him only 10 minutes after he had turned away, the disappointment would have been recognizable still. When the young man reached home, he found there a letter which had arrived in his absence. Believing it to contain some reason for her non-appearance, yet unable to imagine one that could justify her, he hastily tore open the envelope. The paper contained not a word from Elfriede. It was the deposit note for his £200. On the back was the form of a cheque, and this she had filled up with the same sum, payable to the bearer. Stephen was confounded. He attempted to divine her motive. Considering how limited was his knowledge of her later actions, he guessed rather shrewdly that, between the time of her sending the note in the morning and the evening's silent refusal of his gift, something had occurred which had caused a total change in her attitude towards him. He knew not what to do. It seemed absurd now to go to her father next morning, as he had purposed, and ask for an engagement with her, a possibility impending all the while that Elfriede herself would not be on his side. Only one course recommended itself as wise: to wait and see what the days would bring forth, to go and execute his commissions in Birmingham, then to return, learn if anything had happened, and try what a meeting might do. Perhaps her surprise at his backwardness would bring her forward to show latent warmth, as decidedly as in old times. This act of patience was in keeping only with the nature of a man precisely of Stephen's constitution. 9 men out of 10 would perhaps have rushed off, got into her presence, by fair means or foul, and provoked a catastrophe of some sort. Possibly for the better, probably for the worse. He started for Birmingham the next morning. A day's delay would have made no difference, but he could not rest until he had begun and ended the program proposed to himself. Bodily activity will sometimes take the sting out of anxiety as completely as assurance itself. Chapter 25 Mine Own Familiar Friend. During these days of absence, Stephen lived under alternate conditions. Whenever his emotions were active, he was in agony. Whenever he was not in agony, the business in hand had driven out of his mind by sheer force all deep reflection on the subject of Elfriede and love. By the time he took his return journey at the week's end, Stephen had very nearly worked himself up to an intention to call and see her face to face. On this occasion also he adopted his favorite route by the little summer steamer from Bristol to Castle Boterel, the time saved by speed on the railway being wasted at junctions and in following a devious course. It was a bright, silent evening at the beginning of September when Smith again set foot in the little town. He felt inclined to linger a while upon the quay before ascending the hills, having formed a romantic intention to go home by way of her house, yet not wishing to wander in its neighborhood till the evening shades should sufficiently screen him from observation. And thus waiting for night's nearer approach, he watched the placid scene, over which the pale luminosity of the west cast a sorrowful monochrome that became slowly embrowned by the dusk. A star appeared, and another, and another. They sparkled amid the yards and rigging of the 2 coal brigs lying alongside, as if they had been tiny lamps suspended in the ropes. The masts rocked sleepily to the infinitesimal flux of the tide, which clucked and gurgled with idle regularity in nooks and holes of the harbor wall. The twilight was now quite pronounced enough for his purpose, and as, rather sad at heart, he was about to move on, a little boat containing 2 persons glided up the middle of the harbor with the lightness of a shadow. The boat came opposite him, passed on, and touched the landing steps at the further end. One of its occupants was a man, as Stephen had known by the easy stroke of the oars. When the pair ascended the steps and came into greater prominence, he was enabled to discern that the second personage was a woman, also that she wore a white decoration, apparently a feather, in her hat or bonnet, which spot of white was the only distinctly visible portion of her clothing. Stephen remained a moment in their rear, and they passed on, when he pursued his way also, and soon forgot the circumstance. Having crossed a bridge, forsaken the high road, and entered the footpath which led up the vale to West Endlestowe, He heard a little wicket click softly together some yards ahead. By the time that Stephen had reached the wicket and passed it, he heard another click of precisely the same nature from another gate yet further on. Clearly some person or persons were preceding him along the path, their footsteps being rendered noiseless by the soft carpet of turf. Stephen now walked a little quicker and perceived two forms. One of them bore aloft the white feather he had noticed in the woman's hat on the quay. They were the couple he had seen in the boat. Stephen dropped a little further to the rear. From the bottom of the valley, along which the path had hitherto lain, beside the margin of the trickling streamlet, another path now diverged, and ascended the slope of the left-hand hill. This footway led only to the residence of Mrs. Swancourt and a cottage or two in its vicinity. No grass covered this diverging path in portions of its length, and Stephen was reminded that the pair in front of him had taken this route by the occasional rattle of loose stones under their feet. Stephen climbed in the same direction, but for some undefined reason he trod more softly than did those preceding him. His mind was unconsciously an exercise upon whom the woman might be, whether a visitor to the crags, a servant, or Elfride. He put it to himself yet more forcibly. Could the lady be Elfride? A possible reason for her unaccountable failure to keep the appointment with him returned with painful force. They entered the grounds of the house by the side wicket, whence the path, now wide and well trimmed, wound fantastically through the shrubbery to an octagonal pavilion called the Belvedere, by reason of the comprehensive view over the adjacent district that its green seats afforded. The path passed this erection and went on to the house as well as to the gardener's cottage on the other side, straggling thence to East Endlestowe, so that Stephen felt no hesitation in entering a promenade which could scarcely be called private. He fancied that he heard the gate open and swing together again behind him. Turning, he saw nobody. The people of the boat came to the summer-house. One of them spoke. "I am afraid we shall get a scolding for being so late." Stephen instantly recognized the familiar voice, richer and fuller now than it used to be. "Elfride," he whispered to himself, and held fast by a sapling, to steady himself under the agitation her presence caused him. His heart swerved from its beat. He shunned receiving the meaning he sought. "A breeze is rising again. How the ash tree rustles," said Elfride. "Don't you hear it? I wonder what the time is." Stephen relinquished the sapling. "I will get a light and tell you. Step into the summer-house. The air is quiet there." The cadence of that voice, its peculiarity, seemed to come home to him like that of some notes of the northern birds on his return to his native clime, as an old natural thing renewed, yet not particularly noticed as natural before that renewal. They entered the Belvedere. In the lower part it was formed of close woodwork nailed crosswise, and had openings in the upper by way of windows. The scratch of a striking light was heard, and a bright glow radiated from the interior of the building. The light gave birth to dancing leaf shadows, stem shadows, lustrous streaks, dots, sparkles, and threads of silver sheen of all imaginable variety and transience. It awakened gnats, which flew towards it, revealed shiny gossamer threads, disturbed earthworms. Stephen gave but little attention to these phenomena and less time. He saw in the summer-house a strongly illuminated picture. First, the face of his friend and preceptor Henry Knight, between whom and himself an estrangement had arisen, not from any definite causes beyond those of absence, increasing age, and diverging sympathies. Next, his bright particular star, Elfride. The face of Elfride was more womanly than when she had called herself his, but as clear and healthy as ever. Her plenteous twines of beautiful hair were looking much as usual, with the exception of a slight modification in their arrangement in deference to the changes of fashion. Their two foreheads were close together, almost touching, and both were looking down. Elfride was holding her watch. Knight was holding the light with one hand, his left arm being round her waist. Part of the scene reached Stephen's eyes through the horizontal bars of woodwork, which crossed their forms like the ribs of a skeleton. Knight's arm stole still further round the waist of Elfride. "It is 8:30, she said in a low voice, which had a peculiar music in it, seemingly born of a thrill of pleasure at the new proof that she was beloved. The flame dwindled down, died away, and all was wrapped in a darkness to which the gloom before the illumination bore no comparison in apparent density. Stephen, shattered in spirit and sick to his heart's center, turned away. In turning, he saw a shadowy outline behind the summer house on the other side. His eyes grew accustomed to the darkness. Was the form a human form, or was it an opaque bush of juniper? The lovers arose, brushed against the Lorestons, and pursued their way to the house. The indistinct figure had moved, and now passed across Smith's front. So completely enveloped was the person that it was impossible to discern him or her any more than as a shape. The shape glided noiselessly on. Stephen stepped forward, fearing any mischief was intended to the other two. "Who are you?" he said. "Never mind who I am," answered a weak whisper from the enveloping folds. "What I am, may she be. Perhaps I knew so well, a youth whose place you took, as he there now takes yours. Will you let her break your heart and bring you to an untimely grave, as she did the one before you? You are Mrs. Jethway, I think. What do you do here? And why do you talk so wildly?" "Because my heart is desolate, and nobody cares about it." "May hers be so that brought trouble upon me." "Silence," said Stephen, staunch to Elfride in spite of himself. "She would harm nobody willfully, never would she." "How do you come here?" "I saw the two coming up the path, and wanted to learn if she were not one of them. Can I help disliking her if I think of the past? Can I help watching her if I remember my boy? Can I help ill-wishing her if I well-wish him?" The bowed form went on, passed through the wicket, and was enveloped by the shadows of the field. Stephen had heard that Mrs. Jethway, since the death of her son, had become a crazed, forlorn woman, and bestowing a pitying thought upon her, he dismissed her fancied wrongs from his mind, but not her condemnation of Elfride's faithlessness. That entered into and mingled with the sensations his new experience had begotten. The tale told by the little scene he had witnessed ran parallel with the unhappy woman's opinion, which, however baseless it might have been antecedently, had become true enough as regarded himself. A slow weight of despair, as distinct from a violent paroxysm as starvation from a mortal shot, filled him and wrung him body and soul. The discovery had not been altogether unexpected, for throughout his anxiety of the last few days since the night in the churchyard, he had been inclined to construe the uncertainty unfavorably for himself. His hopes for the best had been but periodic interruptions to a chronic fear of the worst. A strange concomitant of his misery was the singularity of its form. That his rival should be Night, whom once upon a time he had adored as a man is very rarely adored by another in modern times, and whom he loved now, added deprecation to sorrow and cynicism to both. Henry Knight, whose praises he had so frequently trumpeted in her ears, of whom she had actually been jealous, lest she herself should be lessened in Stephen's love on account of him, had probably won her the more easily by reason of those very praises which he had only ceased to utter by her command. She had ruled him like a queen in that matter as in all others. Stephen could tell by her manner, brief as had been his observation of it, and by her words, few as they were, that her position was far different with Night. That she looked up at and adored her new lover from below his pedestal was even more perceptible than that she had smiled down upon Stephen from a height above him. The suddenness of Elfride's renunciation of himself was food for more torture. To an unimpassioned outsider, it admitted of at least two interpretations. It might either have proceeded from an endeavor to be faithful to her first choice, till the lover seen absolutely overpowered the lover remembered, or from a wish not to lose his love till sure of the love of another. But to Stephen Smith the motive involved in the latter alternative made it untenable where Elfride was the actor. He mused on her letters to him, in which she had never mentioned a syllable concerning Night. It is desirable, however, to observe that only in 2 letters could she possibly have done so. One was written about a week before Night's arrival, when, though she did not mention his promised coming to Stephen, she had hardly a definite reason in her mind for neglecting to do it. In the next she did casually allude to Night. But Stephen had left Bombay long before that letter arrived. Stephen looked at the black form of the adjacent house, where it cut a dark polygonal notch out of the sky, and felt that he hated the spot. He did not know many facts of the case, but could not help instinctively associating Elfride's fickleness with the marriage of her father and their introduction to London society. He closed the iron gate bounding the shrubbery as noiselessly as he had opened it and went into the grassy field. Here he could see the old vicarage, the house alone that was associated with the sweet, pleasant time of his incipient love for Elfride. Turning sadly from the place that was no longer a nook in which his thoughts might nestle when he was far away, he wandered in the direction of the East Village, to reach his father's house before they retired to rest. The nearest way to the cottage was by crossing the park. He did not hurry. Happiness frequently has reason for haste, but it is seldom that desolation needs scramble or strain. Sometimes he paused under the low-hanging arms of the trees, looking vacantly on the ground. Stephen was standing thus, scarcely less crippled in thought than he was blank in vision, when a clear sound permeated the quiet air about him and spread on far beyond. The sound was the stroke of a bell from the tower of East Endlestow Church, which stood in a dell not 40 yards from Lord Luxellian's mansion and within the park enclosure. Another stroke greeted his ear and gave character to both, then came a slow succession of them. "Somebody is dead," he said aloud. The death knell of an inhabitant of the eastern parish was being tolled. An unusual feature in the tolling was that it had not been begun according to the custom in Endlestow and other parishes in the neighborhood. At every death the sex and age of the deceased were announced by a system of changes. 3 times 3 strokes signified that the departed one was a man, 3 times 2, a woman, twice 3, a boy, twice 2, a girl. The regular continuity of the tolling suggested that it was the resumption rather than the beginning of a knell, the opening portion of which Stephen had not been near enough to hear. The momentary anxiety he had felt with regard to his parents passed away. He had left them in perfect health, and had any serious illness seized either, a communication would have reached him ere this. At the same time, since his way homeward lay under the churchyard yews, he resolved to look into the belfry in passing by, and speak a word to Martin Canister, who would be there. Stephen reached the brow of the hill, and felt inclined to renounce his idea. His mood was such that talking to any person to whom he could not unburden himself would be wearisome. However, before he could put any inclination into effect, the young man saw from amid the trees a bright light shining, the rays from which radiated like needles through the sad plumy foliage of the yews. Its direction was from the center of the churchyard. Stephen mechanically went forward. Never could there be a greater contrast between 2 places of like purpose than between this graveyard and that of the further village. Here the grass was carefully tended and formed virtually a part of the manor house lawn, flowers and shrubs being planted indiscriminately over both, whilst the few graves visible were mathematically exact in shape and smoothness, appearing in the daytime like chins newly shaven. There was no wall, the division between God's Acre and Lord Luxellian's being marked only by a few square stones set at equidistant points. Among those persons who have romantic sentiments on the subject of their last dwelling-place, probably the greater number would have chosen such a spot as this in preference to any other. A few would have fancied a constraint in its trim neatness and would have preferred the wild hilltop of the neighboring site, with nature in her most negligent attire. The light in the churchyard he next discovered to have its source in a point very near the ground, and Stephen imagined it might come from a lantern in the interior of a partly dug grave. But a nearer approach showed him that its position was immediately under the wall of the aisle, and within the mouth of an archway. He could now hear voices, and the truth of the whole matter began to dawn upon him. Walking on towards the opening, Smith discerned on his left hand a heap of earth, and before him a flight of stone steps which the removed earth had uncovered, leading down under the edifice. It was the entrance to a large family vault, extending under the north aisle. Stephen had never before seen it open, and descending 1 or 2 steps stooped to look under the arch. The vault appeared to be crowded with coffins, with the exception of an open central space, which had been necessarily kept free for ingress and access to the sides, round 3 of which the coffins were stacked in stone bins or niches. The place was well lighted with candles stuck in slips of wood that were fastened to the wall. On making the descent of another step, the living inhabitants of the vault were recognizable. They were his father, the master mason, an undermason, Martin Canister, and 2 or 3 young and old laboring men. Crowbars and workmen's hammers were scattered about. The whole company, sitting round on coffins which had been removed from their places, apparently for some alteration or enlargement of the vault, were eating bread and cheese, and drinking ale from a cup with 2 handles, passed round from each to each. "Who is dead?" Stephen inquired, stepping down. Chapter 26. To that last nothing under earth. All eyes were turned to the entrance as Stephen spoke, and the ancient-mannered conclave scrutinized him inquiringly. "Why, 'tis our Stephen," said his father, rising from his seat, and, still retaining the frothy mug in his left hand, he swung forward his right for a grasp. "Your mother is expecting ye, thought you would have come afore dark. But you'll wait and go home with me? I have all but done for the day, and was going directly." "Yes, 'tis Master Steffi, sure enough." "Glad to see you so soon again, Master Smith," said Martin Canister, chastening the gladness expressed in his words by a strict neutrality of countenance, in order to harmonize the feeling as much as possible with the solemnity of a family vault. "The same to you, Martin, and you, William," said Stephen, nodding around to the rest, who, having their mouths full of bread and cheese, were of necessity compelled to reply merely by compressing their eyes to friendly lines and wrinkles. "And who is dead?" Stephen repeated. "Lady Luxellian, poor gentlewoman, as we all shall," said the undermason. "Aye, and we be going to enlarge the vault to make room for her." "When did she die?" "Early this morning," his father replied, with an appearance of recurring to a chronic thought. "Yes, this morning. Martin Hev been tolling ever since almost. There, 'twas expected. She was very limber." "Aye, poor soul, this morning," resumed the undermason, a marvelously old man, whose skin seemed so much too large for his body that it would not stay in position. "She must know by this time whether she's to go up or down, poor woman." "What was her age?" "Not more than 7 or 8 and 20 by candlelight." "But, Lord, by day a was 40 if a were an hour." "Aye, nighttime or daytime makes a difference of 20 years to rich famils," observed Martin. "She was 31 really," said John Smith. "I had it from them that know." "Not more than that. Looked very bad, poor lady. In faith, ye might say she was dead for years afore a would own it. As my old father used to say, dead, but wouldn't drop down." "I seed her, poor soul," said a laborer from behind some removed coffins, "only but last Valentine's Day of all the world. Was arm in crook, why, my lord. I says to myself, you be ticketed churchyard, my noble lady, although you don't dream on't. I suppose my lord will write to all the other lords anointed in the nation, to let 'em know that she that was is now no more? 'Tis done and past. I see a bundle of letters go off an hour after the death. Sich wonderful black rims as they letters had half an inch wide, at the very least." "Too much," observed Martin. "In short, 'tis out of the question that a human being can be so mournful as black edges half an inch wide. I'm sure people don't feel more than a very narrow border when they feels most of all." "And there are 2 little girls, are there not?" said Stephen. "Nice clean little faces, left motherless now." "They used to come to Parson Swancourt's to play with Miss Elfride when I were there," said William Worm. "Ah, they did so's." The latter sentence was introduced to add the necessary melancholy to a remark which, intrinsically, could hardly be made to possess enough for the occasion. "Yes," continued Worm, "they'd run upstairs, they'd run down, flitting about with her everywhere. Very fond of her, they were." "Ah, well, fonder than ever they were of their mother, so 'tis said here and there," added a laborer. "Well, you see, 'tis natural. Lady Luxellian stood aloof from 'em was so drowsy-like, that they couldn't love her in the jolly companion way children wanna like folks. Only last winter I seed Miss Elfride talking to my lady and the 2 children, and Miss Elfride wiped their noses for 'em so careful, my lady never once seeing that it wanted doing, and, naturally, children take to people that's their best friend. Be as 'twill, the woman is dead and gone, and we must make a place for her," said John. Come, lads, drink up your ale, and we'll just rid this corner, so as to have all clear for beginning at the wall, as soon as 'tis light tomorrow. Stephen then asked where Lady Luxellian was to lie. Here, said his father. We are going to set back this wall and make a recess, and 'tis enough for us to do before the funeral. When my lord's mother died, she said, John, the place must be enlarged before another can be put in. But I never expected 'twould be wanted so soon. Better move Lord George first, I suppose, Simeon. He pointed with his foot to a heavy coffin, covered with what had originally been red velvet, the color of which could only just be distinguished now. Just as you think best, Master John, replied the shriveled mason. Ah, poor Lord George, he continued, looking contemplatively at the huge coffin. He and I were as bitter enemies once as any could be when one is a lord and t'other only a mortal man. Poor fellow! He'd clap his hand upon my shoulder and cuss me as familial and neighborly as if he'd been a common chap. Aye, a-cussed me uphill and a-cussed me down, and then would rave out again, and the gold clamps of his fine new teeth would glisten in the sun like fetters of brass, while I, being a small man and poor, was fain to say nothing at all. Such a strap-and fine gentleman as he was too. Yes, I rather liked un sometimes. But once now and then, when I looked at his towering height, I'd think in my inside, what a weight you'll be, my lord, for our arms to lower under the aisle of Endlestowe Church some day. And was he? Inquired a young labourer. He was 500 weight if a were a pound. What with his lead, and his oak, and his handles, and his one thing and t'other, here the ancient man slapped his hand upon the cover with a force that caused a rattle among the bones inside. He half broke my back when I took his feet to lower and down the steps there. Saith I to John there, didn't I, John, that ever one man's glory should be such a weight upon another man. But there I liked my Lord George sometimes. 'Tis a strange thought, said another, that while they be all here under one roof, a snug united family o' Luxellians, they be really scattered miles away from one another in the form of good sheep and wicked goats, isn't it? True, 'tis a thought to look at. And that one, if he's gone upward, don't know what his wife is doing no more than the man in the moon if she's gone downward. And that some unfortunate one in the hot place is hollering across to a lucky one up in the clouds, and quite forgetting their bodies be boxed close together all the time. Aye, 'tis a thought to look at too, that I can say hello, close to fiery Lord George, and can't hear me. And that I be eating my onion close to dainty Lady Jane's nose, and she can't smell me. What do put all their heads one way for? Inquired a young man. Because 'tis churchyard law, you simple. The law of the living is, that a man shall be upright and downright, and the law of the dead is, that a man shall be east and west. Every state of society have its laws. We must break the law why a few of the poor souls, however. Come, buckle to, said the master mason. And they set to work anew. The order of interment could be distinctly traced by observing the appearance of the coffins as they lay piled around. On those which had been standing there but a generation or two the trappings still remained. Those of an earlier period showed bare wood, with a few tattered rags dangling therefrom. Earlier still, the wood lay in fragments on the floor of the niche, and the coffin consisted of naked lead alone, whilst in the case of the very oldest, even the lead was bulging and cracking in pieces, revealing to the curious eye a heap of dust within. The shields upon many were quite loose, and removable by the hand, their lustreless surfaces still indistinctly exhibiting the name and title of the deceased. Overhead the groins and concavities of the arches curved in all directions, dropping low towards the walls, where the height was no more than sufficient to enable a person to stand upright. The body of George the 14th Baron, together with 2 or 3 others, all of more recent date than the great bulk of coffins piled there, had, for want of room, been placed at the end of the vault on trestles, and not in niches like the others. These it was necessary to remove, to form behind them the chamber in which they were ultimately to be deposited. Stephen, finding the place and proceedings in keeping with the sombre colors of his mind, waited there still. Simeon, I suppose you can mind poor Lady Elfride, and how she ran away with the actor, said John Smith, after a while. I think it fell upon the time my father was sexton here. Let us see, where is she? Here somewhere, returned Simeon, looking round him. Why, I've got my arms round the very gentlewoman at this moment. He lowered the end of the coffin he was holding, wiped his face, and throwing a morsel of rotten wood upon another as an indicator, continued, That's her husband there. They was as fair a couple as you should see anywhere round about, and a good-hearted pair likewise. I can mind it, though I was but a chiel at the time. She fell in love with this young man of hers, and their banns were asked in some church in London, and the old lord her father actually heard asked the 3 times, and didn't notice her name, being gabbled on why a host of others. When she had married, she told her father, and fleed into a monstrous rage, and said she shouldn't hae a farthing. Lady Elfride said she didn't think of wishing it, if he'd forgy her 'twas all she asked, and as for a living, she was content to play plays with her husband. This frightened the old lord, and gi'd a house to live in, and a great garden, and a little field or 2, and a carriage, and a good few guineas. Well, the poor thing died at her first gossiping, and her husband, who was as tender-hearted a man as ever eat meat, and would have died for her, went wild in his mind, and broke his heart, so 'twas said. Anyhow, they were buried the same day, father and mother, but the baby lived. My lord's family made much of that man then, and put him here with his wife, and there in the corner the man is now. The Sunday after there was a funeral sermon. The text was, or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, and when 'twas preaching the men drew their hands across their eyes several times, and every woman cried out loud. And what became of the baby? Said Stephen, who had frequently heard portions of the story. She was brought up by her grandmother, and a pretty maid she were. And she must needs run away with the curate, Parson Swancourt that is now. Then her grandmother died, and the title and everything went away to another branch of the family altogether. Parson Swancourt wasted a good deal of his wife's money, and she left him Miss Elfride. That trick of running away seems to be handed down in families, like craziness or gout. And they 2 women be alike as peas. Which 2? Lady Elfride and young Miss that's alive now. The same hair and eyes, but Miss Elfride's mother was darker a good deal. Life's a strangle bubble, you see, said William Worm musingly. For if the Lord's anointment had descended upon women instead of men, Miss Elfride would be Lord Luxellian Lady, I main. But as it is, the blood is run out, and she's nothing to the Luxellian family by law, whatever she may be by gospel. I used to fancy, said Simeon, when I seed Miss Elfride hugging the little ladyships, that there was a likeness, but I suppose 'twas only my dream, for years must have altered the old family shape. And now we'll move these 2, and home along, interposed John Smith, reviving, as became a master, the spirit of labor, which had showed unmistakable signs of being nearly vanquished by the spirit of chat. The flagon of ale we don't want will let bide here till tomorrow. None of the poor souls will touch it, I believe. So the evening's work was concluded, and the party drew from the abode of the quiet dead, closing the old iron door, and shooting the lock loudly into the huge copper staple, an incongruous act of imprisonment towards those who had no dreams of escape. Chapter 27. How should I greet thee? Love frequently dies of time alone, much more frequently of displacement. With Elfride Swancourt, a powerful reason why the displacement should be successful was that the newcomer was a greater man than the first. By the side of the instructive and piquant snubbings she received from Knight, Stephen's general agreeableness seemed watery. By the side of Knight's spare love-making, Stephen's continual outflow seemed lackadaisical. She had begun to sigh for somebody further on in manhood. Stephen was hardly enough of a man. Perhaps there was a proneness to inconstancy in her nature, a nature, to those who contemplate it from a standpoint beyond the influence of that inconstancy, the most exquisite of all in its plasticity and ready sympathies. Partly, too, Stephen's failure to make his hold on her heart a permanent one was his too timid habit of dispraising himself beside her, a peculiarity which, exercised towards sensible men, stirs a kindly chord of attachment that a marked assertiveness would leave untouched, but inevitably leads the most sensible woman in the world to undervalue him who practices it. Directly domineering ceases in the man, snubbing begins in the woman, the trite but no less unfortunate fact being that the gentler creature rarely has the capacity to appreciate fair treatment from her natural complement. The abiding perception of the position of Stephen's parents had, of course, a little to do with Elfride's renunciation. To such girls poverty may not be, as to the more worldly masses of humanity, a sin in itself, but it is a sin, because graceful and dainty manners seldom exist in such an atmosphere. Few women of old family can be thoroughly taught that a fine soul may wear a smock frock, and an admittedly common man in one is but a worm in their eyes. John Smith's rough hands and clothes, his wife's dialect, the necessary narrowness of their ways, being constantly under Elfride's notice, were not without their deflecting influence. On reaching home after the perilous adventure by the seashore, Knight had felt unwell and retired almost immediately. The young lady who had so materially assisted him had done the same, but she reappeared, properly clothed, about 5 o'clock. She wandered restlessly about the house, but not on account of their joint narrow escape from death. The storm which had torn the tree had merely bowed the reed, and with the deliverance of Knight all deep thought of the accident had left her. The mutual avowal which it had been the means of precipitating occupied a far longer length of her meditations. Elfride's disquiet now was on account of that miserable promise to meet Stephen, which returned like a spectre again and again. The perception of his littleness beside Knight grew upon her alarmingly. She now thought how sound had been her father's advice to her to give him up, and was as passionately desirous of following it as she had hitherto been averse. Perhaps there is nothing more hardening to the tone of young minds than thus to discover how their dearest and strongest wishes become gradually attuned by time the cynic to the very note of some selfish policy, which in earlier days they despised. The hour of appointment came, and with it a crisis, and with the crisis a collapse. "God forgive me, I can't meet Stephen," she exclaimed to herself. "I don't love him less, but I love Mr. Knight more." Yes, she would save herself from a man not fit for her in spite of vows. She would obey her father, and have no more to do with Stephen Smith. Thus the fickle resolve showed signs of assuming the complexion of a virtue. The following days were passed without any definite avowal from Knight's lips. Such solitary walks and scenes as that witnessed by Smith in the summer house were frequent, but he courted her so intangibly that to any but such a delicate perception as Elfride's it would have appeared no courtship at all. The time now really began to be sweet with her. She dismissed the sense of sin in her past actions, and was automatic in the intoxication of the moment. The fact that Knight made no actual declaration was no drawback. Knowing since the betrayal of his sentiments that love for her really existed, she preferred it for the present in its form of essence, and was willing to avoid for a while the grosser medium of words. Their feelings having been forced to a rather premature demonstration, a reaction was indulged in by both. But no sooner had she got rid of her troubled conscience on the matter of faithlessness than a new anxiety confronted her. It was lest Knight should accidentally meet Stephen in the parish, and that herself should be the subject of discourse. Elfride, learning Knight more thoroughly, perceived that, far from having a notion of Stephen's precedence, he had no idea that she had ever been wooed before by anybody. On ordinary occasions she had a tongue so frank as to show her whole mind, and a mind so straightforward as to reveal her heart to its innermost shrine. But the time for a change had come. She never alluded to even a knowledge of Knight's friend. When women are secret, they are secret indeed, and more often than not they only begin to be secret with the advent of a second lover. The elopement was now a spectre worse than the first, and, like the spirit in Glenfinlas, it waxed taller with every attempt to lay it. Her natural honesty invited her to confide in Knight, and trust to his generosity for forgiveness. She knew also that as mere policy it would be better to tell him early if he was to be told at all. The longer her concealment, the more difficult would be the revelation. But she put it off. The intense fear which accompanies intense love in young women was too strong to allow the exercise of a moral quality antagonistic to itself. Where love is great, the littlest doubts are fear. Where little fears grow great, Great love grows there. The match was looked upon as made by her father and mother. The vicar remembered her promise to reveal the meaning of the telegram she had received, and 2 days after the scene in the summer house, asked her pointedly. She was frank with him now. I had been corresponding with Stephen Smith ever since he left England, till lately, she calmly said. What? Cried the vicar aghast, under the eyes of Mr. Knight too. No, when I found I cared most for Mr. Knight, I obeyed you. You were very kind, I'm sure. When did you begin to like Mr. Knight? I don't see that that is a pertinent question, Papa. The telegram was from the shipping agent and was not sent at my request. It announced the arrival of the vessel bringing him home. Home? What, is he here? Yes, in the village, I believe. Has he tried to see you? Only by fair means. But don't, Papa, question me so. It is torture. I will only say one word more, he replied. Have you met him? I have not. I can assure you that at the present moment there is no more of an understanding between me and the young man you so much disliked than between him and you. You told me to forget him, and I have forgotten him. Oh well, though you did not obey me in the beginning, you are a good girl, Elfriede, in obeying me at last. Don't call me good, Papa, she said bitterly. You don't know, and the less said about some things the better. Remember, Mr. Knight knows nothing about the other. Oh, how wrong it all is. I don't know what I am coming to. As matters stand, I should be inclined to tell him, or, at any rate, I should not alarm myself about his knowing. He found out the other day that this was the parish young Smith's father lives in. What puts you in such a flurry? I can't say, but promise, pray don't let him know. It would be my ruin. Pooh, child. Knight is a good fellow and a clever man, but at the same time it does not escape my perceptions that he is no great catch for you. Men of his turn of mind are nothing so wonderful in the way of husbands. If you had chosen to wait, you might have mated with a much wealthier man. But remember, I have not a word to say against your having him, if you like him. Charlotte is delighted, as you know. Well, Papa, she said, smiling hopefully through a sigh, it is nice to feel that in giving way to caring for him, I have pleased my family. But I am not good? Oh no, I am very far from that. None of us are good, I am sorry to say, said her father blandly, but girls have a chartered right to change their minds, you know. It has been recognized by poets from time immemorial. Catullus says, Mulier cupido quod dicit amanti, invento, what a memory mine is. However, the passage is, that a woman's words to a lover are as a matter of course written only on wind and water. Now don't be troubled about that, Elfriede. You don't know. They had been standing on the lawn, and Knight was now seen lingering some way down a winding walk. When Elfriede met him, it was with a much greater lightness of heart. Things were more straightforward now. The responsibility of her fickleness seemed partly shifted from her own shoulders to her father's. Still, there were shadows. Could he have known how far I went with Stephen, and yet have said the same, how much happier I should be. That was her prevailing thought. In the afternoon the lovers went out together on horseback for an hour or two, and though not wishing to be observed, by reason of the late death of Lady Luxellian, whose funeral had taken place very privately on the previous day, they yet found it necessary to pass East Endlestowe Church. The steps to the vault, as has been stated, were on the outside of the building, immediately under the aisle wall. Being on horseback, both Knight and Elfriede could overlook the shrubs which screened the churchyard. Look, the vault seems still to be open, said Knight. Yes, it is open, she answered. Who is that man close by it? The mason, I suppose. Yes. I wonder if it is John Smith, Stephen's father? I believe it is, said Elfriede, with apprehension. And can it be? I should like to inquire how his son, my truant protégé, is going on. And from your father's description of the vault, the interior must be interesting. Suppose we go in. Had we better, do you think? May not Lord Luxellian be there? It is not at all likely. Elfriede then assented, since she could do nothing else. Her heart, which at first had quailed in consternation, recovered itself when she considered the character of John Smith. A quiet, unassuming man, He would be sure to act towards her as before those love passages with his son, which might have given a more pretentious mechanic airs. So without much alarm she took Knight's arm after dismounting and went with him between and over the graves. The master mason recognized her as she approached, and, as usual, lifted his hat respectfully. "I know you to be Mr. Smith, my former friend Stephen's father," said Knight. Directly he had scanned the embrowned and ruddy features of John. "Yes, sir, I believe I be. How's your son now? I have only once heard from him since he went to India." "I dare say you have heard him speak of me, Mr. Knight, who became acquainted with him some years ago in Exonbury." "Aye, that I have. Stephen is very well, thank you, sir, and he's in England. In fact, he's at home. In short, sir, he's down in the vault there, looking at the departed coffins." Elfride's heart fluttered like a butterfly. Knight looked amazed. "Well, that is extraordinary," he murmured. "Did he know I was in the parish?" "I really can't say, sir," said John, wishing himself out of the entanglement he rather suspected than thoroughly understood. "Would it be considered an intrusion by the family if we went into the vault?" "Oh, bless ye, no, sir. Scores of folk have been stepping down. 'Tis left open a purpose. We will go down, Elfride." "I am afraid the air is close," she said appealingly. "Oh no, ma'am," said John. "We white-limed the walls and arches the day 'twas opened, as we always do, and again on the morning of the funeral. The place is as sweet as a granary." "Then I should like you to accompany me, Elfie, having originally sprung from the family too. I don't like going where death is so emphatically present. I'll stay by the horses whilst you go in. They may get loose." "What nonsense! I had no idea your sentiments were so flimsily formed as to be perturbed by a few remnants of mortality. But stay out, if you are so afraid, by all means." "Oh no, I am not afraid. Don't say that." She held miserably to his arm, thinking that, perhaps, the revelation might as well come at once as 10 minutes later, for Stephen would be sure to accompany his friend to his horse. At first, the gloom of the vault, which was lighted only by a couple of candles, was too great to admit of their seeing anything distinctly, but with a further advance Knight discerned, in front of the black masses lining the walls, a young man standing, and writing in a pocketbook. Knight said one word, "Stephen." Stephen Smith, not being in such absolute ignorance of Knight's whereabouts as Knight had been of Smith's, instantly recognized his friend, and knew by rote the outlines of the fair woman standing behind him. Stephen came forward and shook him by the hand, without speaking. "Why have you not written, my boy?" said Knight, without in any way signifying Elfride's presence to Stephen. To the essayist, Smith was still the country lad whom he had patronized and tended, one to whom the formal presentation of a lady betrothed to himself would have seemed incongruous and absurd. "Why haven't you written to me?" said Stephen. "Ah, yes. Why haven't I? Why haven't we? That's always the query which we cannot clearly answer without an unsatisfactory sense of our inadequacies. However, I have not forgotten you, Smith. And now we have met, and we must meet again, and have a longer chat than this can conveniently be. I must know all you have been doing. That you have thriven, I know, and you must teach me the way." Elfride stood in the background. Stephen had read the position at a glance and immediately guessed that she had never mentioned his name to Knight. His tact in avoiding catastrophes was the chief quality which made him intellectually respectable, in which quality he far transcended Knight, and he decided that a tranquil issue out of the encounter, without any harrowing of the feelings of either Knight or Elfride, was to be attempted if possible. His old sense of indebtedness to Knight had never wholly forsaken him. His love for Elfride was generous now. As far as he dared look at her movements, he saw that her bearing towards him would be dictated by his own towards her, and if he acted as a stranger she would do likewise as a means of deliverance. Circumstances favoring this course, it was desirable also to be rather reserved towards Knight, to shorten the meeting as much as possible. "I am afraid that my time is almost too short to allow even of such a pleasure," he said. "I leave here tomorrow, and until I start for the Continent and India, which will be in a fortnight, I shall have hardly a moment to spare." Knight's disappointment and dissatisfied looks at this reply sent a pang through Stephen as great as any he had felt at the sight of Elfried. The words about shortness of time were literally true, but their tone was far from being so. He would have been gratified to talk with Knight as in past times, and saw as a dead loss to himself that, to save the woman who cared nothing for him, he was deliberately throwing away his friend. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that," said Knight, in a changed tone. "But of course, if you have weighty concerns to attend to, they must not be neglected. And if this is to be our first and last meeting, let me say that I wish you success with all my heart." Knight's warmth revived towards the end, the solemn impressions he was beginning to receive from the scene around them abstracting from his heart as a puerility any momentary vexation at words. "It is a strange place for us to meet in," he continued, looking round the vault. Stephen briefly assented, and there was a silence. The blackened coffins were now revealed more clearly than at first, the whitened walls and arches throwing them forward in strong relief. It was a scene which was remembered by all three as an indelible mark in their history. Knight, with an abstracted face, was standing between his companions, though a little in advance of them, Elfried being on his right hand, and Stephen Smith on his left. The white daylight on his right side gleamed faintly in, and was toned to a blueness by contrast with the yellow rays from the candle against the wall. Elfried, timidly shrinking back, and nearest the entrance, received most of the light therefrom, whilst Stephen was entirely in candlelight, and to him the spot of outer sky visible above the steps was as a steely blue patch, and nothing more. "I have been here 2 or 3 times since it was opened," said Stephen. "My father was engaged in the work, you know." "Yes. What are you doing?" Knight inquired, looking at the notebook and pencil Stephen held in his hand. "I have been sketching a few details in the church, and since then I have been copying the names from some of the coffins here. Before I left England, I used to do a good deal of this sort of thing." "Yes, of course." That's poor Lady Luxellian, I suppose." Knight pointed to a coffin of light satinwood, which stood on the stone sleepers in the new niche. "And the remainder of the family are on this side." "Who are those two, so snug and close together?" Stephen's voice altered slightly as he replied, "That's Lady Elfried Kingsmore, born Luxellian, and that is Arthur, her husband. I have heard my father say that he ran away with her, and married her against the wish of her parents." "Then I imagine this to be where you got your Christian name, Miss Swancourt," said Knight, turning to her. "I think you told me it was 3 or 4 generations ago that your family branched off from the Luxellians." "She was my grandmother," said Elfried, vainly endeavoring to moisten her dry lips before she spoke. Elfried had then the conscience-stricken look of Guido's Magdalene, rendered upon a more childlike form. She kept her face partially away from Knight and Stephen, and set her eyes upon the sky visible outside, as if her salvation depended upon quickly reaching it. Her left hand rested lightly within Knight's arm, half withdrawn, from a sense of shame at claiming him before her old lover, yet unwilling to renounce him, so that her glove merely touched his sleeve. "Can one be pardoned and retain the offense?" quoted Elfried's heart then. Conversation seemed to have no self-sustaining power, and went on in the shape of disjointed remarks. "One's mind gets thronged with thoughts while standing so solemnly here," Knight said, in a measured, quiet voice. "How much has been said on death from time to time? How much we ourselves can think upon it? We may fancy each of these who lie here saying, 'For thou, to make my fall more great, didst lift me up on high.' What comes next, Elfried?" "It is the 102nd Psalm I am thinking of." "Yes, I know it," she murmured, and went on in a still lower voice, seemingly afraid for any words from the emotional side of her nature to reach Stephen. "My days, just hastening to their end, are like an evening shade. My beauty doth, like withered grass, with waning luster fade." "Well," said Knight musingly, "let us leave them. Such occasions as these seem to compel us to roam outside ourselves, far away from the fragile frame we live in, and to expand till our perception grows so vast that our physical reality bears no sort of proportion to it. We look back upon the week and minute stem on which this luxuriant growth depends, and ask, can it be possible that such a capacity has a foundation so small? Must I again return to my daily walk in that narrow cell, a human body, where worldly thoughts can torture me? Do we not? Yes, said Stephen and Elfried. One has a sense of wrong, too, that such an appreciative breadth as a sentient being possesses should be committed to the frail casket of a body. What weakens one's intentions regarding the future like the thought of this? However, let us tune ourselves to a more cheerful chord, for there's a great deal to be done yet by us all. As Knight meditatively addressed his juniors thus, unconscious of the deception practiced, for different reasons, by the severed hearts at his side, and of the scenes that had in earlier days united them. Each one felt that he and she did not gain by contrast with their musing mentor. Physically not so handsome as either the youthful architect or the vicar's daughter, the thoroughness and integrity of Knight illuminated his features with a dignity not even incipient in the other two. It is difficult to frame rules which shall apply to both sexes, and Elfried, an undeveloped girl, must, perhaps, hardly be laden with the moral responsibilities which attach to a man in like circumstances. The charm of woman, too, lies partly in her subtleness in matters of love. But if honesty is a virtue in itself, Elfried, having none of it now, seemed, being for being, scarcely good enough for Knight. Stephen, though deceptive for no unworthy purpose, was deceptive after all, and whatever good results grace such strategy if it succeed, it seldom draws admiration, especially when it fails. On an ordinary occasion, had Knight been even quite alone with Stephen, he would hardly have alluded to his possible relationship to Elfried. But moved by attendant circumstances, Knight was impelled to be confiding. "Stephen," he said, "this lady is Miss Swancourt. I am staying at her father's house, as you probably know." He stepped a few paces nearer to Smith, and said in a lower tone, "I may as well tell you that we are engaged to be married." Low as the words had been spoken, Elfried had heard them, and awaited Stephen's reply in breathless silence, if that could be called silence, where Elfried's dress, at each throb of her heart, shook and indicated it like a pulse-glass, rustling also against the wall in reply to the same throbbing. The ray of daylight which reached her face lent it a blue pallor in comparison with those of the other two. "I congratulate you," Stephen whispered, and said aloud, "I know Miss Swancourt a little. You must remember that my father is a parishioner of Mr. Swancourt's. I thought you might possibly not have lived at home since they have been here." "I have never lived at home, certainly, since that time. I have seen Mr. Smith," faltered Elfried. "Well, there is no excuse for me. As strangers to each other I ought, I suppose, to have introduced you. As acquaintances, I should not have stood so persistently between you. But the fact is, Smith, you seem a boy to me, even now." Stephen appeared to have a more than previous consciousness of the intense cruelty of his fate at the present moment. He could not repress the words, uttered with a dim bitterness. "You should have said that I seemed still the rural mechanic's son I am, and hence an unfit subject for the ceremony of introductions." "Oh, no, no. I won't have that." Knight endeavored to give his reply a laughing tone in Elfried's ears, and an earnestness in Stephen's, in both which efforts he signally failed, and produced a forced speech pleasant to neither. "Well, let us go into the open air again, Miss Swancourt. You are particularly silent. You mustn't mind Smith. I have known him for years, as I have told you." "Yes, you have," she said. "To think she has never mentioned her knowledge of me." Smith murmured, and thought with some remorse how much her conduct resembled his own on his first arrival at her house as a stranger to the place. They ascended to the daylight, Knight taking no further notice of Elfried's manner, which, as usual, he attributed to the natural shyness of a young woman at being discovered walking with him on terms which left not much doubt of their meaning. Elfried stepped a little in advance and passed through the churchyard. "You are changed very considerably, Smith," said Knight, "and I suppose it is no more than was to be expected. However, don't imagine that I shall feel any the less interest in you and your fortunes whenever you care to confide them to me. I have not forgotten the attachment you spoke of as your reason for going away to India. A London young lady, was it not? I hope all is prosperous." "No, the match is broken off." It being always difficult to know whether to express sorrow or gladness under such circumstances, all depending upon the character of the match, Knight took shelter in the safe words, "I trust it was for the best." "I hope it was. But I beg that you will not press me further." "No, you have not pressed me, I don't mean that, but I would rather not speak upon the subject." Stephen's words were hurried. Knight said no more, and they followed in the footsteps of Elfried, who still kept some paces in advance, and had not heard Knight's unconscious allusion to her. Stephen bade him adieu at the churchyard gate without going outside, and watched whilst he and his sweetheart mounted their horses. "Good heavens, Elfried," Knight exclaimed, "how pale you are! I suppose I ought not to have taken you into that vault." "What is the matter?" "Nothing," said Elfried faintly. "I shall be myself in a moment." All was so strange and unexpected down there that it made me unwell. "I thought you said very little. Shall I get some water?" "No, no. Do you think it is safe for you to mount?" "Quite, indeed it is," she said, with a look of appeal. "Now then, up she goes," whispered Knight, and lifted her tenderly into the saddle. Her old lover still looked on at the performance as he leaned over the gate a dozen yards off. Once in the saddle, and having a firm grip of the reins, she turned her head as if by a resistless fascination, and for the first time since that memorable parting on the moor outside St. Launce after the passionate attempt at marriage with him, Elfried looked in the face of the young man she first had loved. He was the youth who had called her his inseparable wife many a time, and whom she had even addressed as her husband. Their eyes met. Measurement of life should be proportioned rather to the intensity of the experience than to its actual length. Their glance, but a moment chronologically, was a season in their history. To Elfried the intense agony of reproach in Stephen's eye was a nail piercing her heart with a deadliness no words can describe. With a spasmodic effort she withdrew her eyes, urged on the horse, and in the chaos of perturbed memories was oblivious of any presence beside her. The deed of deception was complete. Gaining a knoll on which the park transformed itself into wooden copse, Knight came still closer to her side, and said, "Are you better now, dearest?" "Oh, yes." She pressed a hand to her eyes, as if to blot out the image of Stephen. A vivid scarlet spot now shone with preternatural brightness in the center of each cheek, leaving the remainder of her face lily-white as before. "Elfried," said Knight, rather in his old tone of mentor, "you know I don't for a moment chide you, but is there not a great deal of unwomanly weakness in your allowing yourself to be so overwhelmed by the sight of what, after all, is no novelty? Every woman worthy of the name should, I think, be able to look upon death with something like composure." "Surely you think so too?" "Yes, I own it." His obtuseness to the cause of her indisposition, by evidencing his entire freedom from the suspicion of anything behind the scenes, showed how incapable Knight was of deception himself, rather than any inherent dullness in him regarding human nature. This, clearly perceived by Elfried, added poignancy to her self-reproach, and she idolized him the more because of their difference. Even the recent sight of Stephen's face and the sound of his voice, which for a moment had stirred a chord or two of ancient kindness, were unable to keep down the adoration re-existent now that he was again out of view. She had replied to Knight's question hastily, and immediately went on to speak of indifferent subjects. After they had reached home she was apart from him till dinner-time. When dinner was over, and they were watching the dusk in the drawing-room, Knight stepped out upon the terrace. Elfried went after him very decisively, on the spur of a virtuous intention. "Mr. Knight, I want to tell you something," she said, with quiet firmness. "And what is it about?" gaily returned her lover. "Happiness, I hope. Do not let anything keep you so sad as you seem to have been today." "I cannot mention the matter until I tell you the whole substance of it," she said. "And that I will do tomorrow. I have been reminded of it today. It is about something I once did, and don't think I ought to have done." This, it must be said, was rather a mild way of referring to a frantic passion and flight, which, much or little in itself, only accident had saved from being a scandal in the public eye. Knight thought the matter some trifle, and said pleasantly, "Then I am not to hear the dreadful confession now?" "No, not now." "I did not mean tonight," Elfried responded, with a slight decline in the firmness of her voice. It is not light as you think it. It troubles me a great deal." Fearing now the effect of her own earnestness, she added forcefully, "Though, perhaps, you may think it light after all. But you have not said when it is to be?" "Tomorrow morning." "Name a time, will you, and bind me to it?" "I want you to fix an hour, because I am weak and may otherwise try to get out of it." She added a little artificial laugh, which showed how timorous her resolution was still. "Well, say after breakfast at 11 o'clock. "Yes, 11 o'clock." "I promise you." "Bind me strictly to my word." Chapter 28. I lull a fancy, trouble-tossed. "Miss Swancourt, it is 11 o'clock." She was looking out of her dressing-room window on the first floor, and Knight was regarding her from the terrace balustrade, upon which he had been idly sitting for some time, dividing the glances of his eye between the pages of a book in his hand, the brilliant hues of the geraniums and calceolarias, and the open window above mentioned. "Yes, it is, I know. I am coming." He drew closer, and under the window. "How are you this morning, Elfriede? You look no better for your long night's rest." She appeared at the door shortly after, took his offered arm, and together they walked slowly down the gravel path leading to the river and away under the trees. Her resolution, sustained during the last 15 hours, had been to tell the whole truth, and now the moment had come. Step by step they advanced, and still she did not speak. They were nearly at the end of the walk, when Knight broke the silence. "Well, what is the confession, Elfriede?" She paused a moment, drew a long breath, and this is what she said. "I told you one day, or rather I gave you to understand, what was not true. I fancy you thought me to mean I was 19 my next birthday, but it was my last I was 19. The moment had been too much for her. Now that the crisis had come, no qualms of conscience, no love of honesty, no yearning to make a confidence and obtain forgiveness with a kiss, could string Elfriede up to the venture. Her dread lest he should be unforgiving was heightened by the thought of yesterday's artifice, which might possibly add disgust to his disappointment. The certainty of one more day's affection, which she gained by silence, outvalued the hope of a perpetuity combined with the risk of all. The trepidation caused by these thoughts on what she had intended to say shook so naturally the words she did say, that Knight never for a moment suspected them to be a last-moment's substitution. He smiled and pressed her hand warmly. "My dear Elfie, yes, you are now, no protestation. What a winning little woman you are, to be so absurdly scrupulous about a mere iota. Really, I never once have thought whether your 19th year was the last or the present. And, by George, well, I may not, for it would never do for a staid fogey a dozen years older to stand upon such a trifle as that. Don't praise me, don't praise me. Though I prize it from your lips, I don't deserve it now." But Knight, being in an exceptionally genial mood, merely saw this distressful exclamation as modesty. "Well," he added, after a minute, "I like you all the better, you know, for such moral precision, although I called it absurd." He went on with tender earnestness, "For, Elfriede, there is one thing I do love to see in a woman, that is, a soul truthful and clear as heaven's light. I could put up with anything if I had that, forgive nothing if I had it not. Elfriede, you have such a soul, if ever woman had, and having it, retain it, and don't ever listen to the fashionable theories of the day about a woman's privileges and natural right to practice wiles. Depend upon it, my dear girl, that a noble woman must be as honest as a noble man. I specially mean by honesty, fairness not only in matters of business and social detail, but in all the delicate dealings of love, to which the license given to your sex particularly refers." Elfriede looked troublessly at the trees. "Now let us go on to the river, Elfie." "I would if I had a hat on," she said with a sort of suppressed woe. "I will get it for you," said Knight, very willing to purchase her companionship at so cheap a price. "You sit down there a minute." And he turned and walked rapidly back to the house for the article in question. Elfriede sat down upon one of the rustic benches which adorned this portion of the grounds, and remained with her eyes upon the grass. She was induced to lift them by hearing the brush of light and irregular footsteps hard by. Passing along the path which intersected the one she was in and traversed the outer shrubberies, Elfriede beheld the farmer's widow, Mrs. Jethway. Before she noticed Elfriede, she paused to look at the house, portions of which were visible through the bushes. Elfried, shrinking back, hoped the unpleasant woman might go on without seeing her. But Mrs. Jethway, silently apostrophizing the house, with actions which seemed dictated by a half-overturned reason, had discerned the girl, and immediately came up and stood in front of her. Miss Swancourt, why did you disturb me? Mustn't I trespass here? You may walk here if you like, Mrs. Jethway. I do not disturb you. You disturb my mind, and my mind is my whole life, for my boy is there still, and he is gone from my body. Yes, poor young man. I was sorry when he died. Do you know what he died of? Consumption. Oh no, said the widow. That word consumption covers a good deal. He died because you were his own well-agreed sweetheart and then proved false, and it killed him. Yes, Miss Swancourt, she said in an excited whisper, you killed my son. How can you be so wicked and foolish? Replied Elfried, rising indignantly. But indignation was not natural to her, and having been so worn and harrowed by late events, she lost any powers of defense that mood might have lent her. I could not help his loving me, Mrs. Jethway. That's just what you could have helped. You know how it began, Miss Elfried. Yes, you said you liked the name of Felix better than any other name in the parish, and you knew it was his name, and that those you said it to would report it to him. I knew it was his name, of course I did, but I am sure, Mrs. Jethway, I did not intend anybody to tell him. But you knew they would. No, I didn't. And then, after that, when you were riding on Revel's Day by our house, and the lads were gathered there, and you wanted to dismount, when Jim Drake and George Upway and 3 or 4 more ran forward to hold your pony, and Felix stood back timid, why did you beckon to him, and say you would rather he held it? Oh, Mrs. Jethway, you do think so mistakenly. I liked him best, that's why I wanted him to do it. He was gentle and nice, I always thought him so, and I liked him. Then why did you let him kiss you? It is a falsehood. Oh, it is, said Elfried, weeping with desperation. He came behind me and attempted to kiss me, and that was why I told him never to let me see him again. But you did not tell your father or anybody, as you would have if you had looked upon it then as the insult you now pretend it was. He begged me not to tell, and foolishly enough I did not. And I wish I had now. I little expected to be scourged with my own kindness. Pray leave me, Mrs. Jethway. The girl only expostulated now. Well, you harshly dismissed him, and he died. And before his body was cold, you took another to your heart. Then as carelessly sent him about his business and took a third. And if you consider that nothing, Miss Swancourt, she continued, drawing closer, it led on to what was very serious indeed. Have you forgotten the would-be runaway marriage? The journey to London, and the return the next day without being married, and that there's enough disgrace in that to ruin a woman's good name far less light than yours? You may have, I have not. Fickleness towards a lover is bad, but fickleness, after playing the wife, is wantonness. Oh, it's a wicked, cruel lie. Do not say it. Oh, do not. Does your new man know of it? I think not, or he would be no man of yours. As much of the story as was known is creeping about the neighborhood even now, but I know more than any of them, and why should I respect your love? I defy you, cried Elfried tempestuously. Do, and say all you can to ruin me. Try. Put your tongue at work, I invite it. I defy you as a slanderous woman. Look, there he comes. And her voice trembled greatly as she saw through the leaves the beloved form of Knight coming from the door with her hat in his hand. Tell him at once, I can bear it. Not now, said the woman, and disappeared down the path. The excitement of her latter words had restored color to Elfried's cheeks, and hastily wiping her eyes, she walked farther on, so that by the time her lover had overtaken her the traces of emotion had nearly disappeared from her face. Knight put the hat upon her head, took her hand, and drew it within his arm. It was the last day but one previous to their departure for St. Leonard's, and Knight seemed to have a purpose in being much in her company that day. They rambled along the valley. The season was that period in the autumn when the foliage alone of an ordinary plantation is rich enough in hues to exhaust the chromatic combinations of an artist's palette. Most lustrous of all are the beeches, graduating from bright rusty red at the extremity of the boughs to a bright yellow at their inner parts. Young oaks are still of a neutral green. Scotch firs and hollies are nearly blue, whilst occasional dottings of other varieties give maroons and purples of every tinge. The river, such as it was here, pursued its course amid flagstones as level as a pavement, but divided by crevices of irregular width. With the summer drought the torrent had narrowed till it was now but a thread of crystal clearness, meandering along a central channel in the rocky bed of the winter current. Knight scrambled through the bushes which at this point nearly covered the brook from sight, and leapt down upon the dry portion of the river bottom. "Elfride, I never saw such a sight," he exclaimed. The hazels overhang the river's course in a perfect arch, and the floor is beautifully paved. The place reminds one of the passages of a cloister. "Let me help you down." He assisted her through the marginal underwood and down to the stones. They walked on together to a tiny cascade about a foot wide and high, and sat down beside it on the flags that for 9 months in the year were submerged beneath a gushing bourne. From their feet trickled the attenuated thread of water, which alone remained to tell the intent and reason of this leaf-covered isle, and journeyed on in a zigzag line till lost in the shade. Knight, leaning on his elbow, after contemplating all this, looked critically at Elfride. "Does not such a luxuriant head of hair exhaust itself and get thin as the years go on from 18 to 28? He asked at length. "Oh no," she said quickly, with a visible disinclination to harbor such a thought, which came upon her with an unpleasantness whose force it would be difficult for men to understand. She added afterwards, with smoldering uneasiness, "Do you really think that a great abundance of hair is more likely to get thin than a moderate quantity?" "Yes, I really do. I am almost sure, in fact, that if statistics could be obtained on the subject, you would find the persons with thin hair were those who had a superabundance originally, and that those who start with a moderate quantity retain it without much loss." Elfride's troubles sat upon her face as well as in her heart. Perhaps to a woman it is almost as dreadful to think of losing her beauty as of losing her reputation. At any rate, she looked quite as gloomy as she had looked at any minute that day. "You shouldn't be so troubled about a mere personal adornment," said Knight, with some of the severity of tone that had been customary before she had beguiled him into softness. "I think it is a woman's duty to be as beautiful as she can. If I were a scholar, I would give you chapter and verse for it from one of your own Latin authors. I know there is such a passage, for Papa has alluded to it. Mundicii, et ornatus, et cultus, and c. Is that it? A passage in Livy which is no defense at all." "No, it is not that." "Never mind, then, for I have a reason for not taking up my old cudgels against you, Elfie. Can you guess what the reason is?" "No, but I am glad to hear it," she said thankfully. "For it is dreadful when you talk so. For whatever dreadful name the weakness may deserve, I must candidly own that I am terrified to think my hair may ever get thin. Of course, a sensible woman would rather lose her wits than her beauty. I don't care if you do say satire and judge me cruelly. I know my hair is beautiful, everybody says so." "Why, my dear Miss Swancourt," he tenderly replied, "I have not said anything against it. But you know what is said about handsome being and handsome doing. Poor Miss Handsome does cuts, but a sorry figure beside Miss Handsome is in every man's eyes, your own not excepted, Mr. Knight, though it pleases you to throw off so," said Elfride saucily. And lowering her voice, "You ought not to have taken so much trouble to save me from falling over the cliff, for you don't think mine a life worth much trouble evidently. Perhaps you think mine was not worth yours. It was worth anybody's." Her hand was plashing in the little waterfall, and her eyes were bent the same way. "You talk about my severity with you, Elfride. You are unkind to me, you know." "How?" she asked, looking up from her idle occupation. "After my taking trouble to get jewelry to please you, you wouldn't accept it. Perhaps I would now, perhaps I want to." "Do," said Knight. And the packet was withdrawn from his pocket and presented the third time. Elfride took it with delight. The obstacle was rent in twain, and the significant gift was hers. "I'll take out these ugly ones at once," she exclaimed, "and I'll wear yours, shall I? I should be gratified." Now, though it may seem unlikely, considering how far the two had gone in converse, Knight had never yet ventured to kiss Elfriede. Far slower was he than Stephen Smith in matters like that. The utmost advance he had made in such demonstrations had been to the degree witnessed by Stephen in the summer house. So Elfriede's cheek being still forbidden fruit to him, he said impulsively, "Elfie, I should like to touch that seductive ear of yours. Those are my gifts, so let me dress you in them." She hesitated with a stimulating hesitation. "Let me put just one in its place, then." Her face grew much warmer. "I don't think it would be quite the usual or proper course," she said, suddenly turning and resuming her operation of plashing in the miniature cataract. The stillness of things was disturbed by a bird coming to the streamlet to drink. After watching him dip his bill, sprinkle himself, and fly into a tree, Knight replied, with the courteous brusqueness she so much liked to hear Elfriede, "Now you may as well be fair. You would mind my doing it but little, I think, so give me leave, do." "I will be fair, then," she said confidingly, and looking him full in the face. It was a particular pleasure to her to be able to do a little honesty without fear. "I should not mind your doing so. I should like such an attention. My thought was, would it be right to let you?" "Then I will," he rejoined, with that singular earnestness about a small matter, in the eyes of a lady's man but a momentary peg for flirtation or jest, which is only found in deep natures who have been wholly unused to toying with womankind, and which, from its unwontedness, is in itself a tribute the most precious that can be rendered, and homage the most exquisite to be received. "And you shall," she whispered, without reserve, and no longer mistress of the ceremonies. And then Elfriede inclined herself towards him, thrust back her hair, and poised her head sideways. In doing this her arm and shoulder necessarily rested against his breast. At the touch, the sensation of both seemed to be concentrated at the point of contact. All the time he was performing the delicate maneuver, Knight trembled like a young surgeon in his first operation. "Now the other," said Knight in a whisper. No. Why not?" "I don't know exactly." "You must know. Your touch agitates me so. Let us go home." "Don't say that, Elfriede. What is it, after all?" "A mere nothing. Now turn round, dearest." She was powerless to disobey and turned forthwith, and then, without any defined intention in either's mind, his face and hers drew closer together, and he supported her there and kissed her. Knight was at once the most ardent and the coolest man alive. When his emotions slumbered, he appeared almost phlegmatic. When they were moved, he was no less than passionate. And now, without having quite intended an early marriage, he put the question plainly. It came with all the ardor which was the accumulation of long years behind a natural reserve. "Elfriede, when shall we be married?" The words were sweet to her, but there was a bitter in the sweet. These newly overt acts of his, which had culminated in this plain question, coming on the very day of Mrs. Jethway's blasting reproaches, painted distinctly her fickleness as an enormity. Loving him in secret had not seemed such thoroughgoing inconstancy as the same love recognized and acted upon in the face of threats. Her distraction was interpreted by him at her side as the outward signs of an unwanted experience. "I don't press you for an answer now, darling," he said, seeing she was not likely to give a lucid reply. "Take your time." Knight was as honorable a man as was ever loved and deluded by woman. It may be said that his blindness in love proved the point, for shrewdness in love usually goes with meanness in general. Once the passion had mastered him, the intellect had gone for naught. Knight, as a lover, was more single-minded and far simpler than his friend Stephen, who in other capacities was shallow beside him. Without saying more on the subject of their marriage, Knight held her at arm's length, as if she had been a large bouquet, and looked at her with critical affection. "Does your pretty gift become me?" she inquired, with tears of excitement on the fringes of her eyes. "Undoubtedly, perfectly," said her lover, adopting a lighter tone to put her at her ease. "Ah, you should see them. You look shinier than ever. Fancy that I have been able to improve you. Am I really so nice? I am glad for your sake. I wish I could see myself." "You can't. You must wait till we get home." "I shall never be able," she said, laughing. "Look, Here's a way. So there is. Well done, woman's wit. Hold me steady. Oh yes. And don't let me fall, will you? By no means. Below their seat the thread of water paused to spread out into a smooth small pool. Knight supported her whilst she knelt down and leaned over it. I can see myself. Really, try as religiously as I will, I cannot help admiring my appearance in them. Doubtless. How can you be so fond of finery? I believe you are corrupting me into a taste for it. I used to hate every such thing before I knew you. I like ornaments, because I want people to admire what you possess and envy you, and say, I wish I was he. I suppose I ought not to object after that. And how much longer are you going to look in there at yourself? Until you are tired of holding me? Oh, I want to ask you something. And she turned round. Now tell truly, won't you? What color of hair do you like best now? Knight did not answer at the moment. Say light, do, she whispered coaxingly. Don't say dark, as you did that time. Light brown, then. Exactly the color of my sweethearts. Really, said Elfried, enjoying as truth what she knew to be flattery. Yes. And blue eyes too, not hazel? Say yes, say yes. One recantation is enough for today. No, no. Very well, blue eyes. And Knight laughed, and drew her close and kissed her the second time, which operations he performed with the carefulness of a fruiterer touching a bunch of grapes, so as not to disturb their bloom. Elfried objected to a second, and flung away her face, the movement causing a slight disarrangement of hat and hair. Hardly thinking what she said in the trepidation of the moment, she exclaimed, clapping her hand to her ear. We must be careful. I lost the other earring doing like this. No sooner did she realize the significant words than a troubled look passed across her face, and she shut her lips as if to keep them back. Doing like what? Said Knight, perplexed. Oh, sitting down out of doors, she replied hastily. Chapter 29 Care, thou canker. It is an evening at the beginning of October, and the mellowest of autumn sunsets irradiates London, even to its uttermost eastern end. Between the eye and the flaming west, columns of smoke stand up in the still air like tall trees. Everything in the shade is rich and misty blue. Mr. and Mrs. Swancourt and Elfried are looking at these lustrous and lurid contrasts from the window of a large hotel near London Bridge. The visit to their friends at St. Leonard's is over, and they are staying a day or two in the metropolis on their way home. Knight spent the same interval of time in crossing over to Brittany by way of Jersey and St. Malo. He then passed through Normandy and returned to London also, his arrival there having been 2 days later than that of Elfried and her parents. So the evening of this October day saw them all meeting at the above-mentioned hotel, where they had previously engaged apartments. During the afternoon, Knight had been to his lodgings at Richmond to make a little change in the nature of his baggage, and on coming up again there was never ushered by a bland waiter into a comfortable room a happier man than Knight when shown to where Elfried and her stepmother were sitting after a fatiguing day of shopping. Elfried looked none the better for her change. Knight was as brown as a nut. They were soon engaged by themselves in a corner of the room. Now that the precious words of promise had been spoken, the young girl had no idea of keeping up her price by the system of reserve which other more accomplished maidens use. Her lover was with her again, and it was enough. She made her heart over to him entirely. Dinner was soon dispatched, and when a preliminary round of conversation concerning their doings since the last parting had been concluded, they reverted to the subject of tomorrow's journey home. That enervating ride through the myrtle climate of South Devon, how I dread it tomorrow. Mrs. Swancourt was saying. I had hoped the weather would have been cooler by this time. Did you ever go by water? Said Knight. Never, by never, I mean not since the time of railways. Then if you can afford an additional day, I propose that we do it, said Knight. The Channel is like a lake just now. We should reach Plymouth in about 40 hours, I think, and the boats start from just below the bridge here, pointing over his shoulder eastward. Here, here, said the vicar. It's an idea, certainly, said his wife. Of course these coasters are rather tubby, said Knight. But you wouldn't mind that? No, we wouldn't mind. And the saloon is a place like the fish market of a ninth-rate country town, but that wouldn't matter? Oh dear, no. If we had only thought of it soon enough, we might have had the use of Lord Luxellion's yacht. But never mind, we'll go. We shall escape the worrying rattle through the whole length of London tomorrow morning, not to mention the risk of being killed by excursion trains, which is not a little one at this time of the year, if the papers are true. Elfried, too, thought the arrangement delightful, and accordingly, 10 o'clock the following morning saw 2 cabs crawling round by the Mint, and between the preternaturally high walls of Nightingale Lane towards the riverside. The first vehicle was occupied by the travellers in person, and the second brought up the luggage, under the supervision of Mrs. Snuzen, Mrs. Swancourt's maid, and for the last fortnight Elfried's also, for although the younger lady had never been accustomed to any such attendant at roving times, her stepmother forced her into a semblance of familiarity with one when they were away from home. Presently wagons, bales, and smells of all descriptions increased to such an extent that the advance of the cabs was at the slowest possible rate. At intervals it was necessary to halt entirely, that the heavy vehicles unloading in front might be moved aside, a feat which was not accomplished without a deal of swearing and noise. The vicar put his head out of the window. "Surely there must be some mistake in the way," he said with great concern, drawing in his head again. "There's not a respectable conveyance to be seen here except ours. I've heard that there are strange dens in this part of London, into which people have been entrapped and murdered. Surely there is no conspiracy on the part of the cabman." "Oh no, no. It is all right," said Mr. Knight, who was as placid as dewy eve by the side of Elfried. "But what I argue from," said the vicar, with a greater emphasis of uneasiness, "are plain appearances. This can't be the highway from London to Plymouth by water, because it is no way at all to any place. We shall miss our steamer and our train too, that's what I think. Depend upon it we are right. In fact, here we are." "Trimmer's Wharf," said the cabman, opening the door. No sooner had they alighted than they perceived a tussle going on between the hindmost cabman and a crowd of light porters who had charged him in column to obtain possession of the bags and boxes, Mrs. Snuzen's hands being seen stretched towards heaven in the midst of the melee. Knight advanced gallantly, and after a hard struggle reduced the crowd to 2, upon whose shoulders and trucks the goods vanished away in the direction of the water's edge with startling rapidity. Then more of the same tribe, who had run on ahead, were heard shouting to boatmen, 3 of whom pulled alongside, and 2 being vanquished, the luggage went tumbling into the remaining one. "Never saw such a dreadful scene in my life, never," said Mr. Swancourt, floundering into the boat. "Worse than famine and sword upon one. I thought such customs were confined to continental ports. Aren't you astonished, Elfried?" "Oh no," said Elfried, appearing amid the dingy scene like a rainbow in a murky sky. "It is a pleasant novelty, I think." "Where in the wide ocean is our steamer?" the vicar inquired. "I can see nothing but old hulks, for the life of me." "Just behind that one," said Knight. "We shall soon be round under her." The object of their search was soon after disclosed to view, a great lumbering form of inky blackness, which looked as if it had never known the touch of a paintbrush for 50 years. It was lying beside just such another, and the way on board was down a narrow lane of water between the 2, about 1.5 yards wide at one end, and gradually converging to a point. At the moment of their entry into this narrow passage, a brilliantly painted rival paddled down the river like a trotting steed, creating such a series of waves and splashes that their frail wherry was tossed like a teacup. And the vicar and his wife slanted this way and that, inclining their heads into contact with a Punch and Judy air and countenance, the wavelets striking the sides of the 2 hulls, and flapping back into their laps. "Dreadful! Horrible!" Mr. Swancourt murmured privately, and said aloud, "I thought we walked on board. I don't think really I should have come if I had known this trouble was attached to it." "If they must splash, I wish they would splash us with clean water," said the old lady, wiping her dress with her handkerchief. "I hope it is perfectly safe," continued the vicar. "Oh, Papa, you are not very brave," cried Elfried merrily. "Bravery is only obtuseness to the perception of contingencies," Mr. Swancourt severely answered. Mrs. Swancourt laughed, and Elfried laughed, and Night laughed, in the midst of which pleasantness a man shouted to them from some position between their heads and the sky, and they found they were close to the Juliet, into which they quiveringly ascended. It having been found that the lowness of the tide would prevent their getting off for an hour, the Swancourts, having nothing else to do, allowed their eyes to idle upon men in blue jerseys performing mysterious mending operations with tartwine. They turned to look at the dashes of lurid sunlight, like burnished copper stars afloat on the ripples, which danced into and tantalized their vision, or listened to the loud music of a steam crane at work close by, or to sighing sounds from the funnels of passing steamers, getting dead as they grew more distant, or to shouts from the decks of different craft in their vicinity, all of them assuming the form of ahihe. 10:30, not yet off. Mr. Swancourt breathed a breath of weariness and looked at his fellow travelers in general. Their faces were certainly not worth looking at. The expression waiting was written upon them so absolutely that nothing more could be discerned there. All animation was suspended till Providence should raise the water and let them go. "I have been thinking," said Night, "that we have come amongst the rarest class of people in the kingdom. Of all human characteristics, a low opinion of the value of his own time by an individual must be among the strangest to find. Here we see numbers of that patient and happy species. Rovers, as distinct from travelers. But they are pleasure-seekers, to whom time is of no importance. Oh no. The pleasure-seekers we meet on the grand routes are more anxious than commercial travelers to rush on. And added to the loss of time in getting to their journey's end, these exceptional people take their chance of seasickness by coming this way." "Can it be?" inquired the vicar with apprehension. "Surely not, Mr. Knight, just here in our English Channel, close at our doors, as I may say. Entrance passages are very draughty places, and the Channel is like the rest. It ruins the temper of sailors. It has been calculated by philosophers that more dams go up to heaven from the Channel, in the course of a year, than from all the 5 oceans put together. They really start now, and the dead looks of all the throng come to life immediately. The man who has been frantically hauling in a rope that bade fair to have no end ceases his labors, and they glide down the serpentine bends of the Thames." Anything anywhere was a mine of interest to Elfried, and so was this. "It is well enough now," said Mrs. Swancourt, after they had passed the Knower, "but I can't say I have cared for my voyage hitherto." For being now in the open sea a slight breeze had sprung up, which cheered her as well as her 2 younger companions. But unfortunately it had a reverse effect upon the vicar, who, after turning a sort of apricot jam color, interspersed with dashes of raspberry, pleaded indisposition and vanished from their sight. The afternoon wore on. Mrs. Swancourt kindly sat apart by herself reading, and the betrothed pair were left to themselves. Elfried clung trustingly to Night's arm, and proud was she to walk with him up and down the deck, or to go forward, and leaning with him against the forecastle rails, watch the setting sun gradually withdrawing itself over their stern into a huge bank of livid cloud with golden edges that rose to meet it. She was childishly full of life and spirits, though in walking up and down with him before the other passengers, and getting noticed by them, she was at starting rather confused, it being the first time she had shown herself so openly under that kind of protection. "I expect they are envious and saying things about us, don't you?" she would whisper to Night with a stealthy smile. "Oh no," he would answer unconcernedly. "Why should they envy us, and what can they say?" "Not any harm, of course," Elfried replied, "except such as this. How happy those 2 are. She is proud enough now. What makes it worse," she continued in the extremity of confidence, "I heard those 2 cricketing men say just now, she's the nobbiest girl on the boat. But I don't mind it, you know, Harry." "I should hardly have supposed you did, even if you had not told me," said Night with great blandness. She was never tired of asking her lover questions and admiring his answers, good, bad, or indifferent as they might be. The evening grew dark and night came on, and lights shone upon them from the horizon and from the sky. "Now look there ahead of us at that halo in the air of silvery brightness. Watch it, and you will see what it comes to." She watched for a few minutes, when two white lights emerged from the side of a hill and showed themselves to be the origin of the halo. What a dazzling brilliance! What do they mark? The South Foreland. They were previously covered by the cliff. What is that level line of little sparkles? A town, I suppose. That's Dover. All this time, and later, soft sheet lightning expanded from a cloud in their path, enkindling their faces as they paced up and down, shining over the water and, for a moment, showing the horizon as a keen line. Elfriede slept soundly that night. Her first thought the next morning was the thrilling one that night was as close at hand as when they were at home at Endelstow, and her first sight, on looking out of the cabin window, was the perpendicular face of Beachy Head, gleaming white in a brilliant 6 o'clock in the morning sun. This fair daybreak, however, soon changed its aspect. A cold wind and a pale mist descended upon the sea and seemed to threaten a dreary day. When they were nearing Southampton, Mrs. Swancourt came to say that her husband was so ill that he wished to be put on shore here and left to do the remainder of the journey by land. He will be perfectly well directly he treads firm ground again. Which shall we do, go with him, or finish our voyage as we intended? Elfriede was comfortably housed under an umbrella which Night was holding over her to keep off the wind. "Oh, don't let us go on shore," she said with dismay. "It would be such a pity." "That's very fine," said Mrs. Swancourt archly, as to a child. "See, the wind has increased her color, the sea her appetite and spirits, and somebody her happiness." "Yes, it would be a pity, certainly." "'Tis my misfortune to be always spoken to from a pedestal," sighed Elfriede. "Well, we will do as you like, Mrs. Swancourt," said Night, "but I myself would rather remain on board," interrupted the elder lady. "And Mr. Swancourt particularly wishes to go by himself. So that shall settle the matter." The vicar, now a drab color, was put ashore and became as well as ever forthwith. Elfriede, sitting alone in a retired part of the vessel, saw a veiled woman walk aboard among the very latest arrivals at this port. She was clothed in black silk and carried a dark shawl upon her arm. The woman, without looking around her, turned to the quarter allotted to the second cabin passengers. "All the carnation, Mrs. Swancourt had complimented her stepdaughter upon possessing left Elfriede's cheeks, and she trembled visibly. She ran to the other side of the boat, where Mrs. Swancourt was standing. "Let us go home by railway with Papa, after all," she pleaded earnestly. "I would rather go with him, shall we?" Mrs. Swancourt looked around for a moment, as if unable to decide. "Ah," she exclaimed, "it is too late now. Why did not you say so before, when we had plenty of time?" The Juliet had at that minute let go, the engines had started, and they were gliding slowly away from the quay. There was no help for it but to remain, unless the Juliet could be made to put back, and that would create a great disturbance. Elfriede gave up the idea and submitted quietly. Her happiness was sadly mutilated now. The woman whose presence had so disturbed her was exactly like Mrs. Jethway. She seemed to haunt Elfriede like a shadow. After several minutes' vain endeavor to account for any design Mrs. Jethway could have in watching her, Elfriede decided to think that, if it were the widow, the encounter was accidental. She remembered that the widow in her restlessness was often visiting the village near Southampton, which was her original home, and it was possible that she chose water transit with the idea of saving expense. "What is the matter, Elfriede?" Night inquired, standing before her. "Nothing more than that I am rather depressed." "I don't much wonder at it. That wharf was depressing. We seemed underneath and inferior to everything around us. But we shall be in the sea breeze again soon, and that will freshen you, dear." The evening closed in and dusk increased as they made way down Southampton Water and through the Solent. Elfriede's disturbance of mind was such that her light spirits of the foregoing 24 hours had entirely deserted her. The weather, too, had grown more gloomy, for though the showers of the morning had ceased, the sky was covered more closely than ever with dense leaden clouds. How beautiful was the sunset when they rounded the North Foreland the previous evening! Now it was impossible to tell within half an hour the time of the luminaries going down. Night led her about, and, being by this time accustomed to her sudden changes of mood, overlooked the necessity of a cause in regarding the conditions, impressionableness, and elasticity. Elfried looked stealthily to the other end of the vessel. Mrs. Jethway, or her double, was sitting at the stern, her eyes steadily regarding Elfried. "Let us go to the forepart," she said quickly to Night. "See there, the man is fixing the lights for the night." Night assented, and after watching the operation of fixing the red and the green lights on the port and starboard bows, and the hoisting of the white light to the masthead, he walked up and down with her till the increase of wind rendered promenading difficult. Elfried's eyes were occasionally to be found furtively gazing abaft, to learn if her enemy were really there. Nobody was visible now. "Shall we go below?" said Night, seeing that the deck was nearly deserted. "No," she said. "If you will kindly get me a rug from Mrs. Swancourt, I should like, if you don't mind, to stay here." She had recently fancied the assumed Mrs. Jethway might be a first-class passenger, and dreaded meeting her by accident. Night appeared with the rug, and they sat down behind a weathercloth on the windward side, just as the two red eyes of the Needles glared upon them from the gloom, their pointed summits rising like shadowy phantom figures against the sky. It became necessary to go below to an 8 o'clock meal of nondescript kind, and Elfried was immensely relieved at finding no sign of Mrs. Jethway there. They again ascended, and remained above till Mrs. Snuzen staggered up to them with the message that Mrs. Swancourt thought it was time for Elfried to come below. Night accompanied her down, and returned again to pass a little more time on deck. Elfried partly undressed herself and lay down, and soon became unconscious, though her sleep was light. How long she had lain, she knew not, when by slow degrees she became cognizant of a whispering in her ear. "You are well on with him, I can see. Well, provoke me now, but my day will come, you will find." That seemed to be the utterance, or words to that effect. Elfried became broad awake and terrified. She knew the words, if real, could be only those of one person, and that person the widow Jethway. The lamp had gone out and the place was in darkness. In the next berth she could hear her stepmother breathing heavily, further on Snuzen breathing more heavily still. These were the only other legitimate occupants of the cabin, and Mrs. Jethway must have stealthily come in by some means and retreated again, or else she had entered an empty berth next Snuzen's. The fear that this was the case increased Elfried's perturbation, till it assumed the dimensions of a certainty, for how could a stranger from the other end of the ship possibly contrive to get in? Could it have been a dream? Elfried raised herself higher and looked out of the window. There was the sea, floundering and rushing against the ship's side just by her head, and then stretching away, dim and moaning, into an expanse of indistinctness, and far beyond all this two placid lights like rayless stars. Now almost fearing to turn her face inwards again, lest Mrs. Jethway should appear at her elbow, Elfried meditated upon whether to call Snuzen to keep her company. For bells sounded, and she heard voices, which gave her a little courage. It was not worthwhile to call Snuzen. At any rate, Elfried could not stay there panting longer, at the risk of being again disturbed by that dreadful whispering. So wrapping herself up hurriedly she emerged into the passage, and by the aid of a faint light burning at the entrance to the saloon found the foot of the stairs, and ascended to the deck. Dreary the place was in the extreme. It seemed a new spot altogether in contrast with its daytime self. She could see the glowworm light from the binnacle, and the dim outline of the man at the wheel, also a form at the bows. Not another soul was apparent from stem to stern. Yes, there were two more, by the bulwarks. One proved to be her Harry, the other the mate. She was glad indeed, and on drawing closer found they were holding a low slow chat about nautical affairs. She ran up and slipped her hand through Night's arm, partly for love, partly for stability. "Elfie." "Not asleep," said Night, after moving a few steps aside with her. "No, I cannot sleep. May I stay here? It is so dismal down there, and I was afraid." "Where are we now?" "Due south of Portlandville. Those are the lights abeam of us, look. A terrible spot that, on a stormy night. And do you see a very small light that dips and rises to the right?" That's a light ship on the dangerous shoal called the Shambles, where many a good vessel has gone to pieces. Between it and ourselves is the Race, a place where antagonistic currents meet and form whirlpools, a spot which is rough in the smoothest weather and terrific in a wind. That dark, dreary horizon we just discerned to the left is the West Bay, terminated landwards by the Chesil Beach. What time is it, Harry? Just past 2. Are you going below? Oh no, not tonight. I prefer pure air. She fancied he might be displeased with her for coming to him at this unearthly hour. I should like to stay here too, if you will allow me, she said timidly. I want to ask you things. Allow you, Elfie, said Knight, putting his arm round her and drawing her closer. I am twice as happy with you by my side. Yes, we will stay and watch the approach of day. So they again sought out the sheltered nook, and sitting down wrapped themselves in the rug as before. What were you going to ask me? He inquired, as they undulated up and down. Oh, it was not much, perhaps a thing I ought not to ask, she said, hesitatingly. Her sudden wish had really been to discover at once whether he had ever before been engaged to be married. If he had, she would make that a ground for telling him a little of her conduct with Stephen. Mrs. Jethway's seeming words had so depressed the girl that she herself now painted her flight in the darkest colors, and longed to ease her burdened mind by an instant confession. If Knight had ever been imprudent himself, he might, she hoped, forgive all. I wanted to ask you, she went on, if you had ever been engaged before. She added tremulously, I hope you have, I don't mind at all if you have. No, I never was, Knight instantly and heartily replied. Elfried, and there was a certain happy pride in his tone, I am 12 years older than you, and I have been about the world, and, in a way, into society, and you have not. And yet I am not so unfit for you as strict-thinking people might imagine, who would assume the difference in age to signify most surely an equal addition to my practice in love-making. Elfried shivered. You are cold, is the wind too much for you? No, she said gloomily. The belief which had been her sheet anchor in hoping for forgiveness had proved false. This account of the exceptional nature of his experience, a matter which would have set her rejoicing 2 years ago, chilled her now like a frost. You don't mind my asking you, she continued. Oh no, not at all. And have you never kissed many ladies? She whispered, hoping he would say 100 at the least. The time, the circumstances, and the scene were such as to draw confidences from the most reserved. Elfried, whispered Knight in reply, it is strange you should have asked that question. But I'll answer it, though I have never told such a thing before. I have been rather absurd in my avoidance of women. I have never given a woman a kiss in my life, except yourself and my mother. The man of 32 with the experienced mind warmed all over with a boy's ingenuous shame as he made the confession. What, not one, she faltered. No, not one. How very strange. Yes, the reverse experience may be commoner. And yet, to those who have observed their own sex, as I have, my case is not remarkable. Men about town are women's favorites, that's the postulate, and superficial people don't think far enough to see that there may be reserved, lonely exceptions. Are you proud of it, Harry? No, indeed. Of late years I have wished I had gone my ways and trod out my measure like lighter-hearted men. I have thought of how many happy experiences I may have lost through never going to woo. Then why did you hold aloof? I cannot say. I don't think it was my nature to. Circumstance hindered me, perhaps. I have regretted it for another reason. This great remissness of mine has had its effect upon me. The older I have grown, the more distinctly have I perceived that it was absolutely preventing me from liking any woman who was not as unpracticed as I, and I gave up the expectation of finding a 19th-century young lady in my own raw state. Then I found you, Elfried, and I felt for the first time that my fastidiousness was a blessing. And it helped to make me worthy of you. I felt at once that, differing as we did in other experiences, in this matter I resembled you. Well, aren't you glad to hear it, Elfried? Yes, I am, she answered in a forced voice. But I always had thought that men made lots of engagements before they married, especially if they don't marry very young. So all women think, I suppose, and rightly, indeed, of the majority of bachelors, as I said before. but an appreciable minority of slow coach men do not, and it makes them very awkward when they do come to the point. However, it didn't matter in my case. Why? She asked uneasily. Because you know even less of lovemaking and matrimonial prearrangement than I, and so you can't draw invidious comparisons if I do my engaging improperly. I think you do it beautifully. Thank you, dear. But, continued Knight laughingly, your opinion is not that of an expert, which alone is of value. Had she answered, yes, it is, half as strongly as she felt it, Knight might have been a little astonished. If you had ever been engaged to be married before, he went on, I expect your opinion of my addresses would be different. But then, I should not what, Harry? Oh, I was merely going to say that in that case I should never have given myself the pleasure of proposing to you, since your freedom from that experience was your attraction, darling. You are severe on women, are you not? No, I think not. I had a right to please my taste, and that was for untried lips. Other men than those of my sort acquire the taste as they get older, but don't find an elf-ride. What horrid sound is that we hear when we pitch forward? Only the screw, don't find an elf-ride as I did. To think that I should have discovered such an unseen flower down there in the West, to whom a man is as much as a multitude to some women, and a trip down the English Channel like a voyage round the world. And would you, she said, and her voice was tremulous, have given up a lady if you had become engaged to her, and then found she had had one kiss before yours, and would you have gone away and left her? One kiss? No, hardly for that. Two. Well, I could hardly say inventorially like that. Too much of that sort of thing certainly would make me dislike a woman. But let us confine our attention to ourselves, not go thinking of might-have-beens. So Elfried had allowed her thoughts to dally with false surmise, and every one of Knight's words fell upon her like a weight. After this they were silent for a long time, gazing upon the black mysterious sea, and hearing the strange voice of the restless wind. A rocking to and fro on the waves, when the breeze is not too violent and cold, produces a soothing effect even upon the most highly wrought mind. Elfried slowly sank against Knight, and looking down, he found by her soft, regular breathing that she had fallen asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, he continued still, and took an intense pleasure in supporting her warm young form as it rose and fell with her every breath. Knight fell to dreaming too, though he continued wide awake. It was pleasant to realize the implicit trust she placed in him, and to think of the charming innocence of one who could sink to sleep in so simple and unceremonious a manner. More than all, the musing, unpractical student felt the immense responsibility he was taking upon himself by becoming the protector and guide of such a trusting creature. The quiet slumber of her soul lent a quietness to his own. Then she moaned, and turned herself restlessly. Presently her mutterings became distinct. Don't tell him, he will not love me. I did not mean any disgrace, indeed I did not, so don't tell Harry. We were going to be married, that was why I ran away, and he says he will not have a kissed woman, and if you tell him he will go away, and I shall die. I pray have mercy, oh. Elfried started up wildly. The previous moment a musical ding-dong had spread into the air from their right hand, and awakened her. What is it? She exclaimed in terror. Only 8 bells, said Knight soothingly. Don't be frightened, little bird, you are safe. What have you been dreaming about? I can't tell, she said with a shudder. Oh, I don't know what to do. Stay quietly with me. We shall soon see the dawn now. Look, the morning star is lovely over there. The clouds have completely cleared off whilst you have been sleeping. What have you been dreaming of? A woman in our parish. Don't you like her? I don't. She doesn't like me. Where are we? About south of the Exe. Knight said no more on the words of her dream. They watched the sky till Elfried grew calm, and the dawn appeared. It was mere one lightness first. Then the wind blew in a changed spirit, and died away to a zephyr. The star dissolved into the day. That's how I should like to die, said Elfried, rising from her seat and leaning over the bulwark to watch the star's last expiring gleam. As the lines say, Knight replied, to set as sets the morning star, which goes not down behind the darkened west, nor hides obscured among the tempests of the sky, but melts away into the light of heaven. Oh, other people have thought the same thing, have they? That's always the case with my originalities. They are original to nobody but myself. Not only the case with yours. When I was a young hand at reviewing, I used to find that a frightful pitfall, dilating upon subjects I met with, which were novelties to me, and finding afterwards they had been exhausted by the thinking world when I was in pinafores. That is delightful. Whenever I find you have done a foolish thing, I am glad, because it seems to bring you a little nearer to me, who have done many. And Elfriede thought again of her enemy asleep under the deck they trod. All up the coast, prominences singled themselves out from recesses. Then a rosy sky spread over the eastern sea, and behind the low line of land, flinging its livery and dashes upon the thin airy clouds in that direction. Every projection on the land seemed now so many fingers anxious to catch a little of the liquid light thrown so prodigally over the sky, and after a fantastic time of lustrous yellows in the east, the higher elevations along the shore were flooded with the same hues. The bluff and bare contours of Start Point caught the brightest, earliest glow of all, and so also did the sides of its white lighthouse, perched upon a shelf in its precipitous front like a medieval saint in a niche. Their lofty neighbor Bolt Head on the left remained as yet ungilded and retained its gray. Then up came the sun, as it were in jerks, just to seaward of the easternmost point of land, flinging out a Jacob's ladder path of light from itself to Elfriede and Night, and coating them with rays in a few minutes. The inferior dignitaries of the shore, Froward Point, Berryhead, and Prahl, all had acquired their share of the illumination ere this, and at length the very smallest protuberance of wave, cliff, or inlet, even to the innermost recesses of the lovely valley of the Dart, had its portion, and sunlight, now the common possession of all, ceased to be the wonderful and coveted thing it had been a short half-hour before. After breakfast, Plymouth arose into view, and grew distincter to their nearing vision, the breakwater appearing like a streak of phosphoric light upon the surface of the sea. Elfriede looked furtively around for Mrs. Jethway, but could discern no shape like hers. Afterwards, in the bustle of landing, she looked again with the same result, by which time the woman had probably glided upon the quay unobserved. Expanding with a sense of relief, Elfriede waited whilst Night looked to their luggage, and then saw her father approaching through the crowd, twirling his walking-stick to catch their attention. Elbowing their way to him, they all entered the town, which smiled as sunny a smile upon Elfriede as it had done between 1 and 2 years earlier, when she had entered it at precisely the same hour as the bride-elect of Stephen Smith. Chapter 30 Vassal unto Love. Elfriede clung closer to Night as day succeeded day. Whatever else might admit of question, there could be no dispute that the allegiance she bore him absorbed her whole soul and existence. A greater than Stephen had arisen, and she had left all to follow him. The unreserved girl was never chary of letting her lover discover how much she admired him. She never once held an idea in opposition to any one of his, or insisted on any point with him, or showed any independence, or held her own on any subject. His lightest whim she respected and obeyed as law, and if, expressing her opinion on a matter, he took up the subject and differed from her, she instantly threw down her own opinion as wrong and untenable. Even her ambiguities and espieglery were but media of the same manifestation, acted charades, embodying the words of her prototype, the tender and susceptible daughter-in-law of Naomi, "Let me find favor in thy sight, my lord, for that thou hast comforted me, and for that thou hast spoken friendly unto thine handmaid." She was syringing the plants one wet day in the greenhouse. Night was sitting under a great passion-flower observing the scene. Sometimes he looked out at the rain from the sky, and then at Elfriede's inner rain of larger drops, which fell from trees and shrubs, after having previously hung from the twigs like small silver fruit. "I must give you something to make you think of me during this autumn at your chambers," she was saying. "What shall it be? Portraits do more harm than good, by selecting the worst expression of which your face is capable. Hair is unlucky. And you don't like jewelry. Something which shall bring back to my mind the many scenes we have enacted in this conservatory. I see what I should prize very much. That dwarf myrtle tree in the pot, which you have been so carefully tending." Elfriede looked thoughtfully at the myrtle. I can carry it comfortably in my hat box, said Knight. And I will put it in my window, and so, it being always before my eyes, I shall think of you continually. It so happened that the myrtle which Knight had singled out had a peculiar beginning and history. It had originally been a twig worn in Stephen Smith's buttonhole, and he had taken it thence, stuck it into the pot, and told her that if it grew, she was to take care of it and keep it in remembrance of him when he was far away. She looked wistfully at the plant, and a sense of fairness to Smith's memory caused her a pang of regret that Knight should have asked for that very one. It seemed exceeding a common heartlessness to let it go. Is there not anything you like better? She said sadly. That is only an ordinary myrtle. No, I am fond of myrtle. Seeing that she did not take kindly to the idea, he said again, why do you object to my having that? Oh no, I don't object precisely. It was a feeling here's another cutting lately struck, and just as small, of a better kind, and with prettier leaves, Myrtus microphylla. That will do nicely. Let it be put in my room, that I may not forget it. What romance attaches to the other? It was a gift to me. The subject then dropped. Knight thought no more of the matter till, on entering his bedroom in the evening, he found the second myrtle placed upon his dressing table as he had directed. He stood for a moment admiring the fresh appearance of the leaves by candlelight, and then he thought of the transaction of the day. Male lovers as well as female can be spoilt by too much kindness, and Elfride's uniform submissiveness had given Knight a rather exacting manner at crises, attached to her as he was. Why should she have refused the one I first chose? He now asked himself. Even such slight opposition as she had shown then was exceptional enough to make itself noticeable. He was not vexed with her in the least. The mere variation of her way today from her usual ways kept him musing on the subject, because it perplexed him. It was a gift, those were her words. Admitting it to be a gift, he thought she could hardly value a mere friend more than she valued him as a lover, and giving the plant into his charge would have made no difference. Except, indeed, it was the gift of a lover, he murmured. I wonder if Elfride has ever had a lover before, he said aloud, as a new idea quite. This and companion thoughts were enough to occupy him completely till he fell asleep, rather later than usual. The next day, when they were again alone, he said to her rather suddenly, Do you love me more or less, Elfie, for what I told you on board the steamer? You told me so many things, she returned, lifting her eyes to his and smiling. I mean the confession you coaxed out of me, that I had never been in the position of lover before. It is a satisfaction, I suppose, to be the first in your heart, she said to him, with an attempt to continue her smiling. I am going to ask you a question now, said Knight, somewhat awkwardly. I only ask it in a whimsical way, you know, not with great seriousness, Elfride. You may think it odd, perhaps. Elfride tried desperately to keep the color in her face. She could not, though distressed to think that getting pale showed consciousness of deeper guilt than merely getting red. Oh no, I shall not think that, she said, because obliged to say something to fill the pause which followed her questioner's remark. It is this, have you ever had a lover? I am almost sure you have not, but have you? Not, as it were, a lover, I mean, not worth mentioning, Harry, she faltered. Knight, overstrained in sentiment as he knew the feeling to be, felt some sickness of heart. Still, he was a lover? Well, a sort of lover, I suppose, she responded tardily. A man, I mean, you know. Yes, but only a mere person but truly your lover? Yes, a lover certainly, he was that. Yes, he might have been called my lover. Knight said nothing to this for a minute or more, and kept silent time with his finger to the tick of the old library clock, in which room the colloquy was going on. You don't mind, Harry, do you? She said anxiously, nestling close to him and watching his face. Of course, I don't seriously mind. In reason, a man cannot object to such a trifle. I only thought you hadn't, that was all. However, one ray was abstracted from the glory about her head. But afterwards, when Knight was wandering by himself over the bare and breezy hills, and meditating on the subject, that ray suddenly returned. For she might have had a lover, and never have cared in the least for him. She might have used the word improperly, and meant admirer all the time. Of course she had been admired, and one man might have made his admiration more prominent than that of the rest, a very natural case. They were sitting on one of the garden seats when he found occasion to put the supposition to the test. "Did you love that lover or admirer of yours ever so little, Elfie?" She murmured reluctantly, "Yes, I think I did." Knight felt the same faint touch of misery. "Only a very little," he said. "I am not sure how much." "But you are sure, darling, you loved him a little?" "I think I am sure I loved him a little." "And not a great deal, Elfie?" "My love was not supported by reverence for his powers." "But, Elfried, did you love him deeply?" said Knight restlessly. "I don't exactly know how deep you mean by deeply." "That's nonsense." "You misapprehend, and you have let go my hand," she cried, her eyes filling with tears. "Harry, don't be severe with me, and don't question me. I did not love him as I do you. And could it be deeply if I did not think him cleverer than myself? For I did not. You grieve me so much, you can't think. I will not say another word about it. And you will not think about it either, will you? I know you think of weaknesses in me after I am out of your sight, and not knowing what they are, I cannot combat them. I almost wish you were of a grosser nature, Harry, in truth I do. Or rather, I wish I could have the advantages such a nature in you would afford me, and yet have you as you are. What advantages would they be? Less anxiety and more security. Ordinary men are not so delicate in their tastes as you, and where the lover or husband is not fastidious and refined, and of a deep nature, things seem to go on better, I fancy, as far as I have been able to observe the world. Yes, I suppose it is right. Shallowness has this advantage, that you can't be drowned there. But I think I'll have you as you are. Yes, I will, she said winsomely. The practical husbands and wives who take things philosophically are very humdrum, are they not? Yes, it would kill me quite. You please me best as you are. Even though I wish you had never cared for one before me? Yes. And you must not wish it. Don't. I'll try not to, Elfried. So she hoped, but her heart was troubled. If he felt so deeply on this point, what would he say did he know all, and see it as Mrs. Jethway saw it? He would never make her the happiest girl in the world by taking her to be his own for aye. The thought enclosed her as a tomb whenever it presented itself to her perturbed brain. She tried to believe that Mrs. Jethway would never do her such a cruel wrong as to increase the bad appearance of her folly by innuendos, and concluded that concealment, having been begun, must be persisted in if possible. For what he might consider as bad as the fact was her previous concealment of it by strategy. But Elfried knew Mrs. Jethway to be her enemy, and to hate her. It was possible she would do her worst. And should she do it, all might be over. Would the woman listen to reason, and be persuaded not to ruin one who had never intentionally harmed her? It was night in the valley between Endlestow Crags and the shore. The brook which trickled that way to the sea was distinct in its murmurs now, and over the line of its course there began to hang a white riband of fog. Against the sky, on the left hand of the vale, the black form of the church could be seen. On the other rose hazel bushes, a few trees, and where these were absent, furze tufts as tall as men on stems nearly as stout as timber. The shriek of some bird was occasionally heard, as it flew terror-stricken from its first roost, to seek a new sleeping place, where it might pass the night unmolested. In the evening shade, some way down the valley and under a row of scrubby oaks, a cottage could still be discerned. It stood absolutely alone. The house was rather large, and the windows of some of the rooms were nailed up with boards on the outside, which gave a particularly deserted appearance to the whole erection. From the front door an irregular series of rough and misshapen steps, cut in the solid rock, led down to the edge of the streamlet, which, at their extremity, was hollowed into a basin through which the water trickled. This was evidently the means of water supply to the dweller or dwellers in the cottage. A light footstep was heard descending from the higher slopes of the hillside. Indistinct in the pathway appeared a moving female shape, who advanced and knocked timidly at the door. No answer being returned, the knock was repeated, with the same result, and it was then repeated a third time. This also was unsuccessful. From one of the only two windows on the ground floor, which were not boarded up, came rays of light, no shutter or curtain obscuring the room from the eyes of a passer on the outside. So few walked that way after nightfall that any such means to secure secrecy were probably deemed unnecessary. The inequality of the rays falling upon the trees outside told that the light had its origin in a flickering fire only. The visitor, after the third knocking, stepped a little to the left in order to gain a view of the interior, and threw back the hood from her face. The dancing yellow sheen revealed the fair and anxious countenance of Elfriede. Inside the house this firelight was enough to illumine the room distinctly, and to show that the furniture of the cottage was superior to what might have been expected from so unpromising an exterior. It also showed to Elfriede that the room was empty. Beyond the light quiver and flap of the flames, nothing moved or was audible therein. She turned the handle and entered, throwing off the cloak which enveloped her, under which she appeared without hat or bonnet, and in the sort of half-toilette country people ordinarily dine in. Then advancing to the foot of the staircase, she called distinctly, but somewhat fearfully, "Mrs. Jethway." No answer. With a look of relief and regret combined, denoting that ease came to the heart and disappointment to the brain, Elfriede paused for several minutes, as if undecided how to act. Determining to wait, she sat down on a chair. The minutes drew on, and after sitting on the thorns of impatience for half an hour, she searched her pocket, took therefrom a letter, and tore off the blank leaf. Then taking out a pencil, she wrote upon the paper, "Dear Mrs. Jethway, I have been to visit you. I wanted much to see you, but I cannot wait any longer. I came to beg you not to execute the threats you have repeated to me. Do not, I beseech you, Mrs. Jethway, let anyone know I ran away from home. It would ruin me with him, and break my heart. I will do anything for you if you will be kind to me. In the name of our common womanhood, do not, I implore you, make a scandal of me. Yours, E. Swancourt." She folded the note cornerwise, directed it, and placed it on the table. Then again drawing the hood over her curly head, she emerged silently as she had come. Whilst this episode had been in action at Mrs. Jethway's cottage, Night had gone from the dining room into the drawing room, and found Mrs. Swancourt there alone. "Elfriede has vanished upstairs or somewhere," she said. "And I have been reading an article in an old number of the Present that I lighted on by chance a short time ago. It is an article you once told us was yours. Well, Harry, with due deference to your literary powers, allow me to say that this effusion is all nonsense, in my opinion." "What is it about?" said Night, taking up the paper and reading. "There, don't get red about it. Own that experience has taught you to be more charitable. I have never read such unchivalrous sentiments in my life, from a man, I mean. There, I forgive you, it was before you." New Elfriede. "Oh yes," said Night, looking up. "I remember now. The text of that sermon was not my own at all, but was suggested to me by a young man named Smith, the same whom I have mentioned to you as coming from this parish. I thought the idea rather ingenious at the time, and enlarged it to the weight of a few guineas, because I had nothing else in my head." "Which idea do you call the text? I am curious to know that." "Well, this," said Night, somewhat unwillingly. "That experience teaches, and your sweetheart, no less than your tailor, is necessarily very imperfect in her duties, if you are her first patron, and conversely. The sweetheart who is graceful under the initial kiss must be supposed to have had some practice in the trade." "And do you mean to say that you wrote that upon the strength of another man's remark, without having tested it by practice?" "Yes, indeed I do." "Then I think it was uncalled for and unfair." "And how do you know it is true?" "I expect you regret it now. Since you bring me into a serious mood, I will speak candidly. I do believe that remark to be perfectly true, and, having written it, I would defend it anywhere. But I do often regret having ever written it, as well as others of the sort. I have grown older since, and I find such a tone of writing is calculated to do harm in the world. Every literary jack becomes a gentleman if he can only pen a few indifferent satires upon womankind. Women themselves, too, have taken to the trick, and so, upon the whole, I begin to be rather ashamed of my companions." Henry, you have fallen in love since, and it makes a difference," said Mrs. Swancourt with a faint tone of banter. "That's true, but that is not my reason. Having found that, in a case of your own experience, a so-called goose was a swan, It seems absurd to deny such a possibility in other men's experiences. You can hit palpably, Cousin Charlotte, said Knight. You are like the boy who puts a stone inside his snowball, and I shall play with you. No longer. Excuse me, I am going for my evening stroll. Though Knight had spoken jestingly, this incident and conversation had caused him a sudden depression. Coming, rather singularly, just after his discovery that Aelfried had known what it was to love warmly before she had known him, his mind dwelt upon the subject, and the familiar pipe he smoked, whilst pacing up and down the shrubbery path, failed to be a solace. He thought again of those idle words, hitherto quite forgotten, about the first kiss of a girl, and the theory seemed more than reasonable. Of course their sting now lay in their bearing on Aelfried. Aelfried, under Knight's kiss, had certainly been a very different woman from herself under Stephen's. Whether for good or for ill, she had marvelously well learnt a betrothed lady's part, and the fascinating finish of her deportment in this second campaign did probably arise from her unreserved encouragement of Stephen. Knight, with all the rapidity of jealous sensitiveness, pounced upon some words she had inadvertently let fall about an earring, which he had only partially understood at the time. It was during that initial kiss, by the little waterfall. We must be careful. I lost the other by doing this. A flush which had in it as much of wounded pride as of sorrow passed over Knight as he thought of what he had so frequently said to her in his simplicity. I always meant to be the first comber in a woman's heart, fresh lips or none for me. How childishly blind he must have seemed to this mere girl. How she must have laughed at him inwardly. He absolutely writhed as he thought of the confession she had wrung from him on the boat in the darkness of night. The one conception which had sustained his dignity when drawn out of his shell on that occasion, that of her charming ignorance of all such matters, how absurd it was. This man, whose imagination had been fed up to preternatural size by lonely study and silent observations of his kind, whose emotions had been drawn out long and delicate by his seclusion, like plants in a cellar, was now absolutely in pain. Moreover, several years of poetic study, and, if the truth must be told, poetic efforts, had tended to develop the affective side of his constitution still further, in proportion to his active faculties. It was his belief in the absolute newness of blandishment to Aelfried which had constituted her primary charm. He began to think it was as hard to be earliest in a woman's heart as it was to be first in the pool of Bethesda. That night should have been thus constituted, that Aelfried's second lover should not have been one of the great mass of bustling mankind, little given to introspection, whose good nature might have compensated for any lack of appreciativeness, was the chance of things. That her throbbing, self-confounding, indiscreet heart should have to defend itself unaided against the keen scrutiny and logical power which Knight, now that his suspicions were awakened, would sooner or later be sure to exercise against her, was her misfortune. A miserable incongruity was apparent in the circumstance of a strong mind practicing its unerring archery upon a heart which the owner of that mind loved better than his own. Aelfried's docile devotion to Knight was now its own enemy. Clinging to him so dependently, she taught him in time to presume upon that devotion, a lesson men are not slow to learn. A slight rebelliousness occasionally would have done him no harm, and would have been a world of advantage to her. But she idolized him, and was proud to be his bondservant. Chapter 31 A Worm I the Bud. One day the reviewer said, "Let us go to the cliffs again, Aelfried," and, without consulting her wishes, he moved as if to start at once. "The cliff of our dreadful adventure?" she inquired, with a shudder. "Death stares me in the face in the person of that cliff." Nevertheless, so entirely had she sunk her individuality in his that the remark was not uttered as an expostulation, and she immediately prepared to accompany him. "No, not that place," said Knight. "It is ghastly to me too. That other, I mean, what is its name? Windy Beak." Windy Beak was the second cliff in height along that coast, and, as is frequently the case with the natural features of the globe no less than with the intellectual features of men, it enjoyed the reputation of being the first. Moreover, it was the cliff to which Aelfried had ridden with Stephen Smith on a well-remembered morning of his summer visit. So, the thought of the former cliff had caused her to shudder at the perils to which her lover and herself had there been exposed. By being associated with night, only it was not so objectionable as Windy Beak. That place was worse than gloomy, it was a perpetual reproach to her. But not liking to refuse, she said, "It is further than the other cliff." "Yes, but you can ride." "And will you too?" "No, I'll walk." A duplicate of her original arrangement with Stephen. Some fatality must be hanging over her head. But she ceased objecting. "Very well, Harry, I'll ride," she said meekly. A quarter of an hour later she was in the saddle. But how different the mood from that of the former time. She had, indeed, given up her position as Queen of the Less to be vassal of the Greater. Here was no showing off now, no scampering out of sight with Pansy to perplex and tire her companion, no saucy remarks on La Belle Dame sans merci. Elfride was burdened with the very intensity of her love. Night did most of the talking along the journey. Elfride silently listened and entirely resigned herself to the motions of the ambling horse upon which she sat, alternately rising and sinking gently, like a sea-bird upon a sea-wave. When they had reached the limit of a quadruped's possibilities in walking, Night tenderly lifted her from the saddle, tied the horse and rambled on with her to the seat in the rock. Night sat down and drew Elfride deftly beside him, and they looked over the sea. 2 or 3 degrees above that melancholy and eternally level line, the ocean horizon, hung a sun of brass, with no visible rays, in a sky of ashen hue. It was a sky the sun did not illuminate or enkindle, as is usual at sunsets. This sheet of sky was met by the salt mass of gray water, flecked here and there with white. A waft of dampness occasionally rose to their faces, which was probably rarefied spray from the blows of the sea upon the foot of the cliff. Elfride wished it could be a longer time ago that she had sat there with Stephen as her lover and agreed to be his wife. The significant closeness of that time to the present was another item to add to the list of passionate fears which were chronic with her now. Yet Night was very tender this evening and sustained her close to him as they sat. Not a word had been uttered by either since sitting down, when Night said musingly, "Looking still afar, I wonder if any lovers in past years ever sat here with arms locked, as we do now. Probably they have, for the place seems formed for a seat." Her recollection of a well-known pair who had, and the much-talked-of loss which had ensued therefrom, and how the young man had been sent back to look for the missing article, led Elfride to glance down to her side and behind her back. Many people who lose a trinket involuntarily give a momentary look for it in passing the spot ever so long afterwards. They do not often find it. Elfride, in turning her head, saw something shine weakly from a crevice in the rocky Sedile. Only for a few minutes during the day did the sun light the alcove to its innermost rifts and slits, but these were the minutes now, and its level rays did Elfride the good or evil turn of revealing the lost ornament. Elfride's thoughts instantly reverted to the words she had unintentionally uttered upon what had been going on when the earring was lost. And she was immediately seized with a misgiving that Night, on seeing the object, would be reminded of her words. Her instinctive act, therefore, was to secure it privately. It was so deep in the crack that Elfride could not pull it out with her hand, though she made several surreptitious trials. "What are you doing, Elfie?" said Night, noticing her attempts and looking behind him likewise. She had relinquished the endeavor, but too late. Night peered into the joint from which her hand had been withdrawn, and saw what she had seen. He instantly took a penknife from his pocket, and by dint of probing and scraping brought the earring out. Upon open ground. "It is not yours, surely?" he inquired. "Yes, it is," she said quietly. "Well, that is a most extraordinary thing, that we should find it like this." Night then remembered more circumstances. "What, is it the one you have told me of?" "Yes." The unfortunate remark of hers at the kiss came into his mind, if eyes were ever an index to be trusted. Trying to repress the words he yet spoke on the subject, more to obtain assurance that what it had seemed to imply was not true than from a wish to pry into bygones. "Were you really engaged to be married to that lover?" he said, looking straight forward at the sea again. "Yes, but not exactly. Yet I think I was." "Oh, Elfride, engaged to be married," he murmured. "It would have been called a secret engagement, I suppose. But don't look so disappointed. Don't blame me. No, no. Why do you say no, no in such a way? Sweetly enough, but so barely. Knight made no direct reply to this. Elfried, I told you once, he said, following out his thoughts, that I never kissed a woman as a sweetheart until I kissed you. A kiss is not much, I suppose, and it happens to few young people to be able to avoid all blandishments and attentions except from the one they afterwards marry. But I have peculiar weaknesses, Elfried, and because I have led a peculiar life, I must suffer for it, I suppose. I had hoped, well, what I had no right to hope in connection with you. You naturally granted your former lover the privileges you grant me. A yes came from her like the last sad whisper of a breeze. And he used to kiss you, of course he did. Yes, and perhaps you allowed him a more free manner in his love-making than I have shown in mine. No, I did not. This was rather more alertly spoken. But he adopted it without being allowed? Yes. How much I have made of you, Elfried, and how I have kept aloof, said Knight in deep and shaken tones. So many days and hours as I have hoped in you, I have feared to kiss you more than those 2 times. And he made no scruples to. She crept closer to him and trembled as if with cold. Her dread that the whole story, with random additions, would become known to him, caused her manner to be so agitated that Knight was alarmed and perplexed into stillness. The actual innocence which made her think so fearfully of what, as the world goes, was not a great matter, magnified her apparent guilt. It may have said to Knight that a woman who was so flurried in the preliminaries must have a dreadful sequel to her tale. I know, continued Knight, with an indescribable drag of manner and intonation, I know I am absurdly scrupulous about you, that I want you 2 exclusively mine. In your past before you knew me, from your very cradle, I wanted to think you had been mine. I would make you mine by main force. Elfried, he went on vehemently, I can't help this jealousy over you. It is my nature, and must be so, and I hate the fact that you have been caressed before. Yes, hate it. She drew a long, deep breath, which was half a sob. Knight's face was hard, and he never looked at her at all, still fixing his gaze far out to sea, which the sun had now resigned to the shade. In high places, it is not long from sunset to night, dusk being in a measure banished, and though only evening where they sat, it had been twilight in the valleys for half an hour. Upon the dull expanse of sea there gradually intensified itself into existence the gleam of a distant lightship. When that lover first kissed you, Elfried, was it in such a place as this? Yes, it was. You don't tell me anything but what I wring out of you. Why is that? Why have you suppressed all mention of this when casual confidences of mine should have suggested confidence in return? On board the Juliet, why were you so secret? It seems like being made a fool of, Elfried, to think that, when I was teaching you how desirable it was that we should have no secrets from each other, you were assenting in words, but in act contradicting me. Confidence would have been so much more promising for our happiness. If you had had confidence in me, and told me willingly, I should be different. But you suppress everything, and I shall question you. Did you live at Endlestow at that time? Yes, she said faintly. Where were you when he first kissed you? Sitting in the seat. Ah, I thought so, said Knight, rising and facing her. And that accounts for everything, the exclamation which you explained deceitfully, and all. Forgive the harsh word, Elfried, forgive it. He smiled a surface smile as he continued, what a poor mortal I am to play second fiddle in everything and to be deluded by fibs. Oh, don't say it, don't, Harry. Where did he kiss you besides here? Sitting on a tomb in the churchyard and other places, she answered with slow recklessness. Never mind, he exclaimed, on seeing her tears and perturbation. I don't want to grieve you. I don't care. But Knight did care. It makes no difference, you know, he continued, seeing she did not reply. I feel cold, said Elfried. Shall we go home? Yes, it is late in the year to sit long out of doors. We ought to be off this ledge before it gets too dark to let us see our footing. I dare say the horse is impatient. Knight spoke the merest commonplace to her now. He had hoped to the last moment that she would have volunteered the whole story of her first attachment. It grew more and more distasteful to him that she should have a secret of this nature. Such entire confidence as he had pictured as about to exist between himself and the innocent young wife who had known no lover's tones save his. Was this its beginning? He lifted her upon the horse, and they went along constrainedly. The poison of suspicion was doing its work well. An incident occurred on this homeward journey which was long remembered by both, as adding shade to shadow. Knight could not keep from his mind the words of Adam's reproach to Eve in Paradise Lost, and at last whispered them to himself, fooled and beguiled. By him thou, I by thee. What did you say? Elfried inquired timorously. It was only a quotation. They had now dropped into a hollow, and the church tower made its appearance against the pale evening sky, its lower part being hidden by some intervening trees. Elfried, being denied an answer, was looking at the tower and trying to think of some contrasting quotation she might use to regain his tenderness. After a little thought she said in winning tones, "Thou hast been my hope, and a strong tower for me against the enemy." They passed on. A few minutes later 3 or 4 birds were seen to fly out of the tower. "The strong tower moves," said Knight, with surprise. A corner of the square mass swayed forward, sank, and vanished. A loud rumble followed, and a cloud of dust arose where all had previously been so clear. "The church restorers have done it," said Elfried. At this minute Mr. Swancourt was seen approaching them. He came up with a bustling demeanor, apparently much engrossed by some business in hand. "We have got the tower down," he exclaimed. "It came rather quicker than we intended it should. The first idea was to take it down stone by stone, you know. In doing this the crack widened considerably, and it was not believed safe for the men to stand upon the walls any longer. Then we decided to undermine it, and 3 men set to work at the weakest corner this afternoon. They had left off for the evening, intending to give the final blow tomorrow morning, and had been home about half an hour when down it came. A very successful job, a very fine job indeed. But he was a tough old fellow in spite of the crack. Here Mr. Swancourt wiped from his face the perspiration his excitement had caused him. "Poor old tower," said Elfried. "Yes, I am sorry for it," said Knight. "It was an interesting piece of antiquity, a local record of local art." But my dear sir, we shall have a new one," expostulated Mr. Swancourt. "A splendid tower, designed by a first-rate London man, in the newest style of Gothic art, and full of Christian feeling." "Indeed," said Knight. "Oh yes. Not in the barbarous, clumsy architecture of this neighborhood. You see nothing so rough and pagan anywhere else in England. When the men are gone, I would advise you to go and see the church before anything further is done to it. You can now sit in the chancel and look down the nave through the west arch and through that far out to sea. In fact," said Mr. Swancourt significantly, "if a wedding were performed at the altar tomorrow morning, it might be witnessed from the deck of a ship on a voyage to the South Seas, with a good glass. However, after dinner, when the moon has risen, go up and see for yourselves." Knight assented with feverish readiness. He had decided within the last few minutes that he could not rest another night without further talk with Elfried upon the subject which now divided them. He was determined to know all, and relieve his disquiet in some way. Elfried would gladly have escaped further converse alone with him that night, but it seemed inevitable. Just after moonrise they left the house. How little any expectation of the moonlight prospect, which was the ostensible reason of their pilgrimage, had to do with Knight's real motive in getting the gentle girl again upon his arm, Elfried no less than himself well knew. Chapter 32. Had I wist before I kissed. It was now October, and the night air was chill. After looking to see that she was well wrapped up, Knight took her along the hillside path they had ascended so many times in each other's company, when doubt was a thing unknown. On reaching the church they found that one side of the tower was, as the vicar had stated, entirely removed, and lying in the shape of rubbish at their feet. The tower on its eastern side still was firm, and might have withstood the shock of storms and the siege of battering years for many a generation even now. They entered by the side door, went eastward, and sat down by the altar steps. The heavy arch spanning the junction of tower and nave formed tonight a black frame to a distant misty view, stretching far westward. Just outside the arch came the heap of fallen stones, then a portion of moonlit churchyard, than the wide and convex sea behind. It was a coup d'oeil which had never been possible since the medieval masons first attached the old tower to the older church it dignified, and hence must be supposed to have had an interest apart from that of simple moonlight on ancient wall and sea and shore, any mention of which has by this time, it is to be feared, become one of the cuckoo cries which are heard but not regarded. Rays of crimson, blue, and purple shone upon the twain from the east window behind them, wherein saints and angels vied with each other in primitive surroundings of landscape and sky, and threw upon the pavement at the sitters' feet a softer reproduction of the same translucent hues, amid which the shadows of the two living heads of Night and Elfried were opaque and prominent blots. Presently the moon became covered by a cloud, and the iridescence died away. "There, it is gone," said Night. "I've been thinking, Elfried, that this place we sit on is where we may hope to kneel together soon. But I am restless and uneasy, and you know why." Before she replied, the moonlight returned again, irradiating that portion of churchyard within their view. It brightened the near part. First, and against the background which the cloud shadow had not yet uncovered stood, brightest of all, a white tomb, the tomb of young Jethway. Night, still alive on the subject of Elfried's secret, thought of her words concerning the kiss that it once had occurred on a tomb in this churchyard. "Elfried," he said, with a superficial archness which did not half cover an undercurrent of reproach, "do you know, I think you might have told me voluntarily about that past of kisses and betrothing without giving me so much uneasiness and trouble. Was that the tomb you alluded to as having sat on with him?" She waited an instant. "Yes," she said. The correctness of his random shot startled Night, though, considering that almost all the other memorials in the churchyard were upright headstones upon which nobody could possibly sit, it was not so wonderful. Elfried did not even now go on with the explanation her exacting lover wished to have, and her reticence began to irritate him as before. He was inclined to read her a lecture. "Why don't you tell me all?" he said somewhat indignantly. "Elfried, there is not a single subject upon which I feel more strongly than upon this, that everything ought to be cleared up between two persons before they become husband and wife. See how desirable and wise such a course is in order to avoid disagreeable contingencies in the form of discoveries afterwards. For, Elfried, a secret of no importance at all may be made the basis of some fatal misunderstanding only because it is discovered and not confessed. They say there never was a couple of whom one had not some secret the other never knew or was intended to know. This may or may not be true, but if it be true, some have been happy in spite rather than in consequence of it. If a man were to see another man looking significantly at his wife, and she were blushing crimson and appearing startled, do you think he would be so well satisfied with, for instance, her truthful explanation that once, to her great annoyance, she accidentally fainted into his arms, as if she had said it voluntarily long ago, before the circumstance occurred which forced it from her? Suppose that admirer you spoke of in connection with the tomb yonder should turn up and bother me. It would embitter our lives, if I were then half in the dark as I am now." Night spoke the latter sentences with growing force. "It cannot be," she said. "Why not?" he asked sharply. Elfried was distressed to find him in so stern a mood, and she trembled. In a confusion of ideas, probably not intending a willful prevarication, she answered hurriedly, "If he's dead, how can you meet him?" "Is he dead?" "Oh, that's different altogether," said Night, immensely relieved. "But, let me see, what did you say about that tomb and him?" "That's his tomb," she continued faintly. "What? Was he who lies buried there the man who was your lover?" Night asked in a distinct voice. "Yes, and I didn't love him or encourage him. But you let him kiss you, you said so, you know, Elfried." She made no reply. "Why," said Night, recollecting circumstances by degrees, "you surely said you were in some degree engaged to him, and of course you were if he kissed you. And now you say you never encouraged him. And I have been fancying you said, I am almost sure you did, that you were sitting with him on that tomb." "Good God," he cried, suddenly starting up in anger, "are you telling me untruths? Why should you play with me like this? I'll have the right of it. Elfried, we shall never be happy. There's a blight upon us, or me, or you, and it must be cleared off before we marry. Knight moved away impetuously as if to leave her. She jumped up and clutched his arm. "Don't go, Harry, don't." "Tell me then," said Knight sternly. "And remember this, no more fibs, or, upon my soul, I shall hate you." Heavens! That I should come to this, to be made a fool of by a girl's untruths. Don't treat me so cruelly. Oh, Harry, Harry, have pity and withdraw those dreadful words. I am truthful by nature, and I don't know how I came to make you misunderstand. But I was frightened. She quivered so in her perturbation that she shook him with her note, sentence incomplete in text. "Did you say you were sitting on that tomb?" he asked moodily. "Yes, and it was true." "Then how, in the name of heaven, can a man sit upon his own tomb?" "That was another man." "Forgive me, Harry, won't you?" "What, a lover in the tomb and a lover on it?" Oh, yes. Then there were two before me?" "I suppose so." "Now, don't be a silly woman with your supposing, I hate all that," said Knight contemptuously almost. "Well, we learn strange things. I don't know what I might have done, no man can say into what shape circumstances may warp him, but I hardly think I should have had the conscience to accept the favors of a new lover whilst sitting over the poor remains of the old one. Upon my soul, I don't." Knight, in moody meditation, continued looking towards the tomb, which stood staring them in the face like an avenging ghost. "But you wrong me oh so grievously," she cried. "I did not meditate any such thing, believe me, Harry, I did not. It only happened so, quite of itself." "Well, I suppose you didn't intend such a thing," he said. "Nobody ever does," he sadly continued. "And him in the grave I never once loved. I suppose the second lover and you, as you sat there, vowed to be faithful to each other forever?" Elfriede only replied by quick heavy breaths, showing she was on the brink of a sob. "You don't choose to be anything but reserved, then?" he said imperatively. "Of course we did," she responded. "Of course. You seem to treat the subject very lightly. It is past, and is nothing to us now. Elfriede, it is a nothing which, though it may make a careless man laugh, cannot but make a genuine one grieve. It is a very gnawing pain. Tell me straight through, all of it." "Never." "Oh, Harry, how can you expect it when so little of it makes you so harsh with me?" "Now, Elfriede, listen to this. You know that what you have told only jars the subtler fancies in one after all. The feeling I have about it would be called, and is, mere sentimentality, and I don't want you to suppose that an ordinary previous engagement of a straightforward kind would make any practical difference in my love, or my wish to make you my wife. But you seem to have more to tell, and that's where the wrong is." "Is there more?" "Not much more," she wearily answered. Knight preserved a grave silence for a minute. "Not much more," he said at last. "I should think not, indeed." His voice assumed a low and steady pitch. "Elfriede, you must not mind my saying a strange-sounding thing, for say it I shall. It is this, that if there were much more to add to an account which already includes all the particulars that a broken marriage engagement could possibly include with propriety, it must be some exceptional thing which might make it impossible for me or anyone else to love you and marry you." Knight's disturbed mood led him much further than he would have gone in a quieter moment. And, even as it was, had she been assertive to any degree he would not have been so peremptory, and had she been a stronger character, more practical and less imaginative, she would have made more use of her position in his heart to influence him. But the confiding tenderness which had won him is ever accompanied by a sort of self-committal to the stream of events, leading every such woman to trust more to the kindness of fate for good results than to any argument of her own. Well, he murmured cynically, "I won't say it is your fault. It is my ill luck, I suppose. I had no real right to question you. Everybody would say it was presuming. But when we have misunderstood, we feel injured by the subject of our misunderstanding. You never said you had had nobody else here making love to you, so why should I blame you? Elfriede, I beg your pardon. No. I would rather have your anger than that cool, aggrieved politeness. Do drop that, Harry. Why should you inflict that upon me? It reduces me to the level of a mere acquaintance. You do that with me. Why not confidence for confidence?" "Yes, but I didn't ask you a single question with regard to your past. I didn't wish to know about it. All I cared for was that, wherever you came from, whatever you had done, Whoever you had loved, you were mine at last. Harry, if originally you had known I had loved, would you never have cared for me? I won't quite say that. Though I own that the idea of your inexperienced state had a great charm for me. But I think this, that if I had known there was any phase of your past love you would refuse to reveal if I asked to know it, I should never have loved you. Elfried sobbed bitterly. Am I such a mere characterless toy as to have no attraction in me, apart from freshness? Haven't I brains? You said I was clever and ingenious in my thoughts, and isn't that anything? Have I not some beauty? I think I have a little, and I know I have. Yes, I do. You have praised my voice and my manner and my accomplishments. Yet all these together are so much rubbish, because I accidentally saw a man before you. Oh, come, Elfried. Accidentally saw a man is very cool. You loved him, remember. And loved him a little. And refuse now to answer the simple question how it ended. Do you refuse still, Elfried? You have no right to question me, so you said so. It is unfair. Trust me as I trust you. That's not at all. I shall not love you if you are so cruel. It is cruel to me to argue like this. Perhaps it is. Yes, it is. I was carried away by my feeling for you. Heaven knows that I didn't mean to, but I have loved you so that I have used you badly. I don't mind it, Harry, she instantly answered, creeping up and nestling against him, and I will not think at all that you used me harshly if you will forgive me and not be vexed with me any more. I do wish I had been exactly as you thought I was, but I could not help it, you know. If I had only known you had been coming, what a nunnery I would have lived in to have been good enough for you. Well, never mind, said Knight, and he turned to go. He endeavored to speak sportively as they went on. Diogenes Laertius says that philosophers used voluntarily to deprive themselves of sight to be uninterrupted in their meditations. Men, becoming lovers, ought to do the same thing. Why? But never mind, I don't want to know. Don't speak laconically to me, she said with deprecation. Why? Because they would never then be distracted by discovering their idol was second-hand. She looked down inside, and they passed out of the crumbling old place and slowly crossed to the churchyard entrance. Knight was not himself, and he could not pretend to be. She had not told all. He supported her lightly over the stile, and was practically as attentive as a lover could be. But there had passed away a glory, and the dream was not as it had been of yore. Perhaps Knight was not shaped by nature for a marrying man. Perhaps his lifelong constraint towards women, which he had attributed to accident, was not chance after all, but the natural result of instinctive acts so minute as to be undiscernible even by himself. Or whether the rough dispelling of any bright illusion, however imaginative, depreciates the real and unexaggerated brightness which appertains to its basis, one cannot say. Certain it was that Knight's disappointment at finding himself second or third in the field, at Elfried's momentary equivoque, and at her reluctance to be candid, brought him to the verge of cynicism. Chapter 33 O Daughter of Babylon, Wasted with Misery. A habit of Knight's, when not immediately occupied with Elfried, to walk by himself for half an hour or so between dinner and bedtime, had become familiar to his friends at Endelstow, Elfried herself among them. When he had helped her over the stile, she said gently, "If you wish to take your usual turn on the hill, Harry, I can run down to the house alone." "Thank you, Elfie, then I think I will." Her form diminished to blackness in the moonlight, and Knight, after remaining upon the churchyard stile a few minutes longer, turned back again towards the building. His usual course was now to light a cigar or pipe and indulge in a quiet meditation. But tonight his mind was too tense to bethink itself of such a solace. He merely walked round to the site of the fallen tower and sat himself down upon some of the large stones which had composed it until this day, when the chain of circumstance originated by Stephen Smith, while in the employ of Mr. Hubie, the London man of art, had brought about its overthrow. Pondering on the possible episodes of Elfried's past life, and on how he had supposed her to have had no past justifying the name, he sat and regarded the white tomb of young Jethway, now close in front of him. The sea, though comparatively placid, could as usual be heard from this point along the whole distance between promontories to the right and left, floundering and entangling itself among the insulated stacks of rock which dotted the water's edge, the miserable skeletons of tortured old cliffs that would not even yet succumb to the wear and tear of the tides. As a change from thoughts not of a very cheerful kind, Knight attempted exertion. He stood up and prepared to ascend to the summit of the ruinous heap of stones, from which a more extended outlook was obtainable than from the ground. He stretched out his arm to seize the projecting arras of a larger block than ordinary, and so help himself up, when his hand lighted plump upon a substance differing in the greatest possible degree from what he had expected to seize, hard stone. It was stringy and entangled, and trailed upon the stone. The deep shadow from the aisle wall prevented his seeing anything here distinctly, and he began guessing as a necessity. It is a tressy species of moss or lichen, he said to himself. But it lay loosely over the stone. It is a tuft of grass, he said. But it lacked the roughness and humidity of the finest grass. It is a mason's whitewash brush. Such brushes, he remembered, were more bristly, and however much used in repairing a structure, would not be required in pulling one down. He said, it must be a thready silk fringe. He felt further in. It was somewhat warm. Knight instantly felt somewhat cold. To find the coldness of inanimate matter where you expect warmth is startling enough, but a colder temperature than that of the body being rather the rule than the exception in common substances, it hardly conveys such a shock to the system as finding warmth where utter frigidity is anticipated. God only knows what it is, he said. He felt further, and in the course of a minute put his hand upon a human head. The head was warm, but motionless. The thready mass was the hair of the head, long and straggling, showing that the head was a woman's. Knight in his perplexity stood still for a moment and collected his thoughts. The vicar's account of the fall of the tower was that the workmen had been undermining it all the day and had left in the evening intending to give the finishing stroke the next morning. Half an hour after they had gone, the undermined angle came down. The woman, who was half buried, as it seemed, must have been beneath it at the moment of the fall. Knight leapt up and began endeavoring to remove the rubbish with his hands. The heap overlying the body was for the most part fine and dusty, but in immense quantity. It would be a saving of time to run for assistance. He crossed to the churchyard wall and hastened down the hill. A little way down, an intersecting road passed over a small ridge, which now showed up darkly against the moon, and this road here formed a kind of notch in the skyline. At the moment that Knight arrived at the crossing, he beheld a man on this eminence, coming towards him. Knight turned aside and met the stranger. There has been an accident at the church, said Knight, without preface. The tower has fallen on somebody, who has been lying there ever since. Will you come and help? That I will, said the man. It is a woman, said Knight, as they hurried back, and I think we two are enough to extricate her. Do you know of a shovel? The grave-digging shovels are about somewhere. They used to stay in the tower. And there must be some belonging to the workmen. They searched about, and in an angle of the porch found 3 carefully stowed away. Going round to the west end, Knight signified the spot of the tragedy. We ought to have brought a lantern, he exclaimed. But we may be able to do without. He set to work removing the superincumbent mass. The other man, who looked on somewhat helplessly at first, now followed the example of Knight's activity and removed the larger stones which were mingled with the rubbish. But with all their efforts, it was quite 10 minutes before the body of the unfortunate creature could be extricated. They lifted her as carefully as they could, breathlessly carried her to Felix Jethway's tomb, which was only a few steps westward, and laid her thereon. Is she dead indeed? Said the stranger. She appears to be, said Knight. Which is the nearest house? The vicarage, I suppose. Yes, but since we shall have to call a surgeon from Castle Botterill, I think it would be better to carry her in that direction, instead of away from the town. And is it not much further to the first house we come to going that way, than to the vicarage or to the crags? Not much, the stranger replied. Suppose we take her there then. And I think the best way to do it would be thus, if you don't mind joining hands with me. Not in the least, I am glad to assist. Making a kind of cradle, by clasping their hands crosswise under the inanimate woman, They lifted her and walked on side by side down a path indicated by the stranger, who appeared to know the locality well. I had been sitting in the church for nearly an hour, Knight resumed, when they were out of the churchyard. Afterwards I walked round to the site of the fallen tower, and so found her. It is painful to think I unconsciously wasted so much time in the very presence of a perishing, flying soul. The tower fell at dusk, did it not? Quite 2 hours ago, I think. Yes. She must have been there alone. What could have been her object in visiting the churchyard then? It is difficult to say. The stranger looked inquiringly into the reclining face of the motionless form they bore. Would you turn her round for a moment, so that the light shines on her face? He said. They turned her face to the moon, and the man looked closer into her features. Why, I know her, he exclaimed. Who is she? Mrs. Jethway. And the cottage we are taking her to is her own. She is a widow, and I was speaking to her only this afternoon. I was at Castle Boterel post office, and she came there to post a letter. Poor soul. Let us hurry on. Hold my wrist a little tighter. Was not that tomb we laid her on the tomb of her only son? Yes, it was. Yes, I see it now. She was there to visit the tomb. Since the death of that son she has been a desolate, desponding woman, always bewailing him. She was a farmer's wife, very well educated, a governess originally, I believe. Knight's heart was moved to sympathy. His own fortunes seemed in some strange way to be interwoven with those of this Jethway family, through the influence of Aelfried over himself and the unfortunate son of that house. He made no reply, and they still walked on. She begins to feel heavy, said the stranger, breaking the silence. Yes, she does, said Knight, and after another pause added, I think I have met you before, though where I cannot recollect. May I ask who you are? Oh yes. I am Lord Luxellian. Who are you? I am a visitor at the Crags, Mr. Knight. I have heard of you, Mr. Knight. And I of you, Lord Luxellian. I am glad to meet you. I may say the same. I am familiar with your name in print. And I with yours. Is this the house? Yes. The door was locked. Knight, reflecting a moment, searched the pocket of the lifeless woman and found therein a large key which, on being applied to the door, opened it easily. The fire was out, but the moonlight entered the quarried window and made patterns upon the floor. The rays enabled them to see that the room into which they had entered was pretty well furnished, it being the same room that Aelfried had visited alone 2 or 3 evenings earlier. They deposited their still burden on an old-fashioned couch which stood against the wall, and Knight searched about for a lamp or candle. He found a candle on a shelf, lighted it, and placed it on the table. Both Knight and Lord Luxellian examined the pale countenance attentively, and both were nearly convinced that there was no hope. No marks of violence were visible in the casual examination they made. I think that as I know where Dr. Granson lives, said Lord Luxellian, I had better run for him whilst you stay here. Knight agreed to this. Lord Luxellian then went off, and his hurrying footsteps died away. Knight continued bending over the body, and a few minutes longer of careful scrutiny perfectly satisfied him that the woman was far beyond the reach of the lancet and the drug. Her extremities were already beginning to get stiff and cold. Knight covered her face and sat down. The minutes went by. The essayist remained musing on all the occurrences of the night. His eyes were directed upon the table, and he had seen for some time that writing materials were spread upon it. He now noticed these more particularly. There were an inkstand, pen, blotting book, and notepaper. Several sheets of paper were thrust aside from the rest, upon which letters had been begun and relinquished, as if their form had not been satisfactory to the writer. A stick of black sealing wax and seal were there too, as if the ordinary fastening had not been considered sufficiently secure. The abandoned sheets of paper lying as they did open upon the table made it possible, as he sat, to read the few words written on each. One ran thus, Sir, as a woman who was once blessed with a dear son of her own, I implore you to accept a warning. Another, Sir, if you will deign to receive warning from a stranger before it is too late to alter your course, listen to the third. Sir, with this letter I enclose to you another which, unaided by any explanation from me, tells a startling tale. I wish, however, to add a few words to make your delusion yet more clear to you. It was plain that, after these renounced beginnings, a fourth letter had been written and dispatched, which had been deemed a proper one. Upon the table were 2 drops of sealing wax, the stick from which they were taken having been laid down overhanging the edge of the table. The end of it drooped, showing that the wax was placed there whilst warm. There was the chair in which the writer had sat, the impression of the letter's address upon the blotting paper, and the poor widow who had caused these results lying dead hard by. Knight had seen enough to lead him to the conclusion that Mrs. Jethway, having matter of great importance to communicate to some friend or acquaintance, had written him a very careful letter and gone herself to post it, that she had not returned to the house from that time of leaving it till Lord Luxellian and himself had brought her back dead. The unutterable melancholy of the whole scene, as he waited on, silent and alone, did not altogether clash with the mood of Knight, even though he was the affianced of a fair and winning girl, and though so lately he had been in her company. Whilst sitting on the remains of the demolished tower, he had defined a new sensation, that the lengthened course of inaction he had lately been indulging in on Elfride's account might probably not be good for him as a man who had work to do. It could quickly be put an end to by hastening on his marriage with her. Knight, in his own opinion, was one who had missed his mark by excessive aiming. Having now, to a great extent, given up ideal ambitions, he wished earnestly to direct his powers into a more practical channel, and thus correct the introspective tendencies which had never brought himself much happiness, or done his fellow creatures any great good. To make a start in this new direction by marriage, which, since knowing Elfride, had been so entrancing an idea, was less exquisite tonight. That the curtailment of his illusion regarding her had something to do with the reaction, and with the return of his old sentiments on wasting time, is more than probable. Though Knight's heart had so greatly mastered him, the mastery was not so complete as to be easily maintained in the face of a moderate intellectual revival. His reverie was broken by the sound of wheels and a horse's tramp. The door opened to admit the surgeon, Lord Luxellian, and a Mr. Cole, coroner for the division, who had been attending at Castle Botterill that very day, and was having an after-dinner chat with the doctor when Lord Luxellian arrived. Next came 2 female nurses and some idlers. Mr. Grandson, after a cursory examination, pronounced the woman dead from suffocation, induced by intense pressure on the respiratory organs, and arrangements were made that the inquiry should take place on the following morning, before the return of the coroner to St. Launce. Shortly afterwards, the house of the widow was deserted by all its living occupants, and she abode in death, as she had in her life during the past 2 years, entirely alone. Chapter 34. Yea, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. 16 hours had passed. Knight was entering the lady's boudoir at the Crags, upon his return from attending the inquest, touching the death of Mrs. Jethway. Elfride was not in the apartment. Mrs. Swancourt made a few inquiries concerning the verdict and collateral circumstances. Then she said, "The postman came this morning the minute after you left the house. There was only 1 letter for you, and I have it here." She took a letter from the lid of her workbox and handed it to him. Knight took the missive abstractedly, but struck by its appearance, murmured a few words and left the room. The letter was fastened with a black seal, and the handwriting in which it was addressed had lain under his eyes, long and prominently, only the evening before. Knight was greatly agitated, and looked about for a spot where he might be secure from interruption. It was the season of heavy dews, which lay on the herbage in shady places all the day long. Nevertheless, he entered a small patch of neglected grass plat enclosed by the shrubbery, and there perused the letter, which he had opened on his way thither. The handwriting, the seal, the paper, the introductory words, all had told on the instant that the letter had come to him from the hands of the widow Jethway, now dead and cold. He had instantly understood that the unfinished notes which caught his eye yesternight were intended for nobody but himself. He had remembered some of the words of Elfride in her sleep on the steamer, that somebody was not to tell him of something, or it would be her ruin, a circumstance hitherto deemed so trivial and meaningless that he had well nigh forgotten it. All these things infused into him an emotion intense in power and supremely distressing in quality. The paper in his hand quivered as he read, "The Valley Endelstow. Sir, a woman who has not much in the world to lose by any censure this act may bring upon her, wishes to give you some hints concerning a lady you love. If you will deign to accept a warning before it is too late, you will notice what your correspondent has to say. You are deceived. Can such a woman as this be worthy? One who encouraged an honest youth to love her, then slighted him, so that he died. One who next took a man of no birth as a lover, who was forbidden the house by her father. One who secretly left her home to be married to that man, met him, and went with him to London. One who, for some reason or other, returned again unmarried. One who, in her after correspondence with him, went so far as to address him as her husband. One who wrote the enclosed letter to ask me, who better than anybody else knows the story, to keep the scandal a secret. I hope soon to be beyond the reach of either blame or praise. But before removing me, God has put it in my power to avenge the death of my son. Gertrude Jethway." The letter enclosed was the note in pencil that Elfried had written in Mrs. Jethway's cottage. "Dear M.R.S. Jethway, I have been to visit you. I wanted much to see you, but I cannot wait any longer. I came to beg you not to execute the threats you have repeated to me. Do not, I beseech you, Mrs. Jethway, let anyone know I ran away from home. It would ruin me with him and break my heart. I will do anything for you if you will be kind to me. In the name of our common womanhood, do not, I implore you, make a scandal of me. Yours, E. Swancourt." Knight turned his head wearily towards the house. The ground rose rapidly on nearing the shrubbery in which he stood, raising it almost to a level with the first floor of the crags. Elfried's dressing room lay in the salient angle in this direction, and it was lighted by 2 windows in such a position that, from Knight's standing place, his sight passed through both windows and raked the room. Elfried was there. She was pausing between the 2 windows, looking at her figure in the cheval-glass. She regarded herself long and attentively in front, turned, flung back her head, and observed the reflection over her shoulder. Nobody can predicate as to her object or fancy. She may have done the deed in the very abstraction of deep sadness. She may have been moaning from the bottom of her heart, "How unhappy am I!" But the impression produced on Knight was not a good one. He dropped his eyes moodily. The dead woman's letter had a virtue in the accident of its juncture far beyond any it intrinsically exhibited. Circumstance lent to evil words a ring of pitiless justice echoing from the grave. Knight could not endure their possession. He tore the letter into fragments. He heard a brushing among the bushes behind, and turning his head, he saw Elfried following him. The fair girl looked in his face with a wistful smile of hope, too forcefully hopeful to displace the firmly established dread beneath it. His severe words of the previous night still sat heavy upon her. "I saw you from my window, Harry," she said timidly. "The dew will make your feet wet," he observed, as one deaf. "I don't mind it. There is danger in getting wet feet." "Yes, Harry, what is the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Shall I resume the serious conversation I had with you last night?" "No, perhaps not. Perhaps I had better not." "Oh, I cannot tell. How wretched it all is. I wish you were your own dear self again, and had kissed me when I came up. Why didn't you ask me for one? Why don't you now?" Too free in manner by half, he heard murmur the voice within him. "It was that hateful conversation last night," she went on. "Oh, those words. Last night was a black night for me. Kiss, I hate that word. Don't talk of kissing, for God's sake. I should think you might with advantage have shown tact enough to keep back that word kiss, considering those you have accepted." She became very pale, and a rigid and desolate character took possession of her face. That face was so delicate and tender in appearance now, that one could fancy the pressure of a finger upon it would cause a livid spot. Knight walked on, and Elfried with him, silent and unopposing. He opened a gate, and they entered a path across a stubble field. "Perhaps I intrude upon you," she said as he closed the gate. "Shall I go away?" "No. Listen to me, Elfried." Knight's voice was low and unequal. I have been honest with you. Will you be so with me? If any strange connection has existed between yourself and a predecessor of mine, tell it now. It is better that I know it now, even though the knowledge should part us, than that I should discover it in time to come. And suspicions have been awakened in me. I think I will not say how, because I despise the means. A discovery of any mystery of your past would embitter our lives. Knight waited with a slow manner of calmness. His eyes were sad and imperative. They went farther along the path. Will you forgive me if I tell you all? She exclaimed entreatingly. I can't promise. So much depends upon what you have to tell. Elfried could not endure the silence which followed. Are you not going to love me? She burst out. Harry, love me, and speak as usual. Do, I beseech you, Harry. Are you going to act fairly by me? Said Knight, with rising anger, or are you not? What have I done to you that I should be put off like this? Be caught like a bird in a springe, everything intended to be hidden from me. Why is it, Elfried? That's what I ask you. In their agitation they had left the path and were wandering among the wet and obstructive stubble, without knowing or heeding it. What have I done? She faltered. What? How can you ask what, when you know so well? You know that I have designedly been kept in ignorance of something attaching to you, which, had I known of it, might have altered all my conduct, and yet you say, what? She drooped visibly and made no answer. Not that I believe in malicious letter-writers and whisperers, not I. I don't know whether I do or don't. Upon my soul, I can't tell. I know this. A religion was building itself upon you in my heart. I looked into your eyes and thought I saw their truth and innocence as pure and perfect as ever embodied by God in the flesh of woman. Perfect truth is too much to expect, but ordinary truth I will have or nothing at all. Just say, then, is the matter you keep back of the gravest importance, or is it not? I don't understand all your meaning. If I have hidden anything from you, it has been because I loved you so, and I feared to lose you. Since you are not given to confidence, I want to ask you some plain questions. Have I your permission? Yes, she said, and there came over her face a weary resignation. Say the harshest words you can. I will bear them. There is a scandal in the air concerning you, Elfried, and I cannot even combat it without knowing definitely what it is. It may not refer to you entirely, or even at all. Knight trifled in the very bitterness of his feeling. In the time of the French Revolution, Parisot, a ballet master, was beheaded by mistake for Parisot, a captain of the King's Guard. I wish there was another E. Swancourt in the neighborhood. Look at this. He handed her the letter she had written and left on the table at Mrs. Jethway's. She looked over it vacantly. It is not so much as it seems, she pleaded. It seems wickedly deceptive to look at now, but it had a much more natural origin than you think. My sole wish was not to endanger our love. Oh, Harry, that was all my idea. It was not much harm. Yes, but independently of the poor miserable creature's remarks, it seems to imply something wrong. What remarks? Those she wrote me now torn to pieces. Elfried, did you run away with a man you loved? That was the damnable statement. Has such an accusation life in it, really, truly, Elfried? Yes, she whispered. Knight's countenance sank. To be married to him, came huskily from his lips. Yes. Oh, forgive me. I had never seen you, Harry. To London. Yes, but I answer my questions. Say nothing else. Elfried, did you ever deliberately try to marry him in secret? No, not deliberately. But did you do it? A feeble red passed over her face. Yes, she said. And after that, did you write to him as your husband, and did he address you as his wife? Listen. It was, do answer me, only answer me. Then, yes, we did. Her lips shook, but it was with some little dignity that she continued. I would gladly have told you, for I knew and know I had done wrong. But I dared not, I loved you too well. Oh, so well. You have been everything in the world to me, and you are now. Will you not forgive me? It is a melancholy thought that men who at first will not allow the verdict of perfection they pronounce upon their sweethearts or wives to be disturbed by God's own testimony to the contrary, will, once suspecting their purity, morally hang them upon evidence they would be ashamed to admit in judging a dog. The reluctance to tell, which arose from Elfride's simplicity in thinking herself so much more culpable than she really was, had been doing fatal work in Knight's mind. The man of many ideas, now that his first dream of impossible things was over, vibrated too far in the contrary direction, and her every movement of feature, every tremor, every confused word, was taken as so much proof of her unworthiness. "Elfride, we must bid goodbye to compliment," said Knight. "We must do without politeness now. Look in my face, and as you believe in God above, tell me truly one thing more. Were you away alone with him?" "Yes." "Did you return home the same day on which you left it?" "No, the word fell like a bolt, and the very land and sky seemed to suffer." Knight turned aside. Meantime, Elfride's countenance wore a look indicating utter despair of being able to explain matters so that they would seem no more than they really were, a despair which not only relinquishes the hope of direct explanation, but wearily gives up all collateral chances of extenuation. The scene was engraved for years on the retina of Knight's eye: the dead and brown stubble, the weeds among it, the distant belt of beeches shutting out the view of the house, the leaves of which were now red and sick to death. "You must forget me," he said. "We shall not marry, Elfride." How much anguish passed into her soul at those words from him was told by the look of supreme torture she wore. "What meaning have you, Harry? You only say so, do you?" She looked doubtingly up at him, and tried to laugh, as if the unreality of his words must be unquestionable. "You are not in earnest, I know. I hope you are not? Surely I belong to you, and you are going to keep me for yours." "Elfride, I have been speaking too roughly to you. I have said what I ought only to have thought. I like you, and let me give you a word of advice. Marry your man as soon as you can. However weary of each other you may feel, you belong to each other, and I am not going to step between you. Do you think I could for a moment? If you cannot marry him now and another makes you his wife, do not reveal this secret to him after marriage if you do not before. Honesty would be damnation then." Bewildered by his expressions, she exclaimed, "No, no, I will not be a wife unless I am yours, and I must be yours. If we had married, but you don't mean that you will go away and leave me, and not be anything more to me, oh, you don't." Convulsive sobs took all nerve out of her utterance. She checked them, and continued to look in his face for the ray of hope that was not to be found there. "I am going indoors," said Knight. "You will not follow me, Elfride. I wish you not to." "Oh no, indeed I will not. And then I am going to Castle Botterill. Goodbye." He spoke the farewell as if it were but for the day, lightly, as he had spoken such temporary farewells many times before, and she seemed to understand it as such. Knight had not the power to tell her plainly that he was going forever. He hardly knew for certain that he was, whether he should rush back again upon the current of an irresistible emotion, or whether he could sufficiently conquer himself, and her in him, to establish that parting as a supreme farewell, and present himself to the world again as no woman's. 10 minutes later, he had left the house, leaving directions that if he did not return in the evening his luggage was to be sent to his chambers in London, whence he intended to write to Mr. Swancourt as to the reasons of his sudden departure. He descended the valley and could not forbear turning his head. He saw the stubble field, and a slight girlish figure in the midst of it, up against the sky. Elfride, docile as ever, had hardly moved a step, for he had said, "Remain." He looked and saw her again. He saw her for weeks and months. He withdrew his eyes from the scene, swept his hand across them, as if to brush away the sight, breathed a low groan, and went on. Chapter 35. And wilt thou leave me thus? Say nay, say nay. The scene shifts to Knight's chambers in Bede's Inn. It was late in the evening of the day following his departure from Endelstow. A drizzling rain descended upon London, forming a humid and dreary halo over every well-lighted street. The rain had not yet been prevalent long enough to give to rapid vehicles that clear and distinct rattle which follows the thorough washing of the stones by a drenching rain, but was just sufficient to make footway and roadway slippery, adhesive, and clogging to both feet and wheels. Knight was standing by the fire, looking into its expiring embers, previously to emerging from his door for a dreary journey home to Richmond. His hat was on, and the gas turned off. The blind of the window overlooking the alley was not drawn down, and with the light from beneath, which shone over the ceiling of the room, came, in place of the usual babble, only the reduced clatter and quick speech which were the result of necessity rather than choice. Whilst he thus stood, waiting for the expiration of the few minutes that were wanting to the time for his catching the train, a light tapping upon the door mingled with the other sounds that reached his ears. It was so faint at first that the outer noises were almost sufficient to drown it. Finding it repeated, Knight crossed the lobby, crowded with books and rubbish, and opened the door. A woman, closely muffled up, but visibly of fragile build, was standing on the landing under the gaslight. She sprang forward, flung her arms round Knight's neck, and uttered a low cry. "Oh, Harry, Harry, you are killing me." "I could not help coming. Don't send me away, don't. Forgive your Elfried for coming, I love you so." Knight's agitation and astonishment mastered him for a few moments. "Elfried," he cried, "what does this mean? What have you done? Do not hurt me and punish me, oh, do not. I couldn't help coming, it was killing me. Last night, when you did not come back, I could not bear it, I could not. Only let me be with you and see your face, Harry, I don't ask for more." Her eyelids were hot, heavy, and thick with excessive weeping, and the delicate rose red of her cheeks was disfigured and inflamed by the constant chafing of the handkerchief in wiping her many tears. "Who is with you? Have you come alone?" he hurriedly inquired. "Yes. When you did not come last night, I sat up hoping you would come, and the night was all agony, and I waited on, and you did not come. Then when it was morning, and your letter said you were gone, I could not endure it, and I ran away from them to St. Lawrence and came by the train. And I have been all day traveling to you, and you won't make me go away again, will you, Harry, because I shall always love you till I die. Yet it is wrong for you to stay. Oh, Elfried, what have you committed yourself to? It has ruined your good name to run to me like this. Has not your first experience been sufficient to keep you from these things? My name? Harry, I shall soon die, and what good will my name be to me then? Oh, could I but be the man and you the woman, I would not leave you for such a little fault as mine. Do not think it was so vile a thing in me to run away with him. Ah, how I wish you could have run away with 20 women before you knew me, that I might show you I would think it no fault, but be glad to get you after them all, so that I had you. If you only knew me through and through, how true I am, Harry. Cannot I be yours? Say you love me just the same, and don't let me be separated from you again, will you? I cannot bear it, all the long hours and days and nights going on, and you not there, but away because you hate me. Not hate you, Elfried, he said gently, and supported her with his arm. But you cannot stay here now, just at present, I mean. I suppose I must not, I wish I might. I am afraid that if you lose sight of me, something dark will happen, and we shall not meet again. Harry, if I am not good enough to be your wife, I wish I could be your servant and live with you, and not be sent away never to see you again. I don't mind what it is except that. No, I cannot send you away, I cannot. God knows what dark future may arise out of this evening's work, but I cannot send you away. You must sit down, and I will endeavor to collect my thoughts and see what had better be done. At that moment a loud knocking at the house door was heard by both, accompanied by a hurried ringing of the bell that echoed from attic to basement. The door was quickly opened, and after a few hasty words of converse in the hall, heavy footsteps ascended the stairs. The face of Mr. Swancourt, flushed, grieved, and stern, appeared round the landing of the staircase. He came higher up and stood beside them. Glancing over and past Knight with silent indignation, he turned to the trembling girl. Oh, Elfried, and have I found you at last? Are these your tricks, madam? When will you get rid of your idiocies and conduct yourself like a decent woman? Is my family name and house to be disgraced by acts that would be a scandal to a washerwoman's daughter? Come along, madam, come. She is so weary, said Knight, in a voice of intensest anguish. Mr. Swancourt, don't be harsh with her, let me beg of you to be tender with her and love her. To you, sir, said Mr. Swancourt, turning to him as if by the sheer pressure of circumstances, I have little to say. I can only remark that the sooner I can retire from your presence the better I shall be pleased. Why you could not conduct your courtship of my daughter like an honest man, I do not know. Why she, a foolish, inexperienced girl, should have been tempted to this piece of folly, I do not know. Even if she had not known better than to leave her home, you might have, I should think. It is not his fault. He did not tempt me, Papa. I came. If you wished the marriage broken off, why didn't you say so plainly? If you never intended to marry, why could you not leave her alone? Upon my soul, it grates me to the heart to be obliged to think so ill of a man I thought my friend. Knight, soul sick and weary of his life, did not arouse himself to utter a word in reply. How should he defend himself when his defense was the accusation of Elfried? On that account, he felt a miserable satisfaction in letting her father go on thinking and speaking wrongfully. It was a faint ray of pleasure straying into the great gloominess of his brain to think that the vicar might never know but that he, as her lover, tempted her away, which seemed to be the form Mr. Swancourt's misapprehension had taken. "Now, are you coming?" said Mr. Swancourt to her again. He took her unresisting hand, drew it within his arm, and led her down the stairs. Knight's eyes followed her, the last moment begetting in him a frantic hope that she would turn her head. She passed on and never looked back. He heard the door open close again. The wheels of a cab grazed the curbstone, a murmured direction followed. The door was slammed together, the wheels moved, and they rolled away. From that hour of her reappearance a dreadful conflict raged within the breast of Henry Knight. His instinct, emotion, effectiveness, or whatever it may be called, urged him to stand forward, seize upon Elfried, and be her cherisher and protector through life. Then came the devastating thought that Elfried's childlike, unreasoning, and indiscreet act in flying to him only proved that the proprieties must be a dead letter with her, that the unreserve, which was really artlessness without ballast, meant indifference to decorum. And what so likely as that such a woman had been deceived in the past? He said to himself, in a mood of the bitterest cynicism, the suspicious discreet woman who imagines dark and evil things of all her fellow creatures is far too shrewd to be deluded by man. Trusting beings like Elfried are the women who fall. Hours and days went by, and Knight remained inactive. Lengthening time, which made fainter the heart-awakening power of her presence, strengthened the mental ability to reason her down. Elfried loved him, he knew, and he could not leave off loving her, but marry her he would not. If she could but be again his own Elfried, the woman she had seemed to be, but that woman was dead and buried, and he knew her no more. And how could he marry this Elfried, one who, if he had originally seen her as she was, would have been barely an interesting, pitiable acquaintance in his eyes no more? It cankered his heart to think he was confronted by the closest instance of a worse state of things than any he had assumed in the pleasant social philosophy and satire of his essays. The moral rightness of this man's life was worthy of all praise, but in spite of some intellectual acumen, Knight had in him a modicum of that wrong-headedness which is mostly found in scrupulously honest people. With him, truth seemed too clean and pure an abstraction to be so hopelessly churned in with error as practical persons find it. Having now seen himself mistaken in supposing Elfried to be peerless, nothing on earth could make him believe she was not so very bad after all. He lingered in town a fortnight, doing little else than vibrate between passion and opinions. One idea remained intact, that it was better Elfried and himself should not meet. When he surveyed the volumes on his shelves, few of which had been opened since Elfried first took possession of his heart, their untouched and orderly arrangement reproached him as an apostate from the old faith of his youth and early manhood. He had deserted those never-failing friends, so they seemed to say, for an unstable delight in a ductile woman, which had ended all in bitterness. The spirit of self-denial, verging on asceticism, which had ever animated Knight in old times, announced itself as having departed with the birth of love, with it having gone the self-respect which had compensated for the lack of self-gratification. Poor little Elfried, instead of holding, as formerly, a place in his religion, began to assume the hue of a temptation. Perhaps it was human and correctly natural that Knight never once thought whether he did not owe her a little sacrifice for her uncharied devotion in saving his life. With a consciousness of having thus, like Antony, kissed away kingdoms and provinces, he next considered how he had revealed his higher secrets and intentions to her, an unreserve he would never have allowed himself with any man living. How is it that he had not been able to refrain from telling her of adumbrations heretofore locked in the closest strongholds of his mind? Knight's was a robust intellect, which could escape outside the atmosphere of heart, and perceive that his own love, as well as other people's, could be reduced by change of scene and circumstances. At the same time the perception was a superimposed sorrow. Oh, last regret, regret can die. But being convinced that the death of this regret was the best thing for him, he did not long shrink from attempting it. He closed his chambers, suspended his connection with editors, and left London for the Continent. Here we will leave him to wander without purpose, beyond the nominal one of encouraging obliviousness of elf ride. Chapter 36. The penny's the jewel that beautifies a dot. I can't think what's coming to these St. Launce people at all. With their how do you do's, do you mean? I, with their how do you do's and shaking of hands, asking me in and tender inquiries for you, John. These words formed part of a conversation between John Smith and his wife on a Saturday evening in the spring which followed Knight's departure from England. Stephen had long since returned to India, and the persevering couple themselves had migrated from Lord Luxellian's park at Endlestowe to a comfortable roadside dwelling about a mile out of St. Launce, where John had opened a small stone and slate yard in his own name. When we came here 6 months ago, continued Mrs. Smith, though I had paid ready money so many years in the town, my friskier shopkeepers would only speak over the counter. Meet M in the street half an hour after, and they'd treat me with staring ignorance of my face. Look through you as through a glass winder? Yes, the brazen ones would. The quiet and cool ones would glance over the top of my head, past my side, over my shoulder, but never meet my eye. The gentle modest would turn their faces south if I were coming east, flit down a passage if I were about to have the pavement with them. There was the spruce young bookseller would play the same tricks, the butcher's daughters, the upholsterer's young men. Hand in glove when doing business out of sight with you, but caring nothing for a old woman when playing the genteel away from all signs of their trade. True enough, Maria. Well, today 'tis all different. I'd no sooner got to market than Mrs. Jokes rushed up to me in the eyes of the town and said, "My dear Mrs. Smith, now you must be tired with your walk. Come in and have some lunch. I insist upon it, knowing you so many years as I have. Don't you remember when we used to go looking for all's feathers together in the castle ruins? There's no knowing what you may need," so I answered the woman civilly. I hadn't got to the corner before that thriving young lawyer, Sweet, who's quite the dandy, ran after me out of breath. "Mrs. Smith," he says, "excuse my rudeness, but there's a bramble on the tail of your dress, which you've dragged in from the country. Allow me to pull it off for you." If you'll believe me, this was in the very front of the town hall. What's the meaning of such sudden love for a old woman? Can't say, unless 'tis repentance. Repentance? Was there ever such a fool as you, John? Did anybody ever repent with money in's pocket and 50 years to live? Now, I've been thinking too, said John, passing over the query as hardly pertinent, that I've had more loving kindness from folks today than I ever have before since we moved here. Why, old Alderman Tope walked out to the middle of the street where I was, to shake hands with me, so I did. Having on my working clothes, I thought 'twas odd. Aye, and there was young Warrington. Who's he? Why, the man in Hill Street, who plays and sells flutes, trumpets, and fiddles and grand pianos. He was talking to a Glasgory, that very small bachelor man with money in the funds. I was going by, I'm sure, without thinking or expecting a nod from men of that glib kidney when in my working clothes. You always will go poking into town in your working clothes. Beg you to change how I will, 'tis no use. Well, however, I was in my working clothes. Warrington saw me. "Ah, Mr. Smith. A fine morning, excellent weather for building," says he, out as loud and friendly as if I'd met him in some deep hollow, where he could get nobody else to speak to at all. 'Twas odd, for Warrington is one of the very ringleaders of the fast class. At that moment a tap came to the door. The door was immediately opened by Mrs. Smith in person. "You'll excuse us, I'm sure, Mrs. Smith, but this beautiful spring weather was too much for us." "Yes, and we could stay in no longer, and I took Mrs. Trewin upon my arm directly we'd had a cup of tea, and out we came. And seeing your beautiful crocuses in such a bloom, we've taken the liberty to enter. We'll step round the garden, if you don't mind." "Not at all," said Mrs. Smith, and they walked round the garden. She lifted her hands in amazement directly their backs were turned. "Goodness send us grace." "Who be they?" said her husband. "Actually Mr. Trewin, the bank manager, and his wife." John Smith, staggered in mind, went out of doors and looked over the garden gate to collect his ideas. He had not been there 2 minutes when wheels were heard, and a carriage and pair rolled along the road. A distinguished-looking lady, with the demeanor of a duchess, reclined within. When opposite Smith's gate she turned her head and instantly commanded the coachman to stop. "Ah, Mr. Smith, I am glad to see you looking so well. I could not help stopping a moment to congratulate you and Mrs. Smith upon the happiness you must enjoy. Joseph, you may drive on." And the carriage rolled away towards St. Lawrence. Out rushed Mrs. Smith from behind a laurel bush, where she had stood pondering. "Just going to touch my hat to her," said John, "just for all the world as I would have to poor Lady Luxellian years ago." "Lord, who is she?" "The public-house woman. What's her name?" Mrs. at the Falcon." Public-house woman. The clumsiness of the Smith family. You might say the landlady of the Falcon Hotel, since we are in for politeness. The people are ridiculous enough, but give them their due. The possibility is that Mrs. Smith was getting mollified, in spite of herself, by these remarkably friendly phenomena among the people of St. Lawrence. And in justice to them it was quite desirable that she should do so. The interest which the unpracticed ones of this town expressed so grotesquely was genuine of its kind, and equal in intrinsic worth to the more polished smiles of larger communities. By this time Mr. and Mrs. Trewin were returning from the garden. "I'll ask Flat," whispered John to his wife. "I'll say, we be in a fog, you'll excuse my asking a question, Mr. and Mrs. Trewin. How is it you all be so friendly today? Hey? 'Twould sound right and sensible, wouldn't it? Not a word. Good mercy, when will the man have manners? It must be a proud moment for you, I am sure, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, to have a son so celebrated," said the bank manager, advancing. "Ah, 'tis Stephen, I knew it," said Mrs. Smith triumphantly to herself. "We don't know particulars," said John. "Not know? No, why, 'tis all over town. Our worthy mayor alluded to it in a speech at the dinner last night of the Every Man His Own Maker Club." "And what about Stephen?" urged Mrs. Smith. "Why, your son has been feted by deputy governors and Parsi princes, and nobody knows who in India, is hand in glove with nabobs, and is to design a large palace and cathedral and hospitals, colleges, halls, and fortifications, by the general consent of the ruling powers, Christian and pagan alike." "'Twas sure to come to the boy," said Mr. Smith unassumingly. "'Tis in yesterday's St. Lawrence Chronicle, and our worthy mayor in the chair introduced the subject into his speech last night in a masterly manner." "'Twas very good of the worthy mayor in the chair, I'm sure," said Stephen's mother. "I hope the boy will have the sense to keep what he's got, but as for men, they are a simple sex. Some woman will hook him." "Well, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the evening closes in, and we must be going, and remember this, that every Saturday when you come into market, you are to make our house as your own. There will be always a teacup and saucer for you, as you know there has been for months, though you may have forgotten it. I'm a plain-speaking woman, and what I say I mean." When the visitors were gone, and the sun had set, and the moon's rays were just beginning to assert themselves upon the walls of the dwelling, John Smith and his wife sat down to the newspaper they had hastily procured from the town. And when the reading was done, they considered how best to meet the new social requirements settling upon them, which Mrs. Smith considered could be done by new furniture and house enlargement alone. And John, mind one thing, she said in conclusion. In writing to Stephen, never by any means mention the name of Elfriede Swancourt again. We've left the place and know no more about her except by hearsay. He seems to be getting free of her, and glad am I for it. It was a cloudy hour for him when he first set eyes upon the girl. That family's been no good to him, first or last, so let them keep their blood to themselves if they want to. He thinks of her, I know, but not so hopelessly. So don't try to know anything about her, and we can't answer his questions. She may die out of his mind then. That shall be it, said John. Chapter 37. After many days. Knight roamed south under color of studying continental antiquities. He paced the lofty aisles of Amiens, loitered by Ardennes Abbey, climbed into the strange towers of Laon, analyzed Noyon and Reims. Then he went to Chartres and examined its scaly spires and quaint carving. Then he idled about Coutances. He rode beneath the base of Mont St. Michel and caught the varied skyline of the crumbling edifices encrusting it. St. Ouen, Rouen, knew him for days, so did Vézelay, Sens, and many a hallowed monument besides. Abandoning the inspection of early French art with the same purposeless haste as he had shown in undertaking it, he went further and lingered about Ferrara, Padua, and Pisa. Satiated with medievalism, he tried the Roman Forum. Next he observed moonlight and starlight effects by the Bay of Naples. He turned to Austria, became enervated and depressed on Hungarian and Bohemian plains, and was refreshed again by breezes on the declivities of the Carpathians. Then he found himself in Greece. He visited the plain of Marathon and strove to imagine the Persian defeat, to Mars Hill, to picture St. Paul addressing the ancient Athenians, to Thermopylae and Salamis, to run through the facts and traditions of the second invasion, the result of his endeavors being more or less chaotic. Knight grew as weary of these places as of all others. Then he felt the shock of an earthquake in the Ionian Islands and went to Venice. Here he shot in gondolas up and down the winding thoroughfare of the Grand Canal and loitered on Calle and Piazza at night, when the lagunas were undisturbed by a ripple and no sound was to be heard but the stroke of the midnight clock. Afterwards he remained for weeks in the museums, galleries, and libraries of Vienna, Berlin, and Paris, and thence came home. Time thus rolls us on to a February afternoon, divided by 15 months from the parting of Elfriede and her lover in the brown stubble field towards the sea. Two men obviously not Londoners, and with a touch of foreignness in their look, met by accident on one of the gravel walks leading across Hyde Park. The younger, more given to looking about him than his fellow, saw and noticed the approach of his senior some time before the latter had raised his eyes from the ground, upon which they were bent in an abstracted gaze that seemed habitual with him. "Mr. Knight, indeed it is," exclaimed the younger man. "Ah, Stephen Smith," said Knight. Simultaneous operations might now have been observed progressing in both, the result being that an expression less frank and impulsive than the first took possession of their features. It was manifest that the next words uttered were a superficial covering to constraint on both sides. "Have you been in England long?" said Knight. "Only 2 days," said Smith. "India ever since?" "Nearly ever since. They were making a fuss about you at St. Lons last year. I fancy I saw something of the sort in the papers." "Yes, I believe something was said about me. I must congratulate you on your achievements." "Thanks, but they are nothing very extraordinary. A natural professional progress where there was no opposition." There followed that want of words which will always assert itself between nominal friends who find they have ceased to be real ones and have not yet sunk to the level of mere acquaintance. Each looked up and down the park. Knight may possibly have borne in mind during the intervening months Stephen's manner towards him the last time they had met, and may have encouraged his former interest in Stephen's welfare to die out of him as misplaced. Stephen certainly was full of the feelings begotten by the belief that Knight had taken away the woman he loved so well. Stephen Smith then asked a question, adopting a certain recklessness of manner and tone to hide, if possible, the fact that the subject was a much greater one to him than his friend had ever supposed. "Are you married?" "I am not." Knight spoke in an indescribable tone of bitterness that was almost moroseness. "And I never shall be," he added decisively. "Are you?" "No," said Stephen, sadly and quietly, like a man in a sick room. Totally ignorant whether or not Knight knew of his own previous claims upon Aelfried, he yet resolved to hazard a few more words upon the topic which had an aching fascination for him even now. "Then your engagement to Miss Swancourt came to nothing," he said. "You remember I met you with her once?" Stephen's voice gave way a little here, in defiance of his firmest will to the contrary. Indian affairs had not yet lowered those emotions down to the point of control. It was broken off, came quickly from Knight. Engagements to marry often end like that, for better or for worse. "Yes, so they do. And what have you been doing lately?" "Doing? Nothing. Where have you been?" "I can hardly tell you. In the main, going about Europe, and it may perhaps interest you to know that I've been attempting the serious study of continental art of the Middle Ages. My notes on each example I visited are at your service. They are of no use to me. I shall be glad with them. Oh, traveling far and near." "Not far," said Knight, with moody carelessness. "You know, I dare say, that sheep occasionally become giddy, hydatids in the head, 'tis called, in which their brains become eaten up, and the animal exhibits the strange peculiarity of walking round and round in a circle continually. I have traveled just in the same way round and round like a giddy ram." The reckless, bitter, and rambling style in which Knight talked, as if rather to vent his images than to convey any ideas to Stephen, struck the young man painfully. His former friend's days had become cankered in some way. Knight was a changed man. He himself had changed much, but not as Knight had changed. "Yesterday I came home," continued Knight, "without having, to the best of my belief, imbibed half a dozen ideas worth retaining." "You out-Hamlet Hamlet in morbidness of mood," said Stephen, with regretful frankness. Knight made no reply. "Do you know," Stephen continued, "I could almost have sworn that you would be married before this time, from what I saw?" Knight's face grew harder. "Could you?" he said. Stephen was powerless to forsake the depressing, luring subject. "Yes, and I simply wonder at it. Whom did you expect me to marry?" "Her I saw you with." "Thank you for that wonder." "Did she jilt you?" "Smith, now one word to you," Knight returned steadily. "Don't you ever question me on that subject. I have a reason for making this request, mind. And if you do question me, you will not get an answer." "Oh, I don't for a moment wish to ask what is unpleasant to you, not I. I had a momentary feeling that I should like to explain something on my side, and hear a similar explanation on yours. But let it go, by all means." "What would you explain?" "I lost the woman I was going to marry. You have not married as you intended. We might have compared notes. I have never asked you a word about your case. I know that. And the inference is obvious." "Quite so. The truth is, Stephen, I have doggedly resolved never to allude to the matter, for which I have a very good reason." "Doubtless. As good a reason as you had for not marrying her." "You talk insidiously." "I had a good one, a miserably good one." Smith's anxiety urged him to venture one more question. "Did she not love you enough?" He drew his breath in a slow and attenuated stream, as he waited in timorous hope for the answer. "Stephen, you rather strain ordinary courtesy in pressing questions of that kind after what I have said. I cannot understand you at all. I must go on now." "Why, good God," exclaimed Stephen passionately, "you talk as if you hadn't at all taken her away from anybody who had better claims to her than you." "What do you mean by that?" said Knight, with a puzzled air. "What have you heard?" "Nothing. I too must go on." "Good day." "If you will go," said Knight, reluctantly now, "you must, I suppose. I am sure I cannot understand why you behave so." "Nor I why you do. I have always been grateful to you, and as far as I am concerned we need never have become so estranged as we have. And have I ever been anything but well-disposed towards you, Stephen? Surely you know that I have not. The system of reserve began with you, you know that." No. You altogether mistake our position. You were always from the first reserved to me, though I was confidential to you. That was, I suppose, the natural issue of our differing positions in life. And when I, the pupil, became reserved like you, the master, you did not like it. However, I was going to ask you to come round and see me. Where are you staying? At the Grosvenor Hotel, Pimlico. So am I. That's convenient, not to say odd. Well, I am detained in London for a day or two, then I am going down to see my father and mother, who live at St. Lawrence now. Will you see me this evening? I may, but I will not promise. I was wishing to be alone for an hour or two, but I shall know where to find you at any rate. Goodbye. Chapter 38. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. Stephen pondered not a little on this meeting with his old friend and once beloved exemplar. He was grieved, for amid all the distractions of his latter years a still small voice of fidelity to Knight had lingered on in him. Perhaps this staunchness was because Knight ever treated him as a mere disciple, even to snubbing him sometimes, and had at last, though unwittingly, inflicted upon him the greatest snub of all, that of taking away his sweetheart. The emotional side of his constitution was built rather after a feminine than a male model, and that tremendous wound from Knight's hand may have tended to keep alive a warmth which solicitousness would have extinguished altogether. Knight, on his part, was vexed, after they had parted, that he had not taken Stephen in hand a little after the old manner. Those words which Smith had let fall concerning somebody having a prior claim to Elfride would, if uttered when the man was younger, have provoked such a query as, "Come, tell me all about it, my lad," from Knight. And Stephen would straightway have delivered himself of all he knew on the subject. Stephen the ingenuous boy, though now obliterated externally by Stephen the contriving man, returned to Knight's memory vividly that afternoon. He was at present but a sojourner in London, and after attending to the 2 or 3 matters of business which remained to be done that day, he walked abstractedly into the gloomy corridors of the British Museum for the half-hour previous to their closing. That meeting with Smith had reunited the present with the past, closing up the chasm of his absence from England as if it had never existed, until the final circumstances of his previous time of residence in London formed but a yesterday to the circumstances now. The conflict that then had raged in him concerning Elfride Swancourt revived, strengthened by its sleep. Indeed, in those many months of absence, though quelling the intention to make her his wife, he had never forgotten that she was the type of woman adapted to his nature, and instead of trying to obliterate thoughts of her altogether, he had grown to regard them as an infirmity it was necessary to tolerate. Knight returned to his hotel much earlier in the evening than he would have done in the ordinary course of things. He did not care to think whether this arose from a friendly wish to close the gap that had slowly been widening between himself and his earliest acquaintance, or from a hankering desire to hear the meaning of the dark oracles Stephen had hastily pronounced, betokening that he knew something more of Elfride than Knight had supposed. He made a hasty dinner, inquired for Smith, and soon was ushered into the young man's presence, whom he found sitting in front of a comfortable fire, beside a table spread with a few scientific periodicals and art reviews. "I have come to you, after all," said Knight. "My manner was odd this morning, and it seemed desirable to call, but that you had too much sense to notice, Stephen, I know. Put it down to my wanderings in France and Italy. Don't say another word, but sit down. I am only too glad to see you again." Stephen would hardly have cared to tell Knight just then that the minute before Knight was announced he had been reading over some old letters of Elfride's. They were not many, and until tonight had been sealed up and stowed away in a corner of his leather trunk, with a few other mementos and relics which had accompanied him in his travels. The familiar sights and sounds of London, the meeting with his friend, had with him also revived that sense of abiding continuity with regard to Elfride and love which his absence at the other side of the world had to some extent suspended, though never ruptured. He at first intended only to look over these letters on the outside, then he read one, then another, until the whole was thus reused as a stimulus to sad memories. He folded them away again, placed them in his pocket, and instead of going on with an examination into the state of the artistic world, had remained musing on the strange circumstance that he had returned to find Knight not the husband of Elfride after all. The possibility of any given gratification begets a cumulative sense of its necessity. Stephen gave the rein to his imagination, and felt more intensely than he had felt for many months that, without Elfride, His life would never be any great pleasure to himself or honor to his maker. They sat by the fire, chatting on external and random subjects, neither caring to be the first to approach the matter each most longed to discuss. On the table with the periodicals lay 2 or 3 pocketbooks, one of them being open. Knight, seeing from the exposed page that the contents were sketches only, began turning the leaves over carelessly with his finger. When, some time later, Stephen was out of the room, Knight proceeded to pass the interval by looking at the sketches more carefully. The first crude ideas, pertaining to dwellings of all kinds, were roughly outlined on the different pages. Antiquities had been copied. Fragments of Indian columns, colossal statues, and outlandish ornament from the temples of Elephanta and Kenari were carelessly intruded upon by outlines of modern doors, windows, roofs, cooking stoves, and household furniture, everything, in short, which comes within the range of a practicing architect's experience, who travels with his eyes open. Among these occasionally appeared rough delineations of medieval subjects for carving or illumination, heads of virgins, saints, and prophets. Stephen was not professedly a freehand draftsman, but he drew the human figure with correctness and skill. In its numerous repetitions on the sides and edges of the leaves, Knight began to notice a peculiarity. All the feminine saints had one type of feature. There were large nimbi and small nimbi about their drooping heads, but the face was always the same. That profile, how well Knight knew that profile. Had there been but one specimen of the familiar countenance, he might have passed over the resemblance as accidental, but a repetition meant more. Knight thought anew of Smith's hasty words earlier in the day, and looked at the sketches again and again. On the young man's entry, Knight said with palpable agitation, "Stephen, who are those intended for?" Stephen looked over the book with utter unconcern. "Saints and angels, done in my leisure moments. They were intended as designs for the stained glass of an English church." "But whom do you idealize by that type of woman you always adopt for the Virgin?" "Nobody." And then a thought raced along Stephen's mind, and he looked up at his friend. The truth is, Stephen's introduction of Elfride's lineaments had been so unconscious that he had not at first understood his companion's drift. The hand, like the tongue, easily acquires the trick of repetition by rote, without calling in the mind to assist at all, and this had been the case here. Young men who cannot write verses about their loves generally take to portraying them, and in the early days of his attachment Smith had never been weary of outlining Elfride. The lay figure of Stephen's sketches now initiated an adjustment of many things. Knight had recognized her. The opportunity of comparing notes had come unsought. "Elfride Swancourt, to whom I was engaged," he said quietly. "Stephen, I know what you mean by speaking like that. Was it Elfride? You the man, Stephen?" "Yes, and you are thinking, why did I conceal the fact from you that time at Endelstow, are you not?" "Yes, and more. I did it for the best. Blame me if you will, I did it for the best. And now say, how could I be with you afterwards as I had been before?" "I don't know at all, I can't say." Knight remained fixed in thought, and once he murmured, "I had a suspicion this afternoon that there might be some such meaning in your words about my taking her away. But I dismissed it." "How came you to know her?" he presently asked, in almost a peremptory tone. "I went down about the church, years ago now." "When you were with Hubie, of course. "Well, I can't understand it." His tones rose. "I don't know what to say. You're hoodwinking me like this for so long." "I don't see that I have hoodwinked you at all." Yes, but..." Knight arose from his seat and began pacing up and down the room. His face was markedly pale, and his voice perturbed, as he said, "You did not act as I should have acted towards you under those circumstances. I feel it deeply, and I tell you plainly, I shall never forget it." "What?" "Your behavior at that meeting in the family vault, when I told you we were going to be married. Deception, dishonesty, everywhere. All the worlds of a piece." Stephen did not much like this misconstruction of his motives, even though it was but the hasty conclusion of a friend disturbed by emotion. "I could do no otherwise than I did, with due regard to her," he said stiffly. "Indeed," said Knight, in the bitterest tone of reproach. "Nor could you with due regard to her have married her, I suppose." I have hoped longed that he, who turns out to be you, would ultimately have done that. I am much obliged to you for that hope. But you talk very mysteriously. I think I had about the best reason anybody could have had for not doing that. Oh, what reason was it? That I could not. You ought to have made an opportunity. You ought to do so now, in bare justice to her, Stephen, cried Knight, carried beyond himself. That you know very well, and it hurts and wounds me more than you dream to find you never have tried to make any reparation to a woman of that kind, so trusting, so apt to be run away with by her feelings, poor little fool, so much the worse for her. Why, you talk like a madman. You took her away from me, did you not? Picking up what another throws down can scarcely be called taking away. However, we shall not agree too well upon that subject, so we had better part. But I am quite certain you misapprehend something most grievously, said Stephen, shaken to the bottom of his heart. What have I done, tell me? I have lost Elfride, but is that such a sin? Was it her doing or yours? Was what? That you parted. I will tell you honestly. It was hers entirely. What was her reason? I can hardly say. But I'll tell the story without reserve. Stephen until today had unhesitatingly held that she grew tired of him and turned to Knight, but he did not like to advance the statement now, or even to think the thought. To fancy otherwise accorded better with the hope to which Knight's estrangement had given birth. That love for his friend was not the direct cause, but a result of her suspension of love for himself. Such a matter must not be allowed to breed discord between us, Knight returned, relapsing into a manner which concealed all his true feeling, as if confidence now was intolerable. I do see that your reticence towards me in the vault may have been dictated by prudential considerations. He concluded artificially. It was a strange thing altogether, but not of much importance, I suppose, at this distance of time, and it does not concern me now, though I don't mind hearing your story. These words from Knight, uttered with such an air of renunciation and apparent indifference, prompted Smith to speak on, perhaps with a little complacency, of his old secret engagement to Elfride. He told the details of its origin and the peremptory words and actions of her father to extinguish their love. Knight persevered in the tone and manner of a disinterested outsider. It had become more than ever imperative to screen his emotions from Stephen's eye. The young man would otherwise be less frank, and their meeting would be again embittered. What was the use of untoward candor? Stephen had now arrived at the point in his ingenuous narrative where he left the vicarage because of her father's manner. Knight's interest increased. Their love seemed so innocent and childlike thus far. It is a nice point in casuistry, he observed, to decide whether you were culpable or not in not telling Swancourt that your friends were parishioners of his. It was only human nature to hold your tongue under the circumstances. Well, what was the result of your dismissal by him? That we agreed to be secretly faithful. And, to ensure this, we thought we would marry. Knight's suspense and agitation rose higher when Stephen entered upon this phase of the subject. Do you mind telling on? He said, steadying his manner of speech. Oh, not at all. Then Stephen gave in full the particulars of the meeting with Elfride at the railway station, the necessity they were under of going to London, unless the ceremony were to be postponed. The long journey of the afternoon and evening, her timidity and revulsion of feeling, its culmination on reaching London, the crossing over to the down platform, and their immediate departure again, solely in obedience to her wish, the journey all night, their anxious watching for the dawn, their arrival at St. Launce at last, were detailed. And he told how a village woman named Jethway was the only person who recognized them, either going or coming, and how dreadfully this terrified Elfride. He told how he waited in the fields whilst this then reproachful sweetheart went for her pony, and how the last kiss he ever gave her was given a mile out of the town, on the way to Endlestowe. These things Stephen related with a will. He believed that in doing so he established word by word the reasonableness of his claim to Elfride. Curse her. Curse that woman, that miserable letter that parted us. Oh God. Knight began pacing the room again, and uttered this at further end. What did you say? Said Stephen, turning round. Say? Did I say anything? Oh, I was merely thinking about your story. And the oddness of my having a fancy for the same woman afterwards. And that now I have forgotten her almost, and neither of us care about her, except just as a friend, you know, eh? Knight still continued at the further end of the room, somewhat in shadow. Exactly, said Stephen, inwardly exultant, for he was really deceived by Knight's offhand manner. Yet he was deceived less by the completeness of Knight's disguise than by the persuasive power which lay in the fact that Knight had never before deceived him in anything. So this supposition that his companion had ceased to love Aelfried was an enormous lightening of the weight which had turned the scale against him. Admitting that Aelfried could love another man after you, said the elder, under the same varnish of careless criticism, she was none the worse for that experience. The worse? Of course, she was none the worse. Did you ever think it a wild and thoughtless thing for her to do? Indeed, I never did, said Stephen. I persuaded her. She saw no harm in it until she decided to return, nor did I, nor was there, except to the extent of indiscretion. Directly she thought it was wrong she would go no further? That was it. I had just begun to think it wrong too. Such a childish escapade might have been misrepresented by any evil-disposed person, might it not? It might, but I never heard that it was. Nobody who really knew all the circumstances would have done otherwise than smile. If all the world had known it, Aelfried would still have remained the only one who thought her action a sin. Poor child, she always persisted in thinking so, and was frightened more than enough. Stephen, do you love her now? Well, I like her. I always shall, you know, he said evasively, and with all the strategy love suggested. But I have not seen her for so long that I can hardly be expected to love her. Do you love her still? How shall I answer without being ashamed? What fickle beings we men are, Stephen. Men may love strongest for a while, but women love longest. I used to love her in my way, you know. Yes, I understand. And I used to love her in my way. In fact, I loved her a good deal at one time, but travel has a tendency to obliterate early fancies. It has truly. Perhaps the most extraordinary feature in this conversation was the circumstance that, though each interlocutor had at first his suspicions of the other's abiding passion awakened by several little acts, neither would allow himself to see that his friend might now be speaking deceitfully as well as he. Stephen, resumed Knight, now that matters are smooth between us, I think I must leave you. You won't mind my hurrying off to my quarters. You'll stay to some sort of supper, surely? Didn't you come to dinner? You must really excuse me this once. Then you'll drop in to breakfast tomorrow. I shall be rather pressed for time. An early breakfast, which shall interfere with nothing? I'll come, said Knight, with as much readiness as it was possible to graft upon a huge stock of reluctance. Yes, early, 8 o'clock say, as we are under the same roof. Any time you like. 8 it shall be. And Knight left him. To wear a mask, to dissemble his feelings as he had in their late miserable conversation, was such torture that he could support it no longer. It was the first time in Knight's life that he had ever been so entirely the player of a part. And the man he had thus deceived was Stephen, who had docilely looked up to him from youth as a superior of unblemished integrity. He went to bed, and allowed the fever of his excitement to rage uncontrolled. Stephen, it was only he who was the rival, only Stephen. There was an anticlimax of absurdity which Knight, wretched and conscience-stricken as he was, could not help recognizing. Stephen was but a boy to him. Where the great grief lay was in perceiving that the very innocence of Aelfried in reading her little fault as one so grave was what had fatally misled him. Had Aelfried, with any degree of coolness, asserted that she had done no harm, the poisonous breath of the dead Mrs. Jethway would have been inoperative. Why did he not make his little docile girl tell more? If on that subject he had only exercised the imperativeness customary with him on others, all might have been revealed. It smote his heart like a switch when he remembered how gently she had borne his scourging speeches, never answering him with a single reproach, only assuring him of her unbounded love. Knight blessed Aelfried for her sweetness, and forgot her fault. He pictured with a vivid fancy those fair summer scenes with her. He again saw her as at their first meeting, timid at speaking, yet in her eagerness to be explanatory borne forward almost against her will. How she would wait for him in green places without showing any of the ordinary womanly affectations of indifference. How proud she was to be seen walking with him, bearing legibly in her eyes the thought that he was the greatest genius in the world. He formed a resolution, and after that could make pretense of slumber no longer. Rising and dressing himself, he sat down and waited for day. That night Stephen was restless too. Not because of the unwontedness of a return to English scenery, not because he was about to meet his parents and settle down for a while to English cottage life. He was indulging in dreams, and for the nonce the warehouses of Bombay and the plains and forts of Pune were but a shadow. His dream was based on this one atom of fact. Elfride and Knight had become separated, and their engagement was as if it had never been. Their rupture must have occurred soon after Stephen's discovery of the fact of their union, and Stephen went on to think, what's so probable as that a return of her errant affection to himself was the cause? Stephen's opinions in this matter were those of a lover, and not the balanced judgment of an unbiased spectator. His naturally sanguine spirit built hope upon hope, till scarcely a doubt remained in his mind that her lingering tenderness for him had in some way been perceived by Knight, and had provoked their parting. To go and see Elfride was the suggestion of impulses it was impossible to withstand. At any rate, to run down from St. Launce to Castle Potteril, a distance of less than 20 miles, and glide like a ghost about their old haunts, making stealthy inquiries about her, would be a fascinating way of passing the first spare hours after reaching home on the day after the morrow. He was now a richer man than heretofore, standing on his own bottom, and the definite position in which he had rooted himself nullified old local distinctions. He had become illustrious, even sanguine Claris, judging from the tone of the worthy mayor of St. Launce. Chapter 39. Each to the loved one's side. The friends and rivals breakfasted together the next morning. Not a word was said on either side upon the matter discussed the previous evening so glibly and so hollowly. Stephen was absorbed the greater part of the time in wishing he were not forced to stay in town yet another day. "I don't intend to leave for St. Launce till tomorrow, as you know," he said to Knight at the end of the meal. "What are you going to do with yourself today?" "I have an engagement just before 10, said Knight deliberately, "and after that time I must call upon 2 or 3 people." "I'll look for you this evening," said Stephen. "Yes, do. You may as well come and dine with me, that is, if we can meet. I may not sleep in London tonight. In fact, I am absolutely unsettled as to my movements yet. However, the first thing I am going to do is to get my baggage shifted from this place to Bede's Inn. Goodbye for the present. I'll write, you know, if I can't meet you." It now wanted 8:45 o'clock. When Knight was gone, Stephen felt yet more impatient of the circumstance that another day would have to drag itself away wearily before he could set out for that spot of earth whereon a soft thought of him might perhaps be nourished still. On a sudden he admitted to his mind the possibility that the engagement he was waiting in town to keep might be postponed without much harm. It was no sooner perceived than attempted. Looking at his watch, he found it wanted 40 minutes to the departure of the 10 o'clock train from Paddington, which left him a surplus quarter of an hour before it would be necessary to start for the station. Scribbling a hasty note or two, one putting off the business meeting, another to Knight apologizing for not being able to see him in the evening, paying his bill, and leaving his heavier luggage to follow him by goods train, he jumped into a cab and rattled off to the Great Western Station. Shortly afterwards he took his seat in the railway carriage. The guard paused on his whistle to let into the next compartment to Smith's a man of whom Stephen had caught but a hasty glimpse as he ran across the platform at the last moment. Smith sank back into the carriage, stilled by perplexity. The man was like Knight, astonishingly like him. Was it possible it could be he? To have got there he must have driven like the wind to Bede's Inn, and hardly have alighted before starting again. No, it could not be he. That was not his way of doing things. During the early part of the journey Stephen Smith's thoughts busied themselves till his brain seemed swollen. One subject was concerning his own approaching actions. He was a day earlier than his letter to his parents had stated, and his arrangement with them had been that they should meet him at Plymouth, a plan which pleased the worthy couple beyond expression. Once before the same engagement had been made, which he had then quashed by antedating his arrival. This time he would go right on to Castle Botterill, ramble in that well-known neighborhood during the evening and next morning, making inquiries, and return to Plymouth to meet them as arranged, a contrivance which would leave their cherished project undisturbed, relieving his own impatience also. At Chippenham there was a little waiting, and some loosening and attaching of carriages. Stephen looked out. At the same moment another man's head emerged from the adjoining window. Each looked in the other's face. Knight and Stephen confronted one another. "You here?" said the younger man. "Yes." "It seems that you are too," said Knight strangely. "Yes." The selfishness of love and the cruelty of jealousy were fairly exemplified at this moment. Each of the two men looked at his friend as he had never looked at him before. Each was troubled at the other's presence. "I thought you said you were not coming till tomorrow," remarked Knight. "I did. It was an afterthought to come today." "This journey was your engagement then?" "No, it was not. This is an afterthought of mine too. I left a note to explain it and account for my not being able to meet you this evening as we arranged." "So did I for you. You don't look well. You did not this morning." "I have a headache." "You are paler today than you were." "I, too, have been suffering from headache. We have to wait here a few minutes, I think." They walked up and down the platform, each one more and more embarrassingly concerned with the awkwardness of his friend's presence. They reached the end of the footway and paused in sheer absent-mindedness. Stephen's vacant eyes rested upon the operations of some porters, who were shifting a dark and curious-looking van from the rear of the train to shunt another which was between it and the fore part of the train. This operation having been concluded, the two friends returned to the side of their carriage. "Will you come in here?" said Knight, not very warmly. "I have my rug and portmanteau and umbrella with me. It is rather bothering to move now," said Stephen reluctantly. "Why not you come here?" "I have my traps too. It is hardly worthwhile to shift them, for I shall see you again, you know." "Oh yes." And each got into his own place. Just at starting, a man on the platform held up his hands and stopped the train. Stephen looked out to see what was the matter. One of the officials was exclaiming to another that carriage should have been attached again. "Can't you see it is for the main line? Quick! What fools there are in the world!" "What a confounded nuisance these stoppages are!" exclaimed Knight impatiently, looking out from his compartment. "What is it?" "That singular carriage we saw has been unfastened from our train by mistake, it seems," said Stephen. He was watching the process of attaching it. The van or carriage, which he now recognized as having seen at Paddington before they started, was rich and solemn rather than gloomy in aspect. It seemed to be quite new and of modern design, and its impressive personality attracted the notice of others beside himself. He beheld it gradually wheeled forward by two men on each side. Slower and more sadly it seemed to approach, then a slight concussion, and they were connected with it, and off again. Stephen sat all the afternoon pondering upon the reason of Knight's unexpected reappearance. Was he going as far as Castle Botterill? If so, he could only have one object in view, a visit to Elfride. And what an idea it seemed! At Plymouth Smith partook of a little refreshment, and then went round to the side from which the train started for Camelton, the new station near Castle Botterill and Endlestowe. Knight was already there. Stephen walked up and stood beside him without speaking. Two men at this moment crept out from among the wheels of the waiting train. "The carriage is light enough," said one in a grim tone. "Light as vanity, full of nothing." "Nothing in size, but a good deal in signification," said the other, a man of brighter mind and manners. Smith then perceived that to their train was attached that same carriage of grand and dark aspect which had haunted them all the way from London. "You're going on, I suppose," said Knight, turning to Stephen after idly looking at the same object. "Yes. We may as well travel together for the remaining distance, may we not?" "Certainly we will," and they both entered the same door. Evening drew on apace. It chanced to be the eve of St. Valentine's, that bishop of blessed memory to youthful lovers, and the sun shone low under the rim of a thick hard cloud, decorating the eminences of the landscape with crowns of orange fire. As the train changed its direction on a curve, the same rays stretched in through the window and coaxed open Knight's half-closed eyes. "You will get out at St. Lawrence, I suppose," he murmured. "No," said Stephen, "I am not expected till tomorrow." Knight was silent. "And you, are you going to Endlestow?" said the younger man pointedly. "Since you ask, I can do no less than say I am, Stephen," continued Knight slowly and with more resolution of manner than he had shown all the day. "I am going to Endlestow to see if Elfride Swancourt is still free, and if so, to ask her to be my wife." "So am I," said Stephen Smith. "I think you'll lose your labor," Knight returned with decision. "Naturally you do." There was a strong accent of bitterness in Stephen's voice. "You might have said hope instead of think," he added. "I might have done no such thing. I gave you my opinion. Elfride Swancourt may have loved you once, no doubt, but it was when she was so young that she hardly knew her own mind." "Thank you," said Stephen laconically. "She knew her mind as well as I did. We are the same age. If you hadn't interfered—" "Don't say that, don't say it, Stephen. How can you make out that I interfered? Be just, please." "Well," said his friend, "she was mine before she was yours, you know that. And it seemed a hard thing to find you had got her, and that if it had not been for you, all might have turned out well for me." Stephen spoke with a swelling heart and looked out of the window to hide the emotion that would make itself visible upon his face. "It is absurd," said Knight in a kinder tone, "for you to look at the matter in that light. What I tell you is for your good. You naturally do not like to realize the truth, that her liking for you was only a girl's first fancy, which has no root ever." "It is not true," said Stephen passionately. "It was you put me out. And now you'll be pushing in again between us and depriving me of my chance again. My right, that's what it is. How ungenerous of you to come anew and try to take her away from me. When you had won her, I did not interfere, and you might, I think, Mr. Knight, do by me as I did by you. Don't, Mr. Me. You're as well in the world as I am now. First love is deepest, and that was mine." "Who told you that?" said Knight superciliously. "I had her first love. And it was through me that you and she parted. I can guess that well enough." "It was. And if I were to explain to you in what way that operated in parting us, I should convince you that you do quite wrong in intruding upon her, that, as I said at first, your labor will be lost. I don't choose to explain, because the particulars are painful. But if you won't listen to me, go on, for heaven's sake. I don't care what you do, my boy. You have no right to domineer over me as you do. Just because, when I was a lad, I was accustomed to look up to you as a master, and you helped me a little, for which I was grateful to you and have loved you. You assume too much now and step in before me. It is cruel, it is unjust of you to injure me so." Knight showed himself keenly hurt at this. "Stephen, those words are untrue and unworthy of any man, and they are unworthy of you. You know you wrong me. If you have ever profited by any instruction of mine, I am only too glad to know it. You know it was given ungrudgingly, and that I have never once looked upon it as making you in any way a debtor to me." Stephen's naturally gentle nature was touched, and it was in a troubled voice that he said, "Yes, yes. I am unjust in that, I own it. This is St. Lawrence Station, I think. Are you going to get out?" Knight's manner of returning to the matter in hand drew Stephen again into himself. "No, I told you I was going to Endlestow," he resolutely replied. Knight's features became impassive, and he said no more. The train continued rattling on, and Stephen leant back in his corner and closed his eyes. The yellows of evening had turned to browns, the dusky shades thickened, and a flying cloud of dust occasionally stroked the window, borne upon a chilling breeze which blew from the northeast. The previously gilded but now dreary hills began to lose their daylight aspects of rotundity, and to become black disks vandyked against the sky, all nature wearing the cloak that 6 o'clock casts over the landscape at this time of the year. Stephen started up in bewilderment after a long stillness, and it was some time before he recollected himself. "Well, how real, he exclaimed, brushing his hand across his eyes. "What is?" said Knight. "That dream. I fell asleep for a few minutes and have had a dream, the most vivid I ever remember." He wearily looked out into the gloom. They were now drawing near to Camelton. The lighting of the lamps was perceptible through the veil of evening, each flame starting into existence at intervals and blinking weakly against the gusts of wind. "What did you dream?" said Night moodily. "Oh, nothing to be told. 'Twas a sort of incubus. There is never anything in dreams." "I hardly supposed there was. I know that. However, what I so vividly dreamt was this, since you would like to hear. It was the brightest of bright mornings at East Endlestow Church, and you and I stood by the font. Far away in the chancel Lord Luxellian was standing alone, cold and impassive, and utterly unlike his usual self, but I knew it was he. Inside the altar rail stood a strange clergyman with his book open. He looked up and said to Lord Luxellian, 'Where's the bride?' Lord Luxellian said, 'There's no bride.' At that moment somebody came in at the door, and I knew her to be Lady Luxellian who died. He turned and said to her, 'I thought you were in the vault below us, but that could have only been a dream of mine. Come on.' Then she came on. And in brushing between us she chilled me so with cold that I exclaimed, 'The life is gone out of me,' and, in the way of dreams, I awoke. But here we are at Camelton." They were slowly entering the station. "What are you going to do?" said Night. "Do you really intend to call on the Swancourts?" "By no means. I am going to make inquiries first. I shall stay at the Luxellian Arms tonight. You will go right on to Endlestow, I suppose, at once." "I can hardly do that at this time of the day. Perhaps you are not aware that the family, her father, at any rate, is at variance with me as much as with you." "I didn't know it." "And that I cannot rush into the house as an old friend any more than you can. Certainly I have the privileges of a distant relationship, whatever they may be." Night let down the window and looked ahead. "There are a great many people at the station," he said. "They seem all to be on the lookout for us." When the train stopped, the half-estranged friends could perceive by the lamplight that the assemblage of idlers enclosed as a kernel a group of men in black cloaks. A side gate in the platform railing was open, and outside this stood a dark vehicle, which they could not at first characterize. Then Night saw on its upper part forms against the sky like cedars by night, and knew the vehicle to be a hearse. Few people were at the carriage doors to meet the passengers. The majority had congregated at this upper end. Night and Stephen alighted, and turned for a moment in the same direction. The sombre van, which had accompanied them all day from London, now began to reveal that their destination was also its own. It had been drawn up exactly opposite the open gate. The bystanders all fell back, forming a clear lane from the gateway to the van, and the men in cloaks entered the latter conveyance. "They are laborers, I fancy," said Stephen. "Ah, it is strange, but I recognize 3 of them as Endlestow men. Rather remarkable this." Presently they began to come out, 2 and 2, and under the rays of the lamp they were seen to bear between them a light-colored coffin of satinwood, brightly polished and without a nail. The 8 men took the burden upon their shoulders and slowly crossed with it over to the gate. Night and Stephen went outside and came close to the procession as it moved off. A carriage belonging to the cortege turned round close to a lamp. The rays shone in upon the face of the Vicar of Endlestow, Mr. Swancourt, looking many years older than when they had last seen him. Night and Stephen involuntarily drew back. Night spoke to a bystander. "What has Mr. Swancourt to do with that funeral?" "He is the lady's father," said the bystander. "What lady's father?" said Night, in a voice so hollow that the man stared at him. "The father of the lady in the coffin. She died in London, you know, and has been brought here by this train. She is to be taken home tonight and buried tomorrow." Night stood staring blindly at where the hearse had been, as if he saw it or someone there. Then he turned, and beheld the lithe form of Stephen bowed down like that of an old man. He took his young friend's arm, and led him away from the light. Chapter 40. Welcome, proud lady. Half an hour has passed. 2 miserable men are wandering in the darkness up the miles of road from Camelton to Endlestow. "Has she broken her heart?" said Henry Night. "Can it be that I have killed her? I was bitter with her, Stephen, and she has died. And may God have no mercy upon me. How can you have killed her more than I?" "Why, I went away from her, stole away almost, and didn't tell her I should not come again, and at that last meeting I did not kiss her once, but let her miserably go. I have been a fool, a fool. I wish the most abject confession of it before crowds of my countrymen could in any way make amends to my darling for the intense cruelty I have shown her. Your darling, said Stephen, with a sort of laugh. Any man can say that, I suppose. Any man can. I know this, she was my darling before she was yours, and after too. If anybody has a right to call her his own, it is I. You talk like a man in the dark, which is what you are. Did she ever do anything for you? Risk her name, for instance, for you? Yes, she did, said Stephen emphatically. Not entirely. Did she ever live for you, prove she could not live without you, laugh and weep for you? Yes. Never. Did she ever risk her life for you? No. My darling did for me. Then it was in kindness only. When did she risk her life for you? To save mine on the cliff yonder. The poor child was with me looking at the approach of the Puffin steamboat, and I slipped down. We both had a narrow escape. I wish we had died there. But wait, Stephen pleaded with wet eyes. She went on that cliff to see me arrive home. She had promised it. She told me she would months before. And would she have gone there if she had not cared for me at all? You have an idea that Elfride died for you, no doubt, said Knight, with a mournful sarcasm too nerveless to support itself. Never mind. If we find that she died yours, I'll say no more ever. And if we find she died yours, I'll say no more. Very well, so it shall be. The dark clouds into which the sun had sunk had begun to drop rain in an increasing volume. Can we wait somewhere here till this shower is over? Said Stephen desultorily. As you will. But it is not worthwhile. We'll hear the particulars and return. Don't let people know who we are. I am not much now. They had reached a point at which the road branched into two, just outside the West Village, one fork of the diverging routes passing into the latter place, the other stretching on to East Endlestowe. Having come some of the distance by the footpath, they now found that the hearse was only a little in advance of them. I fancy it has turned off to East Endlestowe. Can you see? I cannot. You must be mistaken. Knight and Stephen entered the village. A bar of fiery light lay across the road, proceeding from the half-open door of a smithy, in which bellows were heard blowing and a hammer ringing. The rain had increased, and they mechanically turned for shelter towards the warm and cozy scene. Close at their heels came another man, without overcoat or umbrella, and with a parcel under his arm. A wet evening, he said to the two friends, and passed by them. They stood in the outer penthouse, but the man went into the fire. The smith ceased his blowing, and began talking to the man who had entered. I have walked all the way from Camelton, said the latter. Was obliged to come tonight, you know. He held the parcel, which was a flat one, towards the firelight, to learn if the rain had penetrated it. Resting it edgewise on the forge, he supported it perpendicularly with one hand, wiping his face with the handkerchief he held in the other. I suppose you know what I've got here, he observed to the smith. No, I don't, said the smith, pausing again on his bellows. As the rain's not over, I'll show you, said the bearer. He laid the thin and broad package, which had acute angles in different directions, flat upon the anvil, and the smith blew up the fire to give him more light. First, after untying the package, a sheet of brown paper was removed. This was laid flat. Then he unfolded a piece of baize. This also he spread flat on the paper. The third covering was a wrapper of tissue paper, which was spread out in its turn. The enclosure was revealed, and he held it up for the smith's inspection. Oh, I see, said the smith, kindling with a chastened interest and drawing close. Poor young lady. Terrible melancholy thing. So soon, too. Knight and Stephen turned their heads and looked. And what's that? Continued the smith. That's the coronet, beautifully finished, isn't it? That costs some money. 'Tis as fine a bit of metalwork as ever I see, that 'tis. It came from the same people as the coffin, you know, but was not ready soon enough to be sent round to the house in London yesterday. I've got to fix it on this very night. The carefully packed articles were a coffin plate and coronet. Knight and Stephen came forward. The undertaker's man, on seeing them look for the inscription, civilly turned it round towards them, and each read, almost at one moment, by the ruddy light of the coals, Elfride, wife of Spencer Hugo Luxellian, 15th Baron Luxellian. Died February 10, 18. They read it, and read it, and read it again, Stephen and Knight, as if animated by one soul. Then Stephen put his hand upon Knight's arm, and they retired from the yellow glow, further, further, till the chill darkness enclosed them round, and the quiet sky asserted its presence overhead as a dim gray sheet of blank monotony. "Where shall we go?" said Stephen. "I don't know." A long silence ensued. "Elfride married," said Stephen then in a thin whisper, as if he feared to let the assertion loose on the world. "False," whispered Knight. "And dead." "Denied us both." "I hate false, I hate it." Knight made no answer. Nothing was heard by them now save the slow measurement of time by their beating pulses, the soft touch of the dribbling rain upon their clothes, and the low purr of the blacksmith's bellows hard by. "Shall we follow Elfie any further?" Stephen said. "No, let us leave her alone. She is beyond our love, and let her be beyond our reproach. Since we don't know half the reasons that made her do as she did, Stephen, how can we say, even now, that she was not pure and true in heart?" Knight's voice had now become mild and gentle as a child's. He went on, "Can we call her ambitious? No. Circumstance has, as usual, overpowered her purposes, fragile and delicate, as she liable to be overthrown in a moment by the coarse elements of accident. I know that's it, don't you? It may be, it must be. Let us go on." They began to bend their steps towards Castle Botterill, whither they had sent their bags from Camelton. They wandered on in silence for many minutes. Stephen then paused, and lightly put his hand within Knight's arm. "I wonder how she came to die," he said in a broken whisper. "Shall we return and learn a little more?" They turned back again, and, entering Endlestowe a second time, came to a door which was standing open. It was that of an inn called the Welcome Home, and the house appeared to have been recently repaired and entirely modernized. The name, too, was not that of the same landlord as formerly, but Martin Cannister's. Knight and Smith entered. The inn was quite silent, and they followed the passage till they reached the kitchen, where a huge fire was burning, which roared up the chimney and sent over the floor, ceiling, and newly whitened walls a glare so intense as to make the candle quite a secondary light. A woman in a white apron and black gown was standing there alone behind a cleanly scrubbed deal table. Stephen first, and Knight afterwards, recognized her as Unity, who had been parlour-maid at the vicarage and young lady's maid at the Crags. "Unity," said Stephen softly, "don't you know me?" She looked inquiringly a moment, and her face cleared up. "Mr. Smith, aye, that it is," she said. "And that's Mr. Knight. I beg you to sit down. Perhaps you know that since I saw you last I have married Martin Cannister." "How long have you been married?" "About 5 months. We were married the same day that my dear Miss Elfie became Lady Luxellian." Tears appeared in Unity's eyes, and filled them, and fell down her cheek, in spite of efforts to the contrary. The pain of the two men in resolutely controlling themselves when thus exampled to admit relief of the same kind was distressing. They both turned their backs and walked a few steps away. Then Unity said, "Will you go into the parlor, gentlemen?" "Let us stay here with her," Knight whispered, and turning said, "No, we will sit here. We want to rest and dry ourselves here for a time, if you please." That evening the sorrowing friends sat with their hostess beside the large fire, Knight in the recess formed by the chimney breast, where he was in shade. And, by showing a little confidence, they won hers, and she told them what they had stayed to hear, the latter history of poor Elfride. "One day after you, Mr. Knight, left us for the last time, she was missed from the Crags, and her father went after her and brought her home ill. Where she went to I never knew, but she was very unwell for weeks afterwards. And she said to me that she didn't care what became of her, and she wished she could die. When she was better, I said she would live to be married yet, and she said then, 'Yes, I'll do anything for the benefit of my family, so as to turn my useless life to some practical account.' Well, it began like this about Lord Luxellian courting her. The first Lady Luxellian had died, and he was in great trouble because the little girls were left motherless. After a while they used to come and see her in their little black frocks, for they liked her as well or better than their own mother, that's true. They used to call her Little Mama. These children made her a shade livelier, but she was not the girl she had been, I could see that, and she grew thinner a good deal. Well, my lord got to ask the Swancourts oftener and oftener to dinner, nobody else of his acquaintance, and at last the vicar's family were backwards and forwards at all hours of the day. Well, people say that the little girls asked their father to let Miss Elfride come and live with them, and that he said perhaps he would if they were good children. However, the time went on, and one day I said, "Miss Elfride, you don't look so well as you used to, and though nobody else seems to notice it, I do." She laughed a little and said, "I shall live to be married yet, as you told me." "Shall you, miss?" "I am glad to hear that," I said. "Whom do you think I am going to be married to?" she said again. "Mr. Knight, I suppose," said I. "Oh," she cried, and turned off so white, and before I could get to her she had sunk down like a heap of clothes, and fainted away. Well, then, she came to herself after a time, and said, "Unity, now we'll go on with our conversation." "Better not today, miss," I said. "Yes, we will," she said. "Whom do you think I am going to be married to?" "I don't know," I said this time. "Guess," she said. "'Tisn't my lord, is it?" says I. "Yes, 'tis," says she in a sick wild way. "But he don't come courting much," I said. You don't know," she said, and told me 'twas going to be in October. After that she freshened up a bit, whether 'twas with the thought of getting away from home or not, I don't know. For, perhaps, I may as well speak plainly, and tell you that her home was no home to her now. Her father was bitter to her and harsh upon her, and though Mrs. Swancourt was well enough in her way, 'twas a sort of cold politeness that was not worth much, and the little thing had a worrying time of it altogether. About a month before the wedding, she and my lord and the two children used to ride about together upon horseback, and a very pretty sight they were, and if you'll believe me, I never saw him once with her unless the children were with her too, which made the courting so strange-looking. And my lord is so handsome, you know, so that at last I think she rather liked him, and I have seen her smile and blush a bit at things he said. He wanted her the more because the children did, for everybody could see that she would be a most tender mother to them, and friend and playmate too. And my lord is not only handsome, but a splendid courter and up to all the ways out. So he made her the beautifulest presents, one I can mind, a lovely bracelet, with diamonds and emeralds. Oh, how red her face came when she saw it. The old roses came back to her cheeks for a minute or two then. I helped dress her the day we both were married. It was the last service I did her, poor child. When she was ready, I ran upstairs and slipped on my own wedding gown, and away they went, and away went Martin and I, and no sooner had my lord and my lady been married than the parson married us. It was a very quiet pair of weddings, hardly anybody knew it. Well, hope will hold its own in a young heart, if so be it can, and my lady freshened up a bit, for my lord was so handsome and kind. "How came she to die, and away from home?" murmured Knight. "Don't you see, sir, she fell off again afore they'd been married long, and my lord took her abroad for change of scene. They were coming home, and had got as far as London, when she was taken very ill and couldn't be moved, and there she died." "Was he very fond of her?" "What, my lord?" "Oh, he was." "Very fond of her?" "Very, beyond everything." "Not suddenly, but by slow degrees. 'Twas her nature to win people more when they knew her well. He'd have died for her, I believe. Poor my lord, he's heartbroken now." "The funeral is tomorrow?" "Yes. My husband is now at the vault with the masons, opening the steps and cleaning down the walls." The next day 2 men walked up the familiar valley from Castle Boterel to East Endlestowe Church. And when the funeral was over and everyone had left the lawn-like churchyard, the pair went softly down the steps of the Luxellian vault, and under the low-groined arches they had beheld once before, lit up then as now. In the new niche of the crypt lay a rather new coffin, which had lost some of its luster, and a newer coffin still, bright and untarnished in the slightest degree. Beside the latter was the dark form of a man, kneeling on the damp floor, his body flung across the coffin, his hands clasped, and his whole frame seemingly given up in utter abandonment to grief. He was still younger, perhaps, than Knight, and even now showed how graceful was his figure and symmetrical his build. He murmured a prayer half aloud, and was quite unconscious that two others were standing within a few yards of him. Knight and Stephen had advanced to where they once stood beside Aelfried. On the day all three had met there, before she had herself gone down into silence like her ancestors, and shut her bright blue eyes forever. Not until then did they see the kneeling figure in the dim light. Knight instantly recognized the mourner as Lord Luxellian, the bereaved husband of Aelfried. They felt themselves to be intruders. Knight pressed Stephen back, and they silently withdrew as they had entered. "Come away," he said, in a broken voice. "We have no right to be there. Another stands before us, nearer to her than we." And side by side they both retraced their steps down the grey still valley to Castle Botterill.